All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session, hello. 3, I guess, of Partners in Policymaking Alabama. As Brooke pointed out, for those of you who were here a little earlier, my name is Allan Bergman. I will be your leader for this weekend, your facilitator, and I am thrilled to be here. I have a lengthy history with partners, having started obviously as a child prodigy in 1987 in Minnesota when Colleen Wick first got this stuff started. And I have been doing partners ever since in many, many places. And for the last 5 years have had the honor to have the contract in Illinois from our Council on DD to lead the Partners in Policymaking in Illinois. In fact, I bring you greetings from that class. We just had a weekend this past Friday and Saturday in the Bloomington Normal area, which is the central part of the state. So people don't have to travel more than 3.5 to 4 hours, whether they're from up north or down south, even though people say, why don't you do it in Chicago? I said, because it's cruel to people who live in the southern part of the state. They would have to travel 7 to 8 hours each way. So that's where we do it. Also important, besides all the hats that I've worn, and I'm not going to bore you with that, but I've been at this a long time. I've been a community services provider in several states. I had 18 years in DC. As I tell people, when compromise was not a 4-letter word, I was there for the working on and signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990, many Medicaid pieces, some of the employment pieces. 12 years as the Director of Government Relations for United Cerebral Palsy, 6 years as the CEO of the Brain Injury Association of America. I have testified probably in at least 12 to 15 state legislatures on a variety of issues, both brought in and also sponsored by the National Conference of State Legislatures. I love the world of policy and advocacy. And what we're going to get this weekend is all of us talk about our right to vote, right? And we'll talk about that bill and whatever. However, there's the other side of the coin as a citizen, which is our responsibility to let our elected officials know what's on our mind. They don't have a crystal ball. They're bombarded daily with lobbyists and letters and newspaper stories and whatever. And if we as voters don't tell our senator and our representative what's important to us, why it's important to us, why this is a good bill, why this is a bad bill, how can you expect them to know? You can't. We make assumptions. And don't assume they know anything about disability. Some do, some don't. We'll get into that when we talk about preparing for the meeting tonight. Also important for all of you to know, I'm Dina's dad and I'm Mindy's stepdad, so I live in this space 24/7, have been for a lot of years, and I'll be sharing a couple of stories about both young ladies with you during the course of this. Just briefly, Dina's a young lady with mild intellectual disability and some mental health issues, and she's working again, thank you, since the pandemic, and lives in her own condo in Evanston, Illinois with supports. Mindy is a young lady with much more complicated disability. Don't know if you've heard of something called Rett syndrome, pretty rare. And if you read any of the textbooks, they don't say anything nice about it. And when I first met her, which was 30 plus years ago now, she was in a residential school because that's where everybody told her parents to put her. And after I got married to her mom, I said, this is done. We're getting her out of here. And at 17, for the first time, she went to public school. She got a certificate of completion, lots of struggles. Her life has been up and down, but I will share with you that she is as much, quote, profoundly retarded as you and me. But that was the label that was put on her because she doesn't communicate verbally. She's got neuromuscular stuff, so she flunked every test. Therefore, her IQ was 0 to 10. It has about as much relevance as nothing. So we have turned that upside down, and I'll give you some of the amazing things that we are continuing to do in her journey as she is now 51 years of age. And people say, that's not possible. I said, well, come meet her. It's not only possible, it's real. So what you're going to get from me today is raising the bar consistently. High expectations never hurt. May not always get there, but if you set the bar down here, then the line you're going to get. See, you've plateaued. You're all done. We're going to babysit you for the next 40 years. You hear plateau or you reach your limit, throw it out the door. You can say, I don't know who that person is, but they're certainly not knowing what's going on in the field. I maintain for me, I'm still learning. I hope all of you are still learning. I'm not sure when they're going to close the box what happens. That depends on your spiritual and your theological orientation. I might still keep learning in a different way, but until they close it, I'm going to learn. And so that is not any different for somebody who happens to have something called a disability. Learning is part of what we all do and all of that. So with that, there's a lot to cover today, but I want to start you on a small group exercise called Parable. So now, Brooke, if somebody would pass these out, one to each of you. And when we get to the middle of the page, I'm going to have each of you read a sentence. Got plenty of them. I brought them. Okay? And don't try to read ahead. Just wait till we go, because this piece, what I want you to hear, it's beyond programs, a parable. Mike McCarthy is no longer with us. This was written, hang on now, 1989. Okay? That's a long time ago, as in 35 years. He was at the University Center in Missouri, like Linda is at the University Center here in Brooke at University of Alabama. So he was a researcher, practitioner, a dad, passed away. And I want you to hear this beautiful piece, and then you're going to start to read some of it. Listen up. In the beginning, there was placement, and lo, we were happy when it happened, as placement was not mandated for adults who happened to experience severe disabilities. And so we said, this is good. And placement multiplied and filled the earth. And then we said, let us make programs which focus on serving clients. And clients were defined and labeled and grouped according to their labels and assigned to programs based on their label. I know that doesn't happen in Alabama. And programs created services for each label, and state agencies developed unit costs for each service, and programs prospered and multiplied. And we said, this is very good. And as programs multiplied, a cry arose. Let us evaluate these programs to see how good they really are, and program evaluation, state regulations, quality assurance, compliance plans, and other program measures were created, and they multiplied and filled volumes. And in those times, a person arose who was a client, but who was also a prophet, and said, and I can't read your name, but if you'd read the first line, and then we'll just each of you read a line. Go ahead. Speak up loud.
I don't want to be a client.
You don't? Darn. Next.
I want to be a person.
A person. Next.
I don't want to label.
You don't? Well, we love to label you. Next. You just got here.
I want a name.
Hey, you. Okay.
I don't want
You
services.
don't?
I want support and help.
I don't want a residential placement.
I want a home.
I don't want a day program.
I want to do meaningful and productive things.
I don't want to be programmed all my life.
I want to learn to do things I like and go places which I like.
Okay. Next. Let's go back over here.
I want to have fun, to enjoy life and have friends.
I want the same opportunities as all of you.
Finish this out, Jalen.
I want to be happy.
And there was a long silence, and lo, everyone realized they must look beyond their programs. But they were troubled, and they asked, How can we do this? Would not each person need their own unique program and system of support and her own individual measure of quality? And the prophet replied, even as you say, so should it be done, just as you do for yourselves. 1989, folks, published in a journal. Where are we? Who are the, pardon me, slow learners? It's not the folks with the labels. It's the systems, okay? Use this, think about this, think about the power of language. Placement right away says you're filling a vacancy. To remember, those of us who spend time finding a partner or a spouse. What's the divorce rate still in the United States after we spend a lot of time choosing our housemate? What is it? Huh?
50%.
Yeah, it's about 50%. So why would you think if there's a vacant bed, and I'll even be generous, in the 4 to 6 person group home, that you should be so grateful that you're going to get in there? You don't know any of the people, they don't know you. And then when you start behaving inappropriately, what is the provider going to do? 2 choices. What? No, they're either going to throw you out, or more importantly, what might they do? Oh, they're going to bring in the behavior management team and teach you how to be compliant. Those are the tools we still use in most states in 2024. They do not treat people with dignity or respect. Recognizing, I want to choose who I live with, and I'm going to show you how the law now requires that. States don't do it, that's all. And we'll get to that in a little bit. But I wanted to use this to set a tone from a document on one piece of paper that uses all the traditional language and how it needs to change. And yet in most states, we're still using the traditional language. We talk about residential placements. We talk about day program placements. We talk about a job placement as opposed to a job development. Oh, who's hiring? Oh, yeah, you can be a bagger or you can wipe the tables at McDonald's. I don't want to be. Well, be grateful that you can get that job. I know, not in Alabama, just in the other states I work in. No. So our thinking has to change a great deal to do this. So think about that. Now let's go back to good old civics and high school, which I assume all of you took at some point. How many remember taking something called high school civics or government or something like that? Yeah, okay. So let's try to remember a little of the basics. Well, okay, come on, easel. Yeah. Oops. Okay. So if you'll remember, state and federal level, we have 3 branches of government. What might they be? Anybody? Let's start. Say again. Judicial, executive, and legislative. All right, you all passed. Brooke, would you mind helping me scribe? Because kind of difficult now that I have to join the disability world with this cane. Yeah.
Awful handwriting.
Mine's not great. So judicial, executive, legislative. Yep. Okay. So that is true in every state. That is true at the federal level. Those 3 branches are the structure. There are some differences, as we'll see. What is the job of the legislative branch of government? What is it they do? Policies. Okay. Yeah, policies and laws. Okay, you can write that. And what else? They appropriate funds. Yeah, they appropriate funds. Okay, those are their 2 major responsibilities: to pass or amend or kill laws and change laws, and also to pass an appropriations bill or bills saying how much money the state is going to spend this year, where is it coming from, and in big numbers by departments and sometimes smaller, where the money is to be spent. So that's what they do. Important feature to know in our world. Just because a law gets passed, it doesn't mean it's carved in stone. No offense to anybody's religion, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. The Congress giveth and the Congress taketh away. The state legislature giveth and the state legislature taketh away. We have seen recent attacks as long as 3 years ago on the Americans with Disabilities Act in the U.S. House of Representatives. It didn't pass, but nonetheless, there was a major push to repeal some of the requirements from small businesses that have only been on the books since 1990. They said they still need more time to understand what they're supposed to do. Really? Okay? They just don't want to do it. So we can never, in our advocacy, put down the rear view mirror, as I tell people. We have to be persistent, we have to persevere, but we have to be on the watch that some of our accomplishments people want to take away. And again, I try not to be political, but if I read stuff, I can share it with you. The Freedom Caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives, if you're not aware, is on record. If they take over, they will abolish the United States Department of Education, which in all essence means killing the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and therefore we will go back to each state deciding what to do for kids with disabilities. I can't even get my arms around that possibility, but don't say that it's impossible. We have to know what's going on and what are on other people's agendas, sometimes in one party, sometimes in the other, sometimes bipartisan, based on what they're told or what they hear or what they think, which is your reason for being engaged. You don't have to go to Washington, D.C. You don't even have to go to Montgomery. In today's world of emails, of telephones, of local offices, of virtual meetings, town hall meetings, there are lots of ways, and we'll get into that this evening, to communicate. But if we don't make clear, whether it's state, federal, local, to the elected officials, what's important to us, why it's important, and remind them, yes, I am a voter, I am a citizen, I pay taxes or whatever, and you're the public servant, Senator. I mean, you don't say it in their face, but I need you to think that they are public servants. But if we as the public don't tell them what we're looking for, don't get mad. I used to have people when I was in Washington call at the end of a session and say, well, how come that bill didn't pass? First thing I would say, and this was a guy in LA where Henry Waxman then was the big power in Medicaid, I would say to him, so Ron, how many times did you and your board, and he had a prominent board, meet with Mr. Waxman? Oh, we didn't do that. That's why we pay you guys in Washington the big bucks. Well, I don't know what big bucks he thought I was getting. I wasn't one of the high-powered pharmacy lobbyists, sorry. And I said to him, you need to understand, I'm a hired gun up here. Yes, I'm respected. I vote and live in Maryland. That's where I have my political influence. I have influence to some extent with Mr. Waxman and his staff as somebody who they want to talk to, but I don't carry any voting power with him. And it was like the light bulb went off and this guy had a PhD, okay? That's your job as the lobbyist. Please don't think that's what the lobbyist does. Paid, unpaid, volunteer, or whatever. They can communicate, they can help with the message. Voters have to say, this is important to me, Senator or Representative, in the legislative branch. And you can do the same in the executive branch. They're elected officials also, okay? So we've got the legislative covered. Now let's talk about the executive branch. What do? That's the governor and who else? Pardon? No, stay at the state level. Lieutenant governor and who else? No. All the government agency people. They're all the executive branch, Department of Mental Health, Agriculture, go down the list, Transportation. They are all part of the executive branch. What is their job? Come on. It's the next step from what the Congress or the legislature does. We hope that they implement the laws the way they were intended to be. And they also spend the money. They get the checkbook once the budget is, the appropriations are passed. Okay, mental health, you have so much for this, so much for DD, so much for this, so much for that. And their job is to spend the budget, okay? And to implement the laws with rules, regulations, which also go out to public comment. And again, when those go out, I'm sure ADAP will let you know, or others, if there are any, you need to comment. Your voice counts. I can tell you several years ago, there were proposed changes to rules for special education at the federal level. They were substantive. I do have insider information, so I can call the folks there and say what's going on. I think you know that 15%, I hope you do, of all children K through 12 have an IEP in the United States. Some states higher, some states lower. Some districts higher or lower, but that's the national number. That's 1 out of 7 kids. It's a lot of millions of children and families. Not all of them are on listservs. I get that. On this regulation proposal, a whopping 1,482 comments from families around the United States of America versus 2,000 from school boards, superintendents, and others. Guess what? We didn't get all the stuff we should have gotten because they have to read all the comments. All that takes is being on the listserv and punching out something on your computer in the comment thing, and you can do that 11 o'clock at night. And here's the nice thing about it, the federal level now, they have to count everyone. They have to print out the scorecard. There were 500 people who said this, 300 who said that. Therefore, we're either going to keep it or we're going to amend it, and here's our final before they publish it. So the process is now very open at the federal level. But we got to do our part as citizens, because if they think you don't care, then the opportunity is lost and they think, well, it's not that important. So figure out which listservs you want to get on. I'll give you some later that I think are the best at the national level. And just pay attention. A lot of the stuff is just information, but every once in a while there's going to be an action alert. And they're going to tell you, you've got 7 days or till this date. Here, click here, make your comment. So it's pretty easy these days, okay? Same at the state level. So that's the executive branch. What does the judicial branch do? That's our courts. Well, they are going to deal with people who are challenging the law either as unconstitutional or that it's not being implemented correctly. And it can be either one of those. And their responsibility is to review the law, review the complaint, and make a decision. Yes, in fact, state or federal agency, you violated the law, or you're not doing it in compliance with this or that or the other, or no, plaintiff, you got it wrong, and they are doing what they're supposed to do. And we have an appeals process, and I'll show you a case at the federal level called the Andrew F. case. We'll talk about that this afternoon, where the family lost their lawsuit at the district court level. And they decided, much to the dismay, I think, Nancy, to many of us, to take it to the US Supreme Court, not that many years ago, as the court was being more conservative. And surprisingly, we got an 8-0 decision in favor of the family and ruling against the school district and ruling against the federal district court. So that's the job. And once they pass it at the US Supreme Court, you need to know it's not only applying in Colorado, that is the law of the land. So when the US Supreme Court makes a decision, that applies not only to the state where that case occurred, that applies to everybody because they're doing it under some kind of a federal law. In this case, it was IDEA, it could be ADA in the Olmstead case and whatever, okay? So our government is really got a lot of power. And so do we if we choose to use it, okay? Got it? All right, next page, please. Okay, so let's talk about state legislatures. I put Alabama up there. There are 2 chambers. That's we call bicameral. That's the word, okay? What are the 2 chambers called? House and the Senate. Okay, yay. Yes. Yeah, you can, well, we'll get to the numbers in a minute, but put House on one side, please. and Senate on the other. Okay? And I had to double check my homework because no two are the same. Sorry to tell you. So how many senators are there in Alabama? 30 what? Close. 35. 35. And how many representatives? You can just put it right by Senate. Okay, how many representatives are there? No peeking. How many? Close, 105, 3 times as many, okay? And no different than any other state or federal. At the census every 10 years, there is redistribution based on population and population move. We won't get into gerrymandering because the party in power gets to call it. There are some states that are trying to set up independent committees now to do this, or commissions. I don't know if we'll get that done, but that's the nature of the beast. So you have 35 and 105, and that's based on the 2020 census. You have another very interesting thing here, how much they get paid. It's based on the median family household income, which according to the most recent data, your legislators get paid $59,609 per year. Not bad because they don't work full time. Most of them have other jobs, okay? They have a short session. They only work 35 working days per year within a calendar of 35 session days with 105 calendar days. So it's pretty compressed, mid-January till May, or sometimes starting in the 4th year. Oh, that's the other thing. The terms in your state are different. Every elected official here has a 4-year term at the state level. In a lot of states, that isn't the way it works. So again, you move someplace, you'll have to figure out how that process works. So they're all elected for a 4-year term, which means pretty soon you'll have another big election coming up, as in this fall. So pay attention. And again, there is no reason you cannot ask if there's any competition in your senatorial or House state legislative district. What is your position on community services for people with disabilities, inclusive special education, assistive technology, affordable housing, whatever the issues are? Find out if they have a position, and if not, maybe you can help them craft one, because you can say, I'm not the only one in this district who cares about this. There are lots of other people in your district, candidate, who care and experience disability or have a loved one or a family member or whatever. Because again, remember the numbers. 15% of all kids in school have a disability for IEP. That doesn't even include the 504 kids. Depending, bless you, the numbers we want to use in the adult population, 18% of society in the United States has a disability to qualify under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Almost everybody, if you get their nose into it, knows somebody who has a disability, whether it's a family member, a friend, a neighbor, a colleague, whatever. I mean, it's not a foreign construct that takes, 1 out of 100,000 or something. That would be very different. That's, when we're talking about a rare condition, maybe. But we need to get really comfortable with disability pride. It's not a 4-letter word. Some people still think it is. And I know we'll go through some of the history. And now we have all kinds of games that people play. Please don't ever use the word special needs. I don't know what that means. We all have special needs. It's a cop-out. The word is disability. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, vocational rehabilitation for people with disabilities, Medicaid home and community-based waivers for people with disabilities and seniors, the Americans with Disabilities Act. Okay? So we need to be clear, that is the term today. And I know people play around with that and they want to call it something else. Call it what it is and feel good about it. It's not a bad term. It's not an ugly term. It is the term today. And again, it's certainly better than the term handicapped. What's the derivation of the term handicap? Anybody know? This is important for our history. No, okay, you're going to get a little bit of trivia here that you can use at a cocktail party or someplace. Handicapped comes originally from the United Kingdom, cap in hand for the beggar. That's why we have taken that word out of the federal law. Okay? It's a negative term. It's a stigmatizing term. Okay? So handicap really does send a very bad message, whether people even process it or not. The connection to it is, oh, you poor, helpless thing. We have to help you. We have to give you charity. We have to take care of you. And if some of you are old enough to remember the Jerry Lewis telethon, some of you don't. Okay, it was always about Jerry's kids, and he'd have somebody 40 years old with a physical disability there. Please give money for Jerry's kids. All he did was reinforce that childlike attitude of these poor, helpless people. BS. We don't need that anymore. That has given us enough grief over decades, and we're unwinding it and trying to change that. Okay? Disability is not a four-letter word. It's okay to say it and feel good about it. In the independent living community now, all over, you're going to see, just like you see gay pride, disability pride is on banners all over. And we ought to feel good about that. You know, why not? And guess what? If you're not aware, in the intersectionality world, we in disability lead. We don't discriminate against anybody on age, race, religion, gender preference, political party, socioeconomic status. And the last survey I read on the LGBTQ plus population is 15 to 18% of them have acknowledged on a survey they have either a visible or invisible disability. So they're in our club too. Okay, no, I think it's important to know. Any other group that we tend to look at is all part of the larger disability community. And I'll give you a quote from former Senator Dole in a little while about that. But that's important to know. We don't have to be ashamed. It affects anybody at any time, including legislators and their family. You could be meeting with a legislator today, and tomorrow, unfortunately, their spouse, their kid could get hit in a car crash. One of their kids could develop MS if they're 30 years old. They could develop it. They could have a heart attack. They could have a stroke. They could start to lose hearing, lose their sight. Nobody is immune. I don't know anybody who can tell you, I'm never going to have to worry about having a disability until I'm, buried. Well, good luck. That's just not the way it is. So don't be bad about it. Okay, so that's your House and your Senate. And then all legislators work with committees. That's what that second box is. The bill will be referred once it's assigned, and it goes to a committee of jurisdiction. And that's called first reading, when they just read the name and the title and give it a number. And then it'll go to the committee. And after the committee does its work, it will come out with a report, and it will go to the floor for what's called second reading. And then the final third reading is usually within 1 or 2 days in your state. And that's where everybody gets to vote on it, to debate it, to propose amendments. And if it passes, then it can go to the other side. And bills can either start in the Senate or the House. Yes.
There was recently a fast track bill that happened here.
Hold on.
And like, what? How did they?
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Okay, so there was recently a fast track bill done, and I had never heard of that in my 40-something years of life. And so I was wondering, like, what is the timeline between the first reading, the second, and the third when that happens?
The timeline on a fast track bill, I have not studied, so I'm going to pass on that. We can try to look it up. But I think that probably each chamber has rules that a fast track bill waives maybe full committee hearings, or it goes to the committee and they just pass it right back to the floor or something like that. I'm not going to say it's uncommon, but it's not typical. And usually what that means is they've already done an informal poll and they know there's going to be unanimous consent. That also can happen at the federal level, where they don't even vote. They just say aye and move the bill out. So that's probably one where there's no vocal opposition on either side, and the leadership just says from both parties, let's just do that. Yes.
This is Ashley Combs. Can you restate? So it goes to the committee, be read first time, then this, and that's for them to check like status CODIS and statutes and all that and all the legalities. Then it goes to the second time to the floor, and then it goes to the actual floor for the last, right?
In the committee, there's going to be a public hearing. There is due notice. You can probably send in comments, even if you don't go there. They may take oral testimony. They time how much it is. But yes, you have an opportunity to impact the committee before they vote. So that's really the deliberative process. When the bill gets introduced, okay, fine, we're going to have this bill on housing. It's going to be Senate Bill 22. It's going to the Housing Committee. Housing Committee start scheduling. And again, they have to schedule when they're going to do the committee hearing and give notice. Yeah, which is better than it used to be when there was no notice. Yeah, in some states now it's 48 or 72 hours. It just varies. But you're at least going to know. And again, you don't have to be there, but you can submit comments, and your website for your legislature is pretty easy to use. It's relatively new. Okay, well, compared to some. Okay, compared to some that I have seen. Okay, so again, you're going to have to get comfortable with this stuff, but you can always just email directly to your legislator or their staff. And I would encourage you to get to know their staff as well, because they are their eyes and ears. And those are the people who sometimes can really have an impact, and they do keep scores.
Our house does not have staff.
No staff in the House?
Just the Senate's the only one that has.
Okay, good to know. That again varies from state to state. All of your federal people have staff. Okay, so that's the process, and the same thing is true on the Senate side. That is basically the process at the federal level as well. Okay, committees are where all the work gets done. Sometimes bills go, like the Americans with Disabilities Act, went to 5 different committees because it affected so many other parts of life. So the bill will go to 1 or more committees if it has money involved. There's the policy side, then it still has to go to the fiscal committee, and they have to put a fiscal note on it in your state and at the federal level. Okay, how much is this thing going to cost? Where's the money going to come from? Okay, so it's not a simple process, but from your perspective, it's just knowing how the dots get connected and where you can impact. And your best impact is either before the election or right after the election. Start building the relationship with your state senator, your state rep, your U.S. congressperson, and 1 or 2 of your U.S. senators or their staff, so they know who you are. And I can't promise this to you, but it has happened. If they begin to see you as somebody who really knows disability policy, it does happen. Their office might call you when a new bill gets introduced and say, this bill just came into our office this morning to change something in special ed. Brooke, do you know anything about it? Okay, and if she does, she's going to say yes. And if you don't, what are you going to say? And I'll get back to you. And that's a key thing, because what you are doing is building a credible relationship as a constituent. And that's not gold, that's platinum. And it does happen, I promise you, in many, many states where you are seen as a great resource in the constituency of that senator or representative. Don't ever underestimate your potential influence with your elected officials, and in turn theirs with their colleagues who may not have constituents, but they can say, well, I've got 5 constituents, okay? And they have told me how important this bill is. So when we're in committee, just know I'm going to really be pushing for it. And they do tend to defer to one another if they don't have it. So that's even more of a reason for us to give them the information, because if none of them have it, they might say, well, who cares about the bill? Let's just kill it. And that has happened. Okay. They need to know it's on your mind. All right. I'm not going to go through. You've got committees in both. You can look them up, what they are. Obviously, there are key committees for education and health and children, transportation and housing, where most of the bills and appropriations of the issues you're going to be concerned about. But if you're in agriculture and on your other part of your life, want to know what's going on in the agriculture world, go check in on the Agriculture Committee. Again, once you learn this, You can do this for anything you do. It doesn't have to just be disability. Many of us do have multiple roles in life and responsibilities, and that's perfectly fine. If you're a small business person, you may want to follow small business proposals, good, bad, or indifferent, okay? And again, the top dog is the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. At the federal level, real quick, how many members in the United States House of Representatives? Yeah, good, 435. Yep, no, and again, that number will never change. It's huge. So every 10 years in the census, it's redistributed across states based on population. And some states lose and some states gain every 10 years, okay? And that's just the formula that's been in existence for quite some time, and there is no reason to ever think that they're going to make any changes whatsoever. You've got 7 congressional districts right now, House seats in Alabama. We have 22 and 23 in Illinois. We lost one with the last census and they redistributed the territory. You lost one also, right? Or almost, but you didn't. Okay. And again, that's just the way it is because Congress isn't going to add any more. So those are sort of the basics of how bills become a law, the difference between state and federal a little bit. And then there are 2 trivia pieces I will give you. I said bicameral, House and Senate. Okay, there's one state that doesn't have a House. Anybody know which state that is? Yeah, Nebraska. Nebraska only has a Senate. It's unicameral. They say it's more efficient. Those of us who do advocacy say we're losing a whole second round of opportunity to influence stuff, but that's Nebraska only has a Senate.
So we got an answer on the fast track question
Oh,
in
good.
Alabama.
Yep.
It's the same process. It's just limited to 5 days. And that was from a member of the legislature that
Oh,
texted us
great.
that. So definitely
Great.
someone that knows what she's talking about.
Super. No, thank you. That's great. Okay. So again, nothing is magic here whatsoever. When you move, if you move to another state, there will be some differences in the state process. The basic structure is the same. One other trivia piece. What state has the most representative state House of Representatives? I'm sorry? No. No. This one will surprise you. New Hampshire. New Hampshire, which is a population of about 1.2 million, has 400 members of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. I've done training there since 1988. What's wonderful is nobody has an excuse not to know their state rep. They're probably a neighbor. Okay, no, literally, they live within 5 miles. You can meet them for coffee. You can have them come to your house. Some people say that's crazy, but that's the way their constitution was written. It is truly representative, okay? So 400 state reps in a state. Nobody has anywhere near that number in a state with 30 million population, okay? Yeah, yeah. So again, just trivial things when you're at a party or whatever, stump somebody. But those are 2, particularly New Hampshire one. People say, how can that be? That's a tiny state. That's how they wrote their constitution, and they wanted people to have real representation. I mean, think about how many votes can sway a seat in an election. All the more reason, vote. Okay, I hope that gives you a general flavor of what you learned in civics and now can apply it into the real world of everyday citizenship and advocacy. Okay? And where are we on the clock now? Oh, we're almost already at break time. So much for that. We're past break. Is there break stuff out there? Or is it just a stretch break? Just the water. Oh, okay. How about this then? Because we're a little behind. We started late. Why don't we take a 5-minute stretch? Bathrooms are down the hall, get some water, and then we'll come back to work and start with the slides. And again, what differentiates me from many of my colleagues, I'm going to give you actual law, not just a bullet that the law says this, and we'll go through the abbreviations and what they mean. So you can pull these out and use them in meetings, because what I'm going to say to you now when you get through today, this afternoon, on the evolution of federal disability policy, it pains me to tell you, but proudly at the same time, you will know more about federal law and regulation than 95% of the paid professionals in the school system and the private provider or in state government. They don't know it. There's no training. I don't know why. There's very little technical assistance going on because I do training with all kinds of audiences and I do a lot with special educators. I am amazed and appalled at what they don't know about the current law. Forget research and best practice. And again, it's not their fault. There's no continuing ed, there's no TA, there's no investment. They're doing the same stuff they've been doing 10, 20, or 30 years because everybody says, nice job. Oh, really? Okay. So here we go on moving the policy from where it was pity and deficits, as I said before, into now, and what I'm going to show you here, because this was amazing to me. Whoops. Oh, yeah, I tried it before. Let's see. Oops. I'll get it. Okay. All right. What I'm going to share with you, and this is the theme to get out of this. Every federal disability law today has rejected all those old models, every one. And today talks about individualization, talks about strengths, preferences, interests, informed choice, gifts, talents, talks about outcomes, independence, productivity, integration, interdependence, inclusion, and belonging. And when we go through this, what I will share with you is the fact that, why is this? Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good. That this is an amazing accomplishment over the last 35 to 40 years, because it used to be, well, over in voc rehab, we have this. Over in education, you have that. Over in Medicaid, you have something else. And trying to get interagency stuff was extremely difficult. It's not easy today, but now we're all on the same page. And I've been doing this for a long time, and I finally put this together about 5 years ago when I was asked to do a major 50th anniversary of the DD Act for the Minnesota Council. And Colleen Wicks, I said, what do you want me to do? She said, I don't know, I trust you. So I've been working on this and I spent a couple of days to pull it together and then I've added to it. But it is amazing. And that's the message I want you to leave here with today. There's going to be a lot of detail, a lot of history, but at the end to know that the pity, charity, deficit, fix-it medical model is no longer in the books, in court decisions, in law, or in regulations, and we'll see how that all evolved, okay? So public policy, what is it? I throw that term around, and you know, the nice first definition is clear, system of law, regulatory, we talked about all that, but I love the next one. Whatever a government chooses to do or not to do. As we said, they take it, they give it, they take it away, they change it, they amend it, and you've got all these, okay? Political decisions, all right? Institutional agenda setting of society, laws, plans, actions. I mean, these are, I pulled together a bunch from people who are experts in the public policy world. But as I said, we're going to cite stuff. So when you see USC at the bottom of the slide, that's the United States Code. That means once the law has been passed, it's put into code. So IDEA is now in code. Voc Rehab is in code. We'll go through all of those. And when you see CFR, that's Code of Federal Regulations. So remember what we said, the executive branch writes the rules and regulations. Those have the force of law. So you're going to get some examples of elegant language in the Code of Federal Regulations for some of these laws that you also can use if you need to in your day-to-day advocacy, all right? Every federal law, which people don't know, starts out with findings and purposes in simple person language. What's the problem and what are we doing? I'm going to show you some exquisite language from Congress, not from the university centers, not from the researchers. They may have given them the information, but Congress wrote these words, their staff did, and they passed it. And it's mind-boggling, some of the things that are here that I want you to know and feel good about, that this law and these sets of laws are all pro people with disabilities of all types. We don't single out one kind or another. But as I said, values change over time. We can amend, repeal, and it's participatory, even if you never go to the state capitol. Okay? Mr. Churchill said it best. Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So I'm going to give you a little bit of our history. I don't have enough time to do it all. Okay? 1848. That's when we opened the first institution in this country in Massachusetts, 1848. It finally closed about 10 years ago, okay? And the irony to this is that it was meant to do good things. There were people who were very involved in it and wanted to make things happen, and they meant well, but it turned out to become institutional pretty quick. It was originally going to be like a farming community. Well, guess what? We're the slow learners. So now there are people who still want to have farms for people on the autism spectrum. I don't know about in this state, but clearly in many, many states today, there are lots of people who want to start farms for people with autism or on the autism spectrum. Yeah. Oh, hello. So I'm going to give you this first handout. Okay. Got this one. All right. The person who helped open the institution. Okay. Pardon me. What? Whoops. Ta-da. There we go. Okay. Samuel Gridley Howe was there. He then, 18 years later, 1866, was in New York opening up a school for the blind. I don't have time to read this all to you, but I give it to you in terms, he was really ahead of his time, okay? Grave errors were incorporated in the principles of our institutions. This is 1866. Okay, that's 158 years ago. That's a long time. Okay. And he goes through these principles: sex is separate, boarding in common, sleeping in dormitories, routine, formality, restraint, and repression of individuality. He knew this in 1866. Okay. Have as few as possible, blah, blah, blah. Then here's what he says: as much as may be, surround insane and excitable persons with sane people and ordinary influences. Vicious children, the ones who can't get their license, with virtuous people and virtuous influence. Blind children with those who see, mute children with those who speak, and the like. Ladies and gentlemen, he was writing about inclusion in 1866. We're still debating it in 2024 in most school districts in the United States of America. We didn't learn from Brown versus Board of Education, separate is not equal. So I just share this with you. He may have been ahead of his time, but this is what he was talking about. Don't separate, don't segregate. You're going to perpetuate bad things. He knew it a long time ago, okay? Buck v. Bell, involuntary sterilization. How many of you are familiar with that lawsuit? Okay. U.S. Supreme Court, Oliver Wendell Holmes, revered justice. Case was about involuntary sterilization at the institutions in Virginia, where they thought they were doing good things. Justice Holmes wrote the opinion, and we'll come back to this in a more recent case. Rarely do the chief justices write opinions. They usually give it to an associate. We tried to figure out why. We finally did a few years ago. But basically, the words in this will make you sick. Talks about the idiots, the feeble-minded, perpetuating their own kind, because this was eugenics time, and we've got to stop them from procreating, and it's in the country's best interest to sterilize them. Then they can go out into the community. That was the United States Supreme Court, folks, 1927. Okay, that's not even 100 years ago. Now, that's a long time in a life, but in a historian's perspective, that's not a long time for history buffs, okay? What we found out 5 years ago, because I kept asking and somebody did some digging, the reason Holmes wrote the opinion and wrote it the way he did, his brother was the professor of eugenics at Harvard Medical School, Nancy, and that was his source of information for writing that opinion. Okay, I get it. Eugenics was in at the time. He bought in from his brother at Harvard Medical School. They were teaching it. Get rid of these inferior people, sterilize them. They're going to ruin our society. Now we now know that the genetic components of most disabilities is not hereditary. Okay, but that's what they thought. Okay, and 1938, we got what is still around now, subminimum wage. Okay, Section 14C. We'll talk about that a little more later. That was good intentions. That was primarily for veterans coming back who couldn't work in the factories. Let's get them to do something meaningful. Okay, it is now 2024, and that law is still in existence, and that's what goes to a lot of states in their quote unquote sheltered workshops, where people get paid piece rate to do questionable stuff. Parent movement, 1948, ARC, UCP, grown. This is a big one in 1950. How many of you know somebody who gets SSI or Supplemental Security Income? Okay. SSI came from something in 1950 called Aid to the Permanently and Totally Disabled. I want you to hear those words. Aid to the permanently and totally disabled. They didn't say handicapped, so that was okay, maybe. Okay. Aid to the needy blind. Okay. It was a welfare check. It was 50% or whatever, state and federal. And then we changed all that, you'll see, in 1980 when we got to SSI, but the law has not changed. Supplemental Security Income, SSI, is not Social Security. I blow people's myth every day. It's issued by Social Security because they're good at cranking out checks. The money does not come from FICA. It doesn't come from the Social Security Trust Fund. It comes from the general federal budget. It is no different than a check for TANF, temporary. It's a welfare check. You may not like it. You don't like to hear it, but that was its intent, is we'll give something to these poor, permanently and totally disabled people. And the underlying definitions have never changed since 1950. I won't tell you why. VR started getting better. Thanks to President Kennedy and Eunice Shriver, we got the first mental retardation, mental health legislation in 63. The right to education in 65, we got Medicare, Medicaid. We'll come back to those. Park versus the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. How many of you know about that case? Okay, group of parents just like you in Pennsylvania, led by a guy named Denny Haggerty, who was an attorney, who had been so angry because in Pennsylvania, prior to this lawsuit, the requirement to go to school was, I want you to hear this, you had to walk, you had to talk, and you had to be toilet trained. Show me one study that says any of those three things have anything to do with the ability to learn. Okay, blatant discrimination. They got tired of begging for the special room in the basement, the leftover supplies. So they decided they were going to sue in state court about violations. They needed an attorney. Again, he was taken from us about 2.5 years ago, Tom Gilhool, who at the time he took this on was a young attorney who was a sibling, but had already passed the bar, all his stuff. And they needed somebody who had state Supreme Court things, and Denny and the people he was working with didn't do that stuff and civil rights stuff. So Tom was at the Public Interest Law Center of Philadelphia. He went out to their house, he met with them, said, this is a very interesting case, let me think about it. It had taken these families 2 years to get the guts to sue the state. That was not an easy thing to do way back then, all right, in court. And Gilhul comes back and says, I love your case, but we're not going to do this in state court. We're going to do it in federal court. And if we have to, I can take it to the US Supreme Court. They all said, I beg your pardon? What? And they needed a month to decide that, okay, let's do what this guy says. So they went into federal court. And this is one of those where you wish they wouldn't have had a recess and a settlement. We might be further ahead. The judge was loving everything that Gilhul was presenting as constitutional. And this is what you need to know. Special education is a civil rights law. It's not an unappropriated funding bill, which is what you're going to hear, because it's not taught that way. What Gilhul did beautifully, he brought this saying that there's equal protection. You've heard that line. There's due process. And then when he got into least restrictive, the term at that time, he got to something called deprivation of liberty. And the analogy he used was brilliant. He used the criminal justice system, and the judge loved it. The Attorney General from Pennsylvania kept trying to object, overrule, keep going, Mr. Gilhul. I wasn't there, but I've heard the story enough times. What Gilhul said is, for people who have committed a crime, they get to be adjudicated by their peers. We call that due process. We call that equal protection. These children have a right to due process. They didn't commit any crimes. They didn't do anything wrong. And then when they got to, again, this was early on, before we had technology, before we had universal design for learning, before we had a lot of skill sets that we have today for kids with complex behaviors and all that stuff. He said, if you're going to deprive them from the mainstream, that was the term then, and put them in a special school, you schools have a responsibility to return them to the mainstream as soon as possible, because they're being deprived of their liberty, which is a foundational principle in our society. That's where the term least restrictive environment came from. Today we have in the ADA most integrated setting, okay? But it meant, well, that was way back when, and that and many others led to the federal law eventually. So I wanted you to know that it was a group of parents who got this thing moving from the local and state arc in Pennsylvania, all right? DD councils were established in 1970 as part of the old MR Act. Words were changed. All right, I can't go through. Independent living started in 71 out in California. Willowbrook expose, I hope you've heard about that in the history, in New York. Then we added protection and advocacy, better known as ADAP, here in 75. And in 75, we got what was then the Education for All Handicapped Children's Act. Okay, now it's not called that anymore, but that was the culmination of all the right to education cases when we established a right to a free, appropriate public education. Okay, Medicaid waivers started in 81. We added, and I'm going to go through these, independence, productivity, integration, and the DD Act in 84, the first real strong goals. We added supported employment in 86. Technology was put into law in 88, 89, the ADA in 1990. And it goes on and on. We made some amendments in special ed. We changed rehab. I'll come through that in a little while. We created some incentives in Medicaid. We had a big Supreme Court case in 99. We added transition in 04. And again, there's so much here that there's no way to cover it today. Mental health parity still not being well enforced, bipartisan. A wonderful story, again, like I said before, you never know who has a disability, okay, in their family. Paul Wellstone, now deceased, from the state of Minnesota, was probably at that point the most liberal member of the Senate. Some would say he was a socialist, and it doesn't matter, whatever. But guess what? He had a brother with significant mental health issues, and his family was going bankrupt, paying for outpatient treatment, inpatient treatment, medication, because health insurance wasn't covering it at all at that time. You can imagine how costly that was even then. He ends up talking to a gentleman named Pete Domenici, a conservative Republican from Arizona, who happened to have a daughter with chronic schizophrenia. Remember, we don't exclude anybody from the club. They began to talk, and Domenici was saying how much it is costing him every month for his daughter to either go to the hospital, get treatment, get medications, or whatever. And the two, on most things, wouldn't agree. They jointly sponsored this bill, and it passed unanimously in the House and the Senate. When you have the far left and the far right agreeing this could happen to you, it's important. Guess what? So don't ever put people in a box. They're a conservative, they're a liberal, they're a radical, you never know each time what that bill may mean to that person. It's a cardinal rule of advocacy. Your enemy for a year could be your best friend next month. Your best friend for a year could be your enemy next month. When I say enemy, on the other side of the issue. Don't make it personal. You're going to be back next week with another bill or another issue, and get your egos out of this. This isn't about our egos. This is about society and dignity and human rights. Okay? All right. So we're now in 2024, and we've got some big anniversaries. And so the question is, where are we? And I mentioned to you earlier, Senator Dole, this statement was given, okay, 1969, when he first entered the Senate. This is before special ed law, before 504, before the ADA. I mean, disability was not a conversational piece in the United States Congress in 1969, all right? I won't read it to you, but 24 years before this, so that was 1945, in the war, he became injured. A minority group affects every person in our society. Look at this. This is beautiful language that we need to remember. No one joins by personal choice. And then these are his words. I've bolded them, okay? A group whose requirements for membership are not based on age, sex, wealth, education, skin color, religious belief, political party, power, or prestige. Could you ask for a more elegant definition of inclusion of disability? Okay, use it. Use it when you're talking to Democrats and Republicans. If they say, oh, you're a special interest group or blah, 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 blah. No, we're not a special interest group. We represent a significant portion of the population, and anybody you know could join our club tomorrow because we have open enrollment 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's an important message for us to own in a good way. Not that we're bragging about being somebody with a disability, but it happens to our kids, to us, whatever, whatever. And if it was good enough for Dole to say this in 1969, and yes, he was a moderate Republican. He was one of our greatest allies. He was a key leader on the ADA and many other pieces of legislation because he lived it. He got it. He knew what that discrimination looked like and felt. So give that one to you. So now let's talk about where we are. Okay, councils on developmental disabilities. We have the director right here, Mr. Powell. Okay, to engage in advocacy, capacity building, and systemic change consistent with the purpose. So this is why we have councils on developmental disabilities. We defined several times who they were, and this is important when I start showing you the values, because the Developmental Disabilities Act, which governs the council, ADAP, and the University Center here at UAB are all under the same law, okay? Their focus, not that they can't do other things, is on people with 3 or more substantial functional limitations. So this is people with the more significant complex disabilities. Today, we would say more intense support needs. When I was working at United Cerebral Palsy and we were dealing with this, I said, we need to remember somebody who has mild cerebral palsy, a bit of a speech impediment, and maybe a little bit of mobility problem isn't going to meet this definition. It doesn't mean they don't have a disability, but they don't meet the definition of a developmental disability for the feds. State totally different. So this law focused on the people who were the most underserved, the people who were left out intentionally. So we have all this alignment across all these federal agencies now. And in 1984, again, a gentleman named Senator Lowell Weicker passed away last year from Connecticut, happened to have a son with Down syndrome and be the chair of the appropriate committee at the time this stuff was going on. I wasn't there. I got there 2 years later in '86. In the Federal DD Act 40 years ago, for people with the most intense support needs, we set outcome goals: independence, productivity, and integration in the community. And my colleagues at that time didn't trust the federal regulatory agencies, and they convinced Senator Weicker to define those three terms in the law. Independence gets us in lots of trouble with families, right? Nobody's footloose and fancy free, and you're right, none of us are. I was very interdependent on the airlines getting me here last night, the hotel shuttle picking me up, the room being ready for me and all that. I don't control any of that, okay? Independence in the DD Act says the following: exerting choice and control. It's in the law. That means you got to give people the opportunity to have choices and make decisions. Did you ever make a bad decision, any of you? No, of course not. People with disabilities are allowed to make bad decisions. It's called the dignity of risk, but we don't. We do learned helplessness. Oh no, we'll do it for you. We'll do it to you. We know what you want. No, not true. Productivity, having a meaningful role in the community, is in statute. Paid work, volunteering, being a homemaker, etc. Not sitting around in a day program paying tiddlywinks, 84. And integration in the community, no different than anybody else. Okay, then bless you, we added self-determination and inclusion in 1990 to the DD Act. Okay, and that families and individuals can participate. We need to be culturally competent. Okay, there you go. Individuals with DD, including those with the most severe, are capable of self-determination, independence, productivity, and all facets of life, but require individualized supports. Notice it doesn't say require a program. In 2024, when you see the word program, let the flashing red lights start going. Program says box, we're going to fit you into it with people like you. Example, colleague of mine became the employment coordinator 2 years ago for the National Down Syndrome Society. He's a partner's grad from North Carolina. He's a sibling, she's working, he gets it. He gets a call 3 months into the job, maybe it's 3 years ago, as people were going back to work from the pandemic, from an employer out in the Midwest, doesn't matter who it was. And the guy says, hi, I'm so-and-so with this company, and we're started to reopen. And John, one of our best workers who has Down syndrome, has come back. We're short workers, and I want you to hear this. What the employer said is, can you get me another John? Okay, now, on the one hand, it's a plus. He's got somebody who's employed, but it's also a negative. Everybody with Down syndrome is going to be just like John. And Ryan freaked and he said, I'm busy now, can I call you back? And I counseled him how to approach it with this guy because he didn't want to offend him, but at the same time to help him understand two people with Down syndrome could be as too different as two people who have blonde hair or blue eyes or whatever. And then the guy finally got it. And he said, I'm willing to help you, maybe some other type of disability if you want to hire whatever. A month later, he got a call from somebody running a textile factory in New England, exactly the same thing. So you think we've made progress in employment, but there is still stigma attached to the classification of disability. I'd prefer that over, don't hire him and put him someplace else, but we still got a long way to go. Okay, people have competencies, and here we are, 1990. Strengths, resources, pride. The DD Act has led this language. That's why I start here. Look at that. It doesn't say deficits. I'm not denying disability. When any of you have applied for a job, how do you start the interview? What do you tell the employer or the HR person? Yeah, and what do you tell them about you? Your strengths, what I'm good at. Do you start by saying, by the way, before we start, you need to know I can't do this, I can't do that, well, but that's what we do for people with disabilities. We start by entering into, before we even talk to you, please know Johnny can't do this, that, and the other. Why do we do that? Because we're still stuck in that deficit model. Get rid of it. We're not denying it. And particularly if the person's using a wheelchair, it's pretty obvious they have a mobility issue. We don't have to get in a discussion about it. All I'm saying is we've got to use these words when we think about ourselves or people with disabilities. And this is the DD Act since 1990. You're going to see it in all others. Okay, inclusion, acceptance, encouragement, live in homes close to community resources, regular contact with and without people with disabilities. Okay, and again, employment right up there 34 years ago, integration, community resources, just like everybody else, clubs, social clubs, interest groups, parks, rec, all that stuff. That's the mandate of the Developmental Disabilities Act. Oh, you may not have this in the slides. Take a minute here. No, 30 seconds. Look carefully at this. Tell me, after you look at it, how many triangles are in this graphic? Take your time. How many triangles are in the graphic? I'm sorry. I heard 8. I heard 1. 9. How many? Okay. Anybody else? 1. Okay. Close with 1. The answer is none. I baited you. There is no completed triangle. I didn't say completed. I said triangles. Those are not triangles. A triangle has 3 sides. Okay, and there's a reason for it, and that's why. This goes back to the Down syndrome example. Perception is reality. What we believe to be true is the basis of personal reality and the key to how we experience the world around us. You have CP. That tells me if I don't know what it is, I think I know what it is. Down syndrome. You have a measured IQ of 64. I don't know for sure. You have a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or schizophrenia, or you're depressed, or you have anxiety. Go down the list of labels that we use and how those labels often end up defining the person. No, it's a characteristic. You know? Does your height define you? Well, maybe if you're 7 feet, you might be good at basketball. Guess what? There are a lot of 7 feet people who don't play basketball very well at all. So again, we get into this, bless you, kind of stuff. And the key thing here is individual, one at a time. I love Mr. Einstein. Everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. Think about how often we have set up people with disabilities to do something that they just physically cannot do. Okay? Examples, we get lots of them. I was working with an agency in the Northeast several years ago. They were beginning to start closing their sub-minimum wage workshop, but they were still working. So I went in there and they were doing what's called the ballpoint pen contract. If you've ever seen it, there's a wooden tray that has a bunch of little slots, round slots, and the first person takes the plastic bottom of your ballpoint pen, puts it in 10 or 12 of those, slowly passes it to the next person. They put in the spring inside the plastic cartridge, pass it to the next person at the table, puts in the ink cartridge, and then the last person has to put the top on and screw it on. The last person who was screwing on the top had diplegia cerebral palsy, very limited manual dexterity. He was Einstein. I watched this and I didn't say anything because I'm there to observe. And afterwards I said to the director who was in charge, I said, why is that guy doing that job? Here was the answer. I don't have to make this stuff up. He likes it. I said, he likes it? Compared to what? Oh, that's what he's been doing for 5 years. He didn't have informed choice. They had a vacancy. They gave him that job and he liked it because it was better than nothing to do. Okay. And I said, and how much does he make? Oh, about 40 cents an hour. Okay. But he should be proud. Now, here's the good news. 3 years later, after customized employment by somebody who knew how to do it right, and there are a lot of people who do it wrong, he ended up getting out of there working in a law firm with assistive technology, making $40,000 a year. Okay? What a waste. What a waste. He could have spent the next 10 years. He never was going to get proficient at that task because he couldn't do it with his hands. That's his neuromuscular disability. You know, it's just like me now with my bum knee and balance stuff. I'm not climbing lots of stairs and I'm certainly not doing any racing. Okay. So we have to think about that. And this is my favorite from Lou Brown, who passed away a couple of years ago, was really one of the first people doing integration inclusion in schools at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. You can't prepare kids for an integrated life in a segregated classroom. How simple that is, how logical that is, and how come we still struggle getting schools to understand that? And I think why? Because they don't think they're going to be part of society anyhow. They're going to be in that group home or that special place and that day place. And as long as the bar is down there, they're going to keep doing the same old stuff. Fine, separate them out. Okay, so let's look at IDEA. And at the bottom, you'll see US code. So this is the law from the statute. And I bolded out, I don't change words. Ensure that all children with disabilities, it doesn't say all but the bottom 5% or all but those with this IQ or whatever, a free appropriate public education, emphasizes special ed related services. And look at this, we have outcomes. This is why we spend this money. Further education, employment, and independent living. Do you see in there that it says prepare them for group home and day program and sub-minimum wage? Sorry, I don't see it there. And we need to know this. This is why we fund education. Why do we fund education for everybody in this country? To help you become a productive member of adult society. This law says the same civil right applies to kids with disabilities regardless of complexity. That's the law, 1990. Okay, and here's 2004 when I told you about findings. So this is almost 30 years after the original Education for All Handicapped Children's Act, because now we've changed the name. And I want you to think about that. Individuals with disabilities rather than education for all. Okay, this makes, it's not just wordsmith, this is a real shift in thinking, but look at what Congress said 30 years later. Implementation of the chapter has been impeded by low expectations, insufficient focus on applying research on proven methods of teaching and learning for children with disabilities. Almost 30 years of research has demonstrated this can be done effectively, having high expectations, challenging, okay? That's in the law. That is the foundation of special ed in the 2004. That's 20 years ago. I would venture to guess if we could do an anonymous survey, I don't know who would do it, Brooke, Nancy, of special educators, 90% of them have never seen this language, okay? And it's not their fault, but who loses? Our kids lose every day when they're still thinking garbage, when they're still thinking low expectations. They can't do much. Their life won't be much. They're going to be on welfare the rest of their life and food stamps and all that, and the waiver, and they'll suck it dry and all that. Doesn't have to be that way. And look at, there it is, lead, productive, independent to the maximum extent possible. We're not saying everybody here is going to work 40 hours a week, making $15 an hour. But at the same time, we're not saying we're selling anybody short. Raise the bar, keep it high. You may not make it, but if you don't keep it high, you're not even going to try, right? And that's true of all of us as well. So transition, again, it's not a place or a program. Okay, what are we doing in the transition stuff? And some of you are Stephen Covey fans, maybe. I love this quote. Reducing children to a test score is the worst form of identity theft we can commit in school. Is that beautiful or is that beautiful? Again, you're not identified as a person, you're a label, okay? Strength lies in differences, not in similar. That's the purpose of all of us. We're all different, we're all unique. We all have different perspectives, experience, and contributions. Okay, Then we added the transition amendments in 2004. Look at this, coordinated, results-oriented. This is now what special ed says we do in transition from 16 to 22. It's no longer just fill in the paper. What are the outcomes? What are the results? Academic, and we added and functional. That's very important for our kids, okay? Example, I was working as what's called the guardian ad litem a number of years ago in Illinois. Attorney General, State Department, was a lawsuit by a mom, and the daughter was in school. And I went to the IEP and I told the mom, I probably won't be very nice. This was a young lady, 16 years old, significant intellectual disability, lots of stuff. And they pulled out her new IEP because they had already written it before we got there, of course, right? And her reading achievement at 16 years, I want you to hold on to this if you know the test, was a 2.2 grade level. And in the new IEP, we were going to raise it to 2.3. That was the goal for the next, and that's a compliance statement. It's a measurable goal. The auditors could come and see it. And I said, please tell me, what is the difference between 2.2 and 2.3? And they said, well, because we can measure it. I said, that isn't what I'm asking. Will it make a difference in her life? And they just sort of sat there dumbfounded because they were never thinking about her life. They were thinking about the damn piece of paper. Okay, no, seriously. I know it doesn't happen in Alabama, only in Metro Chicago. No, and this was only about 7 years ago. All right. So I said, just a minute. How about we change this to functional reading, because this was already the law, and let's get her out of this building, teach her how to read the street signs, how to read the bus signs, how to maybe open a bank account, shop in the grocery store. And they looked at me like I was from Mars, because that wasn't their program. We finally won, but I said, if we don't get this done, I was going to go to Nancy's counterpart, the Protection and Advocacy System in Illinois, called Equip for Equality, and I was going to file a complaint. And with the power of a guardian ad litem from the state attorney general, that would have had a lot of clout because I had that freedom. They fortunately agreed to start to do stuff. This young lady now lives in her own home with support. She has lots of stuff, and she's working part-time. Okay. And I'm glad I was there, but that was for that one kid. What about all the rest of the kids who are in that school? Okay, but so that functional is critical, movement from school to post-school, and this is straight statute. Post-secondary ed, voc ed, okay? Nancy may remember, I was doing some regional meetings with her a couple of years ago on the waiver and employment, and we were up here in the Birmingham area, and I tell these stories because I hear them, and we were talking about employment, and there was somebody there from a school district and voc rehab, and they were talking about this young man when I was getting into all this stuff about employment, and they had this young man who wanted to start work. So while he was still in transition, they got him a job part-time as a janitor at a welding factory. And he was, I guess, doing okay. So 3 months go by, they go to have a meeting with the supervisor at the place. And I guess he was working late afternoon, early evening, maybe after school. And so they have the meeting. Yeah, he's doing pretty well. And the young man says, I want to weld. And they all looked at him like, what? He had been observing the welders while he was there. And he said, show you. So I guess after they shut down, he played with some of the equipment. Probably shouldn't have, but he did. He got up there and began to use the welding equipment. They all freaked out. As a result of that, the employer said, when he's done, we'll take him. We will train him. We'll get him the certificate. 6 months later, he was working there at $22.50 an hour. Okay? He was motivated. He got the opportunity to see something that he might not have seen. And maybe if he'd been in an electrical place, he would have chosen that. But here's the thing. He was relegated to be a janitor, because that's what we do with people like that. But I was so pleased to hear both the teacher and the voc rehab counselor say the light went off for them, that they're too limited in their thinking about this stuff. So again, we never know, okay? Strengths, preferences, and interest. Okay, same words. post-school living, functional eval. So this is all in the law. And it's the students' meeting, by the way. It's not the teachers' meeting. It's not mommy and daddy's meeting either. Example of a mom who was in our Partners in Illinois several years ago, suburban Chicago, uppity school district. But they basically said, don't bring your kids to the meeting. We know what they need. And she heard from several of us and a self-advocate, a leader, it's their meeting. They need to be there. So she talked to her husband. Seth is on the autism spectrum. I think he was maybe 11 at the time. And they decided they were going to bring him to the IEP meeting, and they practiced a little bit. So they walk in with their son, and the 6 special ed teachers, whatever, were like basically saying without saying it, what the hell's he doing here? They didn't say it, but they thought it. So they sit down and they do introductions. Goes around, Seth has an iPad for communication. Hi, I'm Seth. Pause, hang on, folks. I'm here because I'm the expert on Seth. Total silence in the room. And guess what? His IEP meeting was transformed. He is now fully included in middle school, and the word got out, and almost every parent now brings their kid to the IEP in the Glenview, Illinois school district, because one mom from Partners said, I'm going to challenge the tradition here, and her kid's life is thriving because of it. But I love the line, I'm here because he's saying, it's my meeting. It's not your meeting. And we all have to do that. Some of our kids may need more support. They may need accommodations, but it's their life plan that's being done. So I share that one. Here's the Supreme Court decision recently that I mentioned from Justice Roberts, who also wrote the opinion. We haven't figured out yet, but I am convinced Chief Justice Roberts, when we eventually get done here, either has a family member with a disability, knows somebody on the autism spectrum, knows a progressive special educator, something, because he decided to write the opinion. And look at this, 8-0 decision, right, Nancy? I mean, there's something going on here, okay? But I know the case well, because the kid was pulled in 5th grade on the autism spectrum, placed in a private school because the parents said they're not doing it right in the local school district. They lost the case in the federal court and decided to go to the Supreme Court. And I will tell you, a lot of advocates were really worried as the court was moving more conservatively. What might happen here? They could say, well, IDEA shouldn't be that way or whatever. And instead, here is the direct quote, and this applies in Alabama. When all is said and done, a student offered an education program providing a merely more than de minimis progress. That was that wide range achievement test score I told you, going from 2.2 to 2.3, can hardly be said to have been offered an education at all. IDEA demands more. It requires an education program calculated to enable a child to make progress in light of their circumstances. And I love the last line. The IEP is more than a form. That's a direct quote. That's just saying it's not just a blank for filling out for compliance and putting in the file. Yes, ma'am. Hang on, she's going to get you a mic. Someone.
Okay. Hi, my name is Michelle Gavan. I'm from Chelsea, Alabama, and I have never understood this one thing about Andrew F. How does one define reasonably calculated?
Okay, that's a fair question. And I think it has to be based on what we know about the youngster, what we know about how to modify the curriculum with technology, UDL, et cetera. So I think reasonably calculated says, we're not putting the bar up here that every one of these kids is going to be a Rhodes Scholar and go to grad school and get a PhD. So I think reasonably calculated is quasi-subjective, but reading the rest of the law, tie it to those outcomes. How do you get from here to there? What are the incremental steps, as opposed to saying, we're just going to keep maintenance? So I think, again, if we can get IEPs to focus on outcomes, quantitative measures of success, just so they talk about what's the graduation rate, how many kids go to college. We want those outcomes. How many kids, and I'm going to get to the employment data on work while in school, and it is mind-boggling what the difference makes. I'll show it to you shortly. When kids with disabilities get the opportunity to volunteer and have paid work before they leave school on their post-school employment opportunities. If they don't ever get it, then the odds go way, way down. The same with that functionality about independent living. And again, do it where it's meaningful. I get very tired when I see schools have a mock little kitchen or a mock little bedroom that doesn't look anything like the kitchen in their house or the washer dryer in their house. And that, what a waste. Because one of the things we know, particularly about intellectual disability, is generally not generalizing well from place A to place B. So if you teach me how to use the stove and the dials are over here, but the one in my house, they're up here or they're different. Yours is gas and mine's electric, washer and dryer, all of them are totally different. What a waste of time. It looks good on paper, right? But functionally, I go home and my mom says, well, how come you can't wash? You've been doing it at school. Oh, it's not like this, Mom. Teach it in the place they can learn it one time and learn it well. And if they move to their own place, fine, teach it again. So I think functionality and outcomes need to be the hallmark of those IEPs and what's reasonable. And yeah, not everybody is going to leave and go to grad school. Not everybody's going to go to college. And again, I gave that welding example. I can tell you in Alabama and in every other state, the trades are begging. How many of students we know with disabilities might like to try out being a welder, being tool and die, being a carpenter's assistant, being a plumber assistant, being an electrician, HVAC, all of those are begging in every state. And guess what? No offense to those of us who went to college. Lots of those people can make more after a year than somebody coming out of college with a bachelor's degree today. Nancy?
Hey, I think, Ms. Cavan, related to your question, I've seen a lot of stuff that unfortunately says that that decision has had actually less impact than one would have thought right after it first came out.
Really?
Yeah, I've
Wow.
read law review articles and the like about
Ah.
that. I've attended conference sessions where, and what people focus on is the last phrase, in light of the child's circumstances. It's almost like it's a loophole. Yeah,
Sure, I hear you.
it's challenging, but clearly going from 2.6 to 2.7, forget that. That's not challenging at all.
Right, yeah. And I
Um,
think there's a pragmatist side to this, but I can appreciate that, it's that old cliche, is the cup half full or half empty? If you remember that one. And many of the people in charge still see it as half empty as opposed to the half full, which is the strengths, the preferences, and the equal opportunity. And I want to be fair, as I say. I'm not saying everybody's going to college. I'm not saying everybody's going to make $100,000 a year and get their next car to be a Rolls Royce or whatever it is. But I don't want to prevent anybody from having those options to look at and explore. And we'll get into that when we talk about some employment stuff. So thank you for raising that. I will be thinking about that and how to get it across maybe differently.
Well, I don't think you should not say.
Oh, no.
that at night.
Yeah, no.
Just don't count on it.
Getting translated. Yeah, okay. And here again, from an OSER's manual, 2017, okay? Must include the IEP. This is coming from the federal government manual, not a manual from a trade association or whatever. Appropriate, measurable, post-secondary goals based on transition assessments related to training, education, and employment, where appropriate, independent living to assist student with a disability in reaching these goals, okay? So this sort of gives you a little leverage about, you got to get there, you got to work at this, and it's got to be individualized. This graphic you could spend a day on. I think this came from the feds, but I'm not sure, but I just share it with you. You can print it out and look at it. But how do you get from here to there? Now let's go to research. Rich Luking recently retired from the University of Maryland. 20 years of U.S. Department of Education funded research on transition. So again, I like to harden this by saying you and I paid for all of his research with tax dollars. It wasn't private foundation or donors or whatever, okay? The number one factor predicting post-school career success, work experience during school. And again, common sense would say, yeah, that makes sense, right? Okay, and then he lists the other things, but work is the biggie. And he retired a couple of years ago. He's got a couple of books out if you want to get them. He still does some consulting now and then, but he's really trying to retire. But this guy has been at this probably 15 years before he went to the University of Maryland. He created an agency in Rockville, Maryland. When I lived there, I got to meet him, called Transcend. You can look it up. They now do training all over the country. And their new exec who succeeded him was the former director of APSI, Laura. So Rich is a superb resource. Okay, and then here's another one from Dr. Eric Carter. The best predictor of post-school outcomes are parental expectations, raise the bar. Teacher expectations, they change the path of what experiences are made available. Again, these are PhDs. To me, this is common sense. You know, the more you expect, the more you're going to work at it. And I love this one from Eric. Changing introductions from deficits and when you cannot do to strengths, preferences, interests, gifts, and contributions. And then his parting shot, relationships matter, locations matter. That's called inclusion. Those are his code words, all right? This is probably the current seminal researcher on transition. He has just left Vanderbilt. He's now at the UCED at Baylor. Read his stuff. It's magnificent. He's gone to lots of meetings. He's trained lots of PhDs. There is not one child he has ever met, regardless of complexity, that he hasn't been able to help write a transition IEP that's inclusive and get the schools to do it in Tennessee, because he had the backing of the state and the university when he'd go to IEP meetings as a consultant. Literature is overwhelming, and he's got some new stuff. You can look him up on paraprofessionals and the shortage we have now. Guess what? In an inclusive classroom, you're going to like this one, the peer tutor is as successful, if not more so, than the paid para. Plus, they begin to build a relationship where the kid without disability says, okay, they got help, need help here, but he knows more than I do about the local football team or whatever it is. So they begin to see the strength side of their peers, and those relationships change and blossom going forward. So I'm not saying don't hire paras, but his literature now, and you can look them up, has got 3 or 4 peer-reviewed journal studies that, when well coached, neurotypical peers do as good, if not better, than paid paraprofessionals, because they're at the same level. They're not the hired gun coming in to help the team. It's a different relationship. So again, I love this man's work. And for those of you who are religious, he was always doing faith-based inclusion on the side while he was at Vanderbilt. The reason he went to Baylor, be prepared, this is going to be good in about 5 years. He's got a dual job. He's doing his stuff in the University Center for Excellence. He is now teaching future ministers about congregational inclusion as they're in school getting their divinity degrees. That's unbelievable. And they wanted him for that because they knew he had done that. So watch out what's coming out of Baylor if you know anybody who's going to get their divinity degree there in the next 5 years, because they're going to be talking congregational inclusion, religious school inclusion, because that's the only thing he's going to teach them. He isn't going to make any exceptions for segregation. Yep. Okay, here's a statement from Tash about what is inclusive ed. Okay. Only achieve when a child's participating as a member who belongs with supports and services, of course, that they need, individualized. I'm not going to bother you with these, but you can read all the statistics at your leisure. And again, community inclusion includes more than just the school, neighborhoods, all that stuff. Technology, oh my God. 1989, we passed the Assistive Tech Act. increase, maintain, or improve functional capabilities of individuals with disabilities, okay? Where are we? 3:30. I'm just going to watch the clock. Okay. And accessibility adaptations to workplace. Very simple definition. That was in the Assistive Technology Act. The same definition with no changes is in the Developmental Disabilities Act, IDEA, and the Rehab Act. We did that for one reason. I was in DC at the time. We didn't want different departments saying, oh, well, we do it this way and this is what we pay for. This is what we call technology, whatever. It's the same in all of them. And that's very important depending where you are in the lifespan and where the funding may come from or not come from. The biggest challenge that I run into, particularly for kids in this country, many school districts don't have staff who are well-trained in assistive technology, particularly in the alternative augmentative communication realm. And talk about a violation of rights. If that's your means of communication because you don't communicate verbally, that's pretty ugly that you don't get an AugCom device, whether it's low-tech with pictures and whatever, or a talker or an iPad adaptation or something more. There's tons of stuff out there. But it is a right. And if the school district doesn't have it, let them buy it from somebody who does, get a contractor in. But please don't let them get away with saying, we'd love to do it, but we don't have anybody on staff, so you'll have to do without. That's a violation of the law. That is a related service, and it is as important as OT, PT, speech, psychology, all that other stuff. And look at this. IBM, 1991, I love it, still applies today. For people with without disabilities, technology makes things easier. For people with disabilities, technology makes things possible. Okay? I mentioned my stepdaughter, Mindy, earlier, who has Rett syndrome. We've made major advances in her life over the last 30 years. But one of the ones we didn't break through for a while was communication because nobody had anything to offer. Fortunately, about 5 years ago, we learned that there was somebody in our community who does this work internationally, only working with women with Rett syndrome on AugCom. So we engaged her, had to pay privately because the state waiver doesn't want to pay for that stuff. Unfortunately, I could afford to do it. And we start doing this in Susan's home. One of the DSPs brings Mindy out from her residential and whatever. And she's using what is called the Tobii Dynavox eye gaze. I mean, Susan had tried some other things. They weren't going to cut it. So this is a very complicated and expensive device. And the first 10 minutes are just getting Mindy seated and her eyes aligning with the stuff that's up on the screen. So we start watching this and I'm impressed. But then I want to share this one with you. About 6 months into this, and she's making what looked like good progress. My wife wasn't feeling well, so I called Susan, the teacher, and said, I know Mindy will probably look for us once you get seated, because we sat on the other side of the table, and Jan isn't well, so we're not going to be there today. Okay, fine. So Mindy gets there, and fortunately, her sister was also there. Not that I wouldn't have believed the teacher, but this was too good to be true. So Mindy's there getting set up and whatever, and then she's looking around, and Susan says, yeah, mom's not going to be here, and pops, I'm pops because I'm the stepdad, I'm not dad, aren't going to be here today. Pause. Mindy looks at all the icons. I want you to hear this. Profound mental retardation, right? I'm sorry. Okay. Then Susan says the following, and she did this intentionally because Mindy has a 25-second auditory processing delay as part of her neurology. I can't even comprehend that in today's nanosecond world, right? So you got to have time for that to process and had to train her staff, all kinds of stuff. And that's well documented. So she pauses and then said, yeah, mom's not feeling well today. Pause. Mindy looks at the icon. I'm very sorry. So not only did she have content pegged up for 47 years, she had affect. I can't comprehend leading a life with no ability to let anybody know other than with gyrations or stuff, what's going on up here. And I'll share this with you. She has a superb neurologist. Once he saw this, he wrote a letter, Nancy, you're going to love this, to the state DD agency. I am directing you to remove from her record any reference to profound mental retardation. It is totally incorrect and unfair. 2 weeks later, taken out of all of her records. Neurologists all hit the credentials, and he specializes in Rett syndrome. We're lucky. And he was not blown away. He had data now other than subjectively to say, stop it, you're hurting her by doing this, okay? So I share that with you. And this wasn't around when she was a young kid, but comparably, there was a young lady 3 years ago, not that far from here, in Florida. I think it may have been Fort Lauderdale. Graduated summa cum laude from her high school using a Tobii Dynavox with Rett syndrome. Okay, Rett syndrome can mean all kinds of things, just like anything else. I'm not saying Mindy would have been, and she's got a full scholarship to go to college, this young lady, but if she hadn't gotten that Dynavox when she was 3 years old, she probably would have flunked most of school. So technology is critical for many people with disabilities, even if it's just a smartphone or an iPad or a Chromebook or whatever. Make sure it's on the list because it can make a big, big difference. As IBM said, makes it possible. Voc Rehab. Now we'll get to this fun stuff. This is 1992, getting a little closer in history on some things. Okay, this was a major change in legislation. Prior to this, in the Voc Rehab law, there were 3 criteria for being opened in a case. And I know that because my first job was as a rehab counselor in Texas out of grad school before this. This hearing was orchestrated by my colleague, Dr. Christopher Button, who's now at the Office of Disability Employment Policy at Labor, and yours truly when we were at United Cerebral Palsy, because we kept hearing about people being denied Voc Rehab services with all types of disabilities. And then fortunately, through networking or other kinds of opportunities, managed to get jobs anyhow. We sent out, this is pre-computer, on our fax listserv tree all over the country, asking were there people who wanted to come to Washington to testify who had a letter saying you're not feasible for employment from state VR in their state, and then were working and could bring their current paycheck and a good letter from their employer. Within 1 week, we had 380 responses from across the country. So we picked, as you would do, who were the members on the committee, somebody from their state. So it was a constituent, so they could get mad at their state too. And cross disability, helped them write their testimonies. They brought their letter, they brought their paycheck and their employer letter. After the second witness, I thought the members of the House committee were ready to kill. And one of them said, thank you for coming. I'm paraphrasing. This was before we had video cameras, or I would have tried to record it. I'm pleased what you have done. I'm livid that the federal state agency that we support to assist you told you you can't work, and in spite of them, you're working. Something is wrong here. So that law, which used to say, have a disability, it had to be a barrier to employment. And I, as the counselor, talk about teachers, I got to play God. I could look at you, Michelle, look at your paperwork. No, I don't think you're feasible. Go do some other things, come back maybe another time. So I wouldn't even take an application, and I would just write a letter, you're not feasible. And even if I did, I could subjectively base it on a score or whatever. That third criteria is now removed, and there's a presumptive eligibility that even people with the most severe disabilities are eligible for Alabama Department of Rehabilitation Services and Illinois and other places, and it has to be for employment. That's only 32 years ago. Your state in this area, I think, does better than many. And again, for those of you who aren't attorneys, Clear and convincing evidence is required to say you can't. That's a civil judicial standard. It's not an IQ score. It's not a DSM diagnosis. It's not an achievement or an aptitude score. That means we've tried some things. We've gotten you out there. You've tried this. You volunteered. You did an internship. You've done some customized employment discovery. And I'm here to tell you, if you do any of that well, the odds of somebody not succeeding are close to zero. Nancy.
Data the other day.
Yes.
And I noticed that the number of I might get the exact terminology
Yeah,
wrong,
closures is right.
but the number of
26.
closures for persons with intellectual disabilities in Alabama is exceedingly low. And it made me wonder, is it I don't know, like what questions might I want to be asking us to try to figure out why the number of closures is so low? Are these individuals not even being referred to them in the first place?
Well, the next question you can ask, and it should be in the data set, is how many were closed out of how many who were served or cases opened? Is that not in the same data report? You know what I'm saying? In other words, we opened 400 cases and we successfully closed 65. Yeah. What?
I'm your new best friend.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. No, I didn't hear it. Speak.
Ashley did her internship at ADRS in Gadsden, so she will fill us in after your presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay. And again, there are games being played in every state to get around this, because the only way this happens is if they take the application. So in lots of states, they persuade you to not even apply. And my advice to every advocate, insist on filling out that application. Once you fill it out, then they've got to meet that clear and convincing standard. And if they don't, then you go see Nancy as the, do you have the CAP program? Yeah. Right. So that's the client assistance program, and they can provide advocacy if something isn't working right at ADRS. That's very important, and that was built into the law, and we got that changed in Illinois 2 years ago also. Okay, so clear and convincing evidence now is not a test score. That's what you need to know. Okay, and here are the outcomes. Oh my God, look at this. In federal regulation, I'm going to sit a bit. Sorry, nothing personal. Those hips and knees don't do like they used to. All right, this is 2001. This defines what is voc rehab's outcome. All right. Integrated labor market, supported employment, or any other type of employment in an integrated setting. This got even strengthened a few years later in 2014. No longer can voc rehab pay, to use Nancy's term, for a 26 closure for somebody in a work crew, even if they're making minimum wage or above. It has to be integrated work in the regular workforce, and I'll show you that. But look at this. The language from the DD Act and special ed is now in regulation about what constitutes a rehab plan. The individual's strengths, resources, priorities, concerns, abilities, capabilities, interests, and informed choice. Could you ask for anything more descriptive than that? And that's law. That's how this process must work if they have been trained. And then we'll look at now informed choice. We actually have a regulatory definition in the Rehab Act of informed choice, because again, states were messing it up. So the feds with pressure decided they'd write a rule to make it clear. Okay. Informing each applicant and eligible individual through appropriate modes of communication. So that may be foreign language, that could be ASL, that could be CART. It depends what the communication strategy is for the person's plain language, all right? About the availability and opportunities to exercise informed choice, including the availability of support services for individuals with cognitive disabilities who require assistance in exercising informed choice. Oh my goodness. So we're not going to sit here and sit with the person and say, okay, fine. We know that you've been doing this. So would you like to keep doing this or do that? And the person says, do this, because they don't know what that is. That's sabotage. That's not informed choice. Informed choice says, let's go take a look. Let's go see what's out there, what you might be interested in. We'll figure it out. We don't know either. That'll take some time. And I give you a great example of this from the institution side. A number of years ago, there was a governor in Illinois who decided to close 2 of our 7 or 8 institutions. We still have a bunch. And hired somebody to help do this and whatever, and a new director. And obviously the resistance, from the public employees unions was rampant, from some legislators where the institution was the main payroll in the county and whatever. So there was a meeting going on at this one institution not far from Springfield called Jacksonville. And the director at that time, Nancy, I don't know if you ever knew Kevin Casey, used to be P&A in Pennsylvania, whatever. He became the DD director. So he went down for a meeting, not anything to do with this specifically. And I guess people knew he was coming. You're going to love the story. So he parks his car in the parking lot. He's walking across to go to the admin building. 2 residents come out. They'd obviously been waiting for him. And Kevin could see there was a staff person behind a wall watching all of this who had orchestrated it. And they get in his face. Don't close this place. This is our home. We are here. I mean, they were communicating enough to get him the message. Kevin was a pro. Really? He said, well, I'm sorry. Has anybody told you what might happen in Springfield? No. Do you 2 guys like each other? Yeah. How do you think you might like living in an apartment in downtown Springfield with support? Or maybe a small house? Huh? What? And they sort of started to smile, and you could be downtown and you could do these things. Kevin was very clever. And he said, I'm going to arrange for somebody to come out here from Springfield and just give you guys a chance to go see what's out there. Maybe you'll say you don't like it and you want to stay here. And I think he was willing to say, I would respect that. He knew the odds weren't going to be that high. So he arranged for a service coordinator to come out there with management, took these guys several times into the community to explore downtown because they'd never even been there, living options or whatever. And he said, I'll even come back to your planning meetings to help if that's what you want. Guess what they wanted at their planning meeting? They didn't say, we want to stay here anymore. Within 3 months, they moved into an apartment in downtown Springfield, just the 2 guys, 2-bedroom, whatever, with supports from one of the local providers. And I think within 3 months after that, both of them had part-time jobs. Okay. They weren't given real choice. They were sabotaged by saying, you're going to be lonely out there. You won't know anybody. People are going to beat you. You know, all that mythical garbage out there. Informed choice for me, give you an example that we can all relate to, is I don't know if you've ever been to what I would call a fancy foreign food restaurant, whether it's French, Chinese, Vietnamese, Mediterranean. And you go in there and you look at the menu and you know you've eaten this before, but then you're looking, gee, that looks interesting. And you say to the wait person, is it possible I could get a sample to try this? And most places like that will say, sure, you know, we'll bring you out one. And sometimes you'll take a taste and say, nah, I don't think that's what I want. That's informed choice. How about this? Could I try that? Oh, I like that. I'll order that. Okay. I believe informed choice is comparable. You got to see it, smell it, taste it, feel it, experience, and then be able to say, yeah, I think I could do this. Or no, I don't like it. Can I look at something else? And you might have to look at 10 things. You might have to look at 5 things. How many of us who went to college started out, we were going to major in X and do Y. And at the end of the first semester or the first year, no, I'm changing majors. Okay, did anybody get mad at you for doing that? No, that was all an informed choice. We learn as we go. We must say we're going to provide the same equal opportunity for anybody with a disability to try stuff. And it's okay to say, I don't like it, or it's not what I thought it was going to be. Or, ooh, that's really bad, or I love it, and anything in between. That's informed choice. And that's what we must do. And I love the fact that in the Rehab Act, rehab has to pay for that to occur for somebody, and you need to know that. It's not just the counselor saying, okay, would you like to be a dishwasher? Would you like to wipe tables at McDonald's or bag groceries? Sorry, but those are the traditional easy things that we tend to think those people can do. And my response is, number one, because we also talk about careers now, okay, if that's what somebody really wants to do, to start out as a bagger, fine, start out as a bagger. What do we need to do to build a career where you can become the cashier? Okay. Example, again, it can happen. Young woman I work with in Illinois used to work for me when I was a provider. Now does independent stuff on supported employment. This was probably 6, 7 years ago. She called me. We meet once or twice a year. I'm having a problem. Can we meet at this Target, whatever. And they had a coffee shop there. I said, fine. So I meet her there. We're chatting. And then she says, look over there. And I'm looking, and it's, I think cashier lane 6 or 7. Watch the guy over there. So I'm watching this young man. Looks like maybe he had mild intellectual disability, but he was a cashier. He wasn't a bagger, and he seemed to be doing well, making change, taking credit cards, smiling. So I said, okay, what am I missing? She said, he's about to get fired. I said, what? When he goes on break, he gets caught up in the game room. Okay, and they're not allowed to have their phones. They have to put those in a locker because he loves to do stuff on games on the computer, and they have that in the break room, and he loses track of time, and he comes back late. And when he comes back late, it throws off the next person because it's staggered. You get your 15 or 20 when you come back the next, and I get that. Okay, so she says to me, they're going to fire him because he's messing up the work schedule. And that's when I shifted my head, and I like her and respect her a lot. I said, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to bring a job coach back, one, and I'm going to get a behavior management person in here. And I looked at her and I said, no, you're not. And this goes back to the technology. I said, come with me. And I think you can tell I'm old enough. I'm not really a techie. I know enough. Okay. And we go over to the jewelry department, and she's wondering what's going on here. And I said, this looks like a wristwatch with an alarm clock. It's $39. I'm going to buy it because if you have to go through procurement with Voc Rehab, based on what you told me, he's going to get fired. So I got the person to take it out. I said, I don't even know how to set it up. Here's the piece I want to share with you. There's 2 parts. She looked at me like I was God reincarnated. She was a traditional human service professional who was wonderful, did great job development stuff and whatever. Technology was not on her menu. You have a human service problem, you need another human service professional or paraprofessional. So I said, I think this will work. Set it up with him, with the manager, whatever. And I got to go. Let me know in a couple of weeks if it works or whatever. So a couple of weeks later, she calls me. I said, well, is he still working? She said, oh, yeah, it's better than that. So I said, what do you mean? I said, he didn't get fired? She said, no, he got very punctual. It took him 3 days to learn how to use that, set it 2 minutes before it was over so he'd have time to get back to his lane and all that stuff. And I said, oh, great. So he's kept his job. She said, oh, no, it's better. And remember, I told you he had a nice smile and whatever? Okay. He became assistant director of customer service at that Target store. He was going to get fired for a $39.95 watch. Okay, so I give that to you as 2 different pieces. One, use technology, and careers are real for people with, and he had mild intellectual disability, but he had great customer service skills, and management saw it. And once they got rid of this problem, they promoted the guy because they thought he was wonderful. Okay, so again, we got to look at things with a different set of lenses and not the traditional problem or label or deficit, or we need behavior management, or we need 2 more job coaches or whatever. And I'm not knocking the role those people can play, but informed choice is key here. And I'll give you this one here, and we're almost at break time. This was a national sample done. I think Alabama participates. It's called National Core Indicators. And this is done with the State DD Directors Association and with Human Service Research Institute with federal money, where every so often they go into states, they pull a bunch of files, they interview people in the DD system. This is strictly the DD adult system, and they get a lot of information. So as you can see, in a big sample of looking at people's records, only 15% had paid jobs in 2013. It's a little better now, not a lot, 20. Of that, who had no paid job, the outside interviewer asked a big sample, would you like to work? And based on what I've just told you, that's not really a great question because people may not even know what that means. But of the people who didn't have a job in their plan, almost half, 47% said they didn't have a job. They weren't working, I'm sorry. 47% said they'd like one. Then they went to those records, okay? The individual support plan, no different than the IEP. And for the 47% who wanted a job, only 30% had a job goal. Sorry, I beat up on all the professions. That means the other 70%, their service coordinators didn't even ask about their working. Who's got the low expectation here? You don't even ask me if I might want a job, so you don't put it in my plan. There's no choice there because I wasn't even given even just when I was given the simple question, a big chunk said yes. Then you look at their records, no, not even there. So we have all kinds of things about self-determination and the outcomes, more independent, more integrated, healthier, recognize and resist abuse. Another myth in our field that parents have. Oh, it's not safe for my son or daughter with disabilities to be out there in the community. They're going to be physically abused. They're going to be raped and assaulted. Guess what, folks? Read the literature. Not true. The vast majority, 87% of abuse of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, the perpetrator is somebody who they know. It can be a foster parent. It can be a housemate in a group home. It can be a staff person. Not saying it doesn't happen in a job, not saying it can't happen in the community, but the odds are much slimmer that you're going to get abused walking down the street or raped in the back room of Walmart or whatever, the bathroom or whatever. It's not true. We create this mythology. So my kid isn't safe there. They're safer here. No, they're much safer out there than they are here. And that's UCLA research, 20 years worth. Supported decision-making. Do you cover that at all, Brooke, in here? Yeah. Okay. So just know that's the new thing we're taking on now. And it's really about informed choice with support. So I won't bother you with a lot of it, but you've got a couple of slides from the National Council on Disability. Okay. And again, all students with disabilities are eligible for VR in transition. We have the same definition in IDEA and Voc Rehab, so they can start doing collaborative work from 14 to 16 through 21. Clear and convincing evidence, again, unequivocal. We talked about that before. Significant disability is even defined beyond significant. Okay, and here's the most important part of this one. If you're on SSI or SSDI, which is probably most of the people we're talking about, you're presumed eligible. You've all gone through a disability determination process with the Social Security Administration to get SSI or SSDI, so they don't have to go through that again at Voc Rehab. The law says you're in. Now let's start talking about careers and a plan. Very important. Okay, I think we will stop here with WIOA. This is 2014. And we will take our 15-minute break and come back at 4:15. Thank you for your indulgence. It's a lot of stuff. But again, like I said earlier, you're going to have all of this. Think about the themes and the messages and how this has turned upside down traditional labeling, thinking, and low expectations. That's you're going to see, even up to Medicaid, it's all now saying the same beautiful stuff. Thanks. All right, we're going to start. I know there's a couple of people who haven't come back yet. All right, here we go. So we're moving into 2014, and I've looked where I am and I'm behind. That's not your fault. So I'm probably going to go a little quicker and skip some stuff that I'll just reference and you can read at your leisure. So again, this is 10 years ago, major change in employment law. I want you to see the vote. 95-3, 415 to 6. That's a pretty amazing vote in Congress in the last decade. And the good news about it, we had people on both sides of the aisle from family perspectives, personal perspectives on disability, as well as employment in general. And nobody disagreed that making employment a priority for people with disabilities ought to be a priority in the United States of America with the funding to make it happen. Okay? Big push on transition. And we added customized employment into the law. We clarified supported employment. It's integrated and competitive. And your state now must spend half of its supported employment on youth with the most significant disabilities from 14 to 24. It's not negotiable. Some states don't like it, but you need to know that is a priority from the federal government. And why would they make it a priority? Because they want a better return on the investment. They know from Luking's research, Carter's research, and all the research, if we get kids on a trajectory to employment while in school, they're going to be employed. They're going to have a career path. They're going to earn money. They're going to be more satisfied. They're going to pay taxes, and they're going to be less dependent on public benefits. Not totally maybe, but less so. It's a win-win, okay? So they just, because I said to a couple of the Hill staff, I wasn't there when this happened, so I'm just curious, and they laughed at me, said, you know why we're doing this? And I told you why. Because we need to do it to change the trajectory of dependency, okay? And here's data, only 26% were employed, so we got a lot to do. And here's an economic study, well, not a study. Dr. Chimera's at Kent State, he's an economist, PhD, not a psychologist, not a rehabber or whatever. And he studied the difference between 14 and 16 starting transition. I don't know why every school district doesn't know this. This was before the recession, so the numbers did go down. But if you compare starting at 14 with 16, 14 is still ahead. This is kids on the autism spectrum. Take percentage and call it people. So if you start at 14, 81% of those kids had employment by the time they got out, whereas if you start at 16, only 59. 22 more students had employment by starting 2 years sooner. That's very significant. You know, if it was 1, you could say, well, it doesn't make a difference. That's a statistically significant difference. And the numbers are a little lower, but the discrepancy between 14 and 16 for kids with ID, look at that, 74 versus 58. That's 16 more kids' lives impacted if you start transition 2 years earlier. What's the reason not to start it? Oh, because they're not going to work anyhow. Who cares? No, they are going to work if you'd get your head in the right place, okay? We added customized employment in the law. It's been around for a while and not well done in most states, I'm sorry to say. But look at that, based on strengths, needs, and interest, and it has to meet the business needs of the employer. I'll come back to that in a minute. And it started with this guy. You can look up Mark Gold on the website, play the video, try another way. It was created, Mark died from Hodgkin's lymphoma in 1982. So this stuff has been around for the beginnings of customized employment called systematic instruction. Yes, that's PhD Dr. Gold with a ponytail, full professor, University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, published in the literature, brilliant man who designed a way to teach people called Try Another Way. This was a Bendix bicycle brake that he had people assembling with a little board in front because he grew up in his dad's bike shop in LA and he knew it was a hard thing to do. And he had people learning how to do this. I don't have the time to tell you some examples that I saw it happen and mind-boggling. This is the Association for Professionals Supporting Employment First, saying it must be the preferred outcome of all publicly funded services. And why? Okay, why do people work? Why should people with disabilities seek competitive integrated employment? Why should they not work and not be expected to work? And you can answer that for yourself. If we had more time, we would spend time on it. But this is why most of us work. Yeah, we need the money, but there's also self-esteem, there's social, there's collegiality. How come we don't see that as important for somebody who happens to have a disability or a more significant? And the image in the community, you're making a valued contribution, glad you're working, as opposed to you're dependent and you're taking Medicaid waiver money to go to the day program every day or whatever. The continuum is a myth. That's from the medical model. It used to be you had to graduate from day program to go to sheltered work, to go to this, to go to a crew and whatever. There is no research to back any of that. Anybody who wants to work with customized employment can work. Anybody who wants to live in supported living can live in their own home with individually tailored supports. You don't have to go from the special group home to the regular group home to the supervised apartment. This is all a myth. And guess what? When you have it that way, nobody ever moves because we set the bar so high to graduate from one of the boxes that you can't. And IQ doesn't correlate with productivity. That was Dr. Gold's 6 studies. Again, ancient history now. Okay, sub-minimum wages, a couple of us were talking about this at break. We've done a good job of cutting back in this country in the last several years, but there's still a lot of people, including in this state, doing it. Here are the states that are phasing it out or have phased it out. They're not on that list. But then let's look at this one. This is DD system, integrated employment, national average, 21.1%. You're not horrible, you're at 17, but you're not at the national average. But take a look at the leading states. Washington State, 85% of the adults in the DD system are employed. And do you know why? Because they had a very tough DD director who fought for several years and got beat up by the ARC, by parents and everybody, who said, we must make employment a priority. When you enter the waiver in Washington with the blessing of the feds, you don't get to say, I don't want to work. You must spend 9 months in an employment track, volunteering, job training and tryout, discovery for customized employment. And guess what? Within 9 months, when people get a taste of something they like and a paycheck, they ain't willing to give that up. That's why that happens. Plus, they've got some wonderful employers, including a company called Microsoft, which does a great job of hiring people with disabilities, okay? Oregon, because of a lawsuit, is doing very well. Rhode Island had a lawsuit, okay? So it can be done. It's not about the people. It's about leadership. It's about competency at the provider level, and it is about funding, okay? Bless you. Okay, here again from our friends at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, another USAID, the difference between workforce, and don't get caught up on unemployment. That's a misleading statistic. The statistic is workforce participation. Are you working or seeking work or not working or seeking work? And you can see 77% of the population prior to the pandemic were working or seeking work. Only 34% of people with disabilities. When we got to mental disabilities, 3 out of 4 weren't. And when we got to cognitive disability and SSI, it was more about 10% and 90%. Okay, 90% aren't even looking for a job. Unemployment only tells you about people who are looking. So workforce is the number. These are updated numbers, harder to read. It hasn't changed a whole lot. We're still way behind the curve for people with disabilities. Now let's look at where you don't do so well. So if people aren't working in the DD system, what are they doing? 37% are in some kind of day program. We have 5 states where nobody is. They're out doing meaningful day in the community. Social, rec, leisure with neurotypical peers. If they're in a group, no more than 3. And you can see that your state and mine get the winner. 86% are involved in a segregated day program, all or part-time. Not nice, not nice. Okay, the state DD directors put out a position statement now 3 years ago calling for the repeal of the subminimum wage, systemic marginalization. And again, I don't know whether your director voted for this, but this took a majority of the state directors of DD in this country to vote for this 3 years ago, saying we got to get rid of it. Okay. And look at this guy, Plato. He's even older than me. Each citizen should plan his part in the community according to his, we'd now say their, individual gifts. Plato knew everybody had a gift. Everybody had a contribution. How come we still don't know that in disability? And I say that because this was each citizen. He didn't say except them, each. Okay? Beautiful. This is in WIOA. I am not going to read it to you. We now have a formal definition of competitive integrated employment, and it is very specific, and it does apply to ADRS when they do those 26 closures, Nancy. They can't renege on this. The customary rate has to be the same, has to be similar occupations unless it's customized, and there's full interaction. In the old days, Home Depot used to have a crew in the back room of people with disabilities who were being paid minimum wage or whatever with a job coach. That is now illegal from a voc rehab perspective. That's still segregated. You've got to have interaction with the other workers and the customers as appropriate, and opportunities for advancement and career. And again, you can see that's US code. This is the law. This governs voc rehab. Okay, and here are things from research. Oh my, why would we care that people are mentally better when they're working? Okay, community engagement, social role. Okay, more. You got the study cited here. Work is good for people with disabilities as it is for all of us. Okay, these are all the different things we got to do better with: internships, apprenticeships. Okay, use the Department of Labor, post-secondary ed, all of that stuff. It's not one track. Okay. And Medicaid, look at this, in 2011, this is before the waiver new rules came out, wrote a whole paper on employment from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I have to tell you, as a Medicaid junkie, I never thought I would see this kind of language coming from that agency. But look at this, importance of employment. We want to support states' effort to increase employment opportunities, meaningful community for people getting Medicaid waivers. And then read this page, okay? Work is a fundamental part of adult life. It's been associated with physical and mental health benefits. Part of building a healthy lifestyle as a contributing member. I did bold it. All individuals, this is now coming from Medicaid. Medicaid in 2011. Regardless of disability and age, can work and work optimally with opportunity, training, and support that build on each person's strengths and interests, individually tailored and preference-based, whatever. Okay? How come every Medicaid agency hasn't read this? Not the DD agency, the Medicaid agency. This is sort of a mandate saying, spend your money here, you're going to get a good deal, okay? And we have data from the University of Iowa, where they studied people before they went to work and then when they went to work afterwards on their Medicaid claims only for healthcare, mental health care, emergency room, and psychiatric meds, okay? Look how much money they've saved in 1 year. $21 million. How many people would that take off a wait list for a waiver? Okay, no, well, I don't understand why Medicaid doesn't see this and even tell DD, we don't care what you want. We're making this a priority because it's going to help our budget and it's going to help people at the same time. Okay? That Medicaid is always a big cost in every state. Okay? And my takeaway from this, and we saw it in the pandemic, work may be stressful. Non-work is much more stressful. How much loneliness, depression, anxiety, and suicide did we see in the pandemic? Okay? My daughter didn't work for 2.5 years. Dina is social, had a lot of jobs. She was really down and out. Her mental health stuff got worse. Her psychogenic, psychosomatic stuff got worse. Now that she's back to work again, thank you, God, her mental health and physical health are much better. Okay? And I couldn't get mad at her. She's a social being. She was isolated. Okay? And once in a while got out a little bit. But we know that work is good for everybody. Is it perfect? No. Does it have stress sometime? Yes. But nowhere near as much stress as when you're sitting around doing nothing or doing something that has no value. Okay? And again, Dr. Galen, look at this. Employment is nature's best physician. So between our old Greek philosophers, they knew all this stuff before we ever got into disability segregation. Social Security, I don't have a lot of time to spend on it, just to say it's a mixed message, but we've got to get rid of the paradigm, okay, that you have to accept the life of poverty for public assistance. Just not true. And I heard you've already heard about the ABLE Act, and that's great. There's also benefits planning. So I'm not going to go through the ABLE Act except to say this was in part done to get around the $100,000 asset, no penalty. Who's eligible? It's going to go to 46 in a couple of years, which is good. And what you can use the money for, because you've already heard this, but in fact, for those of you who are parents of young children, and I don't know if the able person said this, start the account now, build it, and use it for a down payment on a house or with two families together, because housing is a big issue and that's a legitimate expenditure. And if you have enough for a down payment on a mortgage, more than likely, if your son or daughter or a couple of people seriously are working, or even if they're on SSI, SD, they probably have enough to pay the rent. But get that, okay? And then it's their home and they get the support and they don't have to move as needs change. The needs change for them. So this is a big one for me that I recommend all across the country, among other things. So where are we headed? Let's look at the national organizations in terms of the values. This is the arc of the US, full inclusion and participation, straight off their website. UCP, productivity, full citizenship, life without limits, pretty clear. Autism, meaningful participation, self-determination, inclusion, participation in all aspects of life. So they're all saying about the same thing, slightly different words. I haven't seen anybody here talk about segregation. I haven't seen anybody here talk about exclusion. The self-advocacy group, dignity and respect. Okay, and then we get to the ADA. These are the 4 goals, and look at the vote on the ADA. Pretty close to unanimous back in 1990. And many of the people who voted no were not anti-disability. I was there. This was philosophical. They thought this was a state issue, not a federal. I can't argue that. People have their philosophy of the role of government. But none of these people voted no because they said they didn't want them to have civil rights. But look at that. Those are the goals, folks. And we went through battles for a couple of years. I was there, where there were attempts to exclude certain people from this. People with severe mental illness, people with significant intellectual disabilities. And bless him, the late Justin Dart, who we called the Gandhi of this. I hope you've heard his name in history. We met every week and he said, we are all brothers and sisters. Either we will all be in or nobody will be in. And so certain groups that were prepared to sell out their brother and sister, because I work for ABC and we'll be in there and I can tell my board and our members, isn't that going to be nice? And he said, no, because we're going to tell them you screwed it for everybody else. So at the end of the day, there are no exclusions. Every person with a disability is included, and those goals aren't negotiable. They may not be reached, but they're the goals. That's the American dream. And think about this. Probably not here, a lot of people, but if you know anybody who's a mountain climber, okay, and I know a few, What's their goal whenever they're going out climbing the mountain? Get to the top. Do they always get there? Do they ever change their goal? No. I get to the first tier, I get to the second. The goal is to the top. We must insist on that for every person with a disability. These are the goals. They're not exchangeable to say, well, for somebody like that, that's not realistic. Because once you do it, you're screwing them. And we're not going to allow that to happen. This is a civil rights law. This is not a program bill. This is not a funding bill. This is civil rights. Okay? And look at this in the findings from Congress. Existence, unfair and unnecessary discrimination and prejudice denies people the opportunity to compete, costs the United States billions of dollars in unnecessary expenses resulting from dependency and non-productivity. How come that's not talked about in the state legislature? Why not? I didn't write that. Congress wrote it 34 years ago, and they're right. As long as we keep the myths going, we're going to promote dependency and non-productivity. And who's paying the bill? The taxpayers, state and federal, particularly Medicaid, SSI, food stamps, okay? Not saying we don't need some of that, but we don't need anywhere near as much. And here it is. We hit $1 trillion in 2020. $1 trillion, okay? No excuse for that. And people with disabilities are living longer now. When some of us got into this, they were often dying at 30 years of age, particularly people with CP, Down syndrome, pneumonia, cardiovascular, whatever. Typical lifespan. In the old days, parents used to say, thank God my kid's going to die before I do. I don't have to worry. Not today. We're doing planning for both our daughters now, trying to figure out the pieces to the puzzle and who's going to do what and how's it going to happen and where's the support. It's not easy, but that now is a new agenda for families, is unless there are unbelievable medical complexities, the typical and even pretty people with significant, I mean, Mindy with her Rett syndrome is already 51. She's probably one of the oldest people in the world. Why? Because we've made sure she gets appropriate medical and support stuff. And her doctor's saying, we're not sure, maybe she'll live to be 70. She'll make the history books. Thank you, Mr. Guinness. Not that we've done anything miraculous, we've just changed the perception and she gets high quality medical care that she needs. So just know this is contributing to waiting lists in states, because if people are living longer and they're totally dependent on housing and day program and transportation and case management and Medicaid as opposed to an employer's insurance plan and go down the list, at what point, even the richest states saying, okay, we're done until another 100 die, nobody's coming off the wait list. And I get it. I get it. And there are attempts still in Washington to cap federal Medicaid match, which is open to states now. So this is a big problem. We got to solve it. So here's the integration mandate from the ADA. All public entities, most integrated setting. This is state, county, city, municipality, schools, not schools. Sorry, they're out. The Olmstead decision, I hope you heard about it before, 1999. The Supreme Court affirmed it is a civil rights statute. That is important for us to know. These two women, Lois and Elaine, if you don't know the story, dual diagnosis, intellectual disability, psychiatric in Georgia, bounced from the DD institution to the psychiatric institution, back to the DD institution, and their lives were horrible. They never got to be in the community. And again, the late Justice Ginsburg wrote the majority opinion here. But discrimination includes segregation, isolation, and institutionalization. This is a wonderful picture. Lois passed away last year. The woman in the pink, I don't know if you know her, Nancy, that's Sue Jamison, who brought the case. She's a civil rights attorney in Georgia. Okay. This young lady who had no life, when she got out of the institution into her own home, with supports, and they began to do some person-centered planning and discovery, found out she has creative art skills. You could put a gun to Allan's head. I couldn't do that for anything at all. That's one of my areas I'm not good at. Okay, she opened up her own studio and her art gallery and got to present one to the President of the United States. How many of you got to present something to the President in the Oval Office? And I share that only to say, look at the skills, the strengths, and the talents when people looked at her differently, as opposed to you're retarded and you're crazy. Okay? They didn't cure her intellectual disability. She had a native talent that was underneath those labels, and people who started to work with her in the community, and they took her to the community college. The person at the community college said, there's nothing I can teach her. She might be able to teach me. She had innate skills. He taught her a few things, okay? Why aren't we spending more time in learning what people would like to do and maybe have already learned how to do, okay? So we had to write rules to define what's the most integrated setting. I'm not going to bore you. And what's a segregated setting? Yeah, we needed to write that in rules. Okay, daytime activities, you got 86% like Illinois. They're in segregated settings. Okay. This is a beautiful statement from Patty Killingsworth, neighboring state of Tennessee. She's now retired, testifying before Congress. Access to employment, most vital civil right, opens doors to all other civil and citizenship rights. We can't afford morally or financially to ignore it. She was running TennCare, managed care, that's evil. No, it wasn't evil when she was doing it because she had a core set of values, and you ought to see the rates they pay in Tennessee to get outcomes. And all of their case managers in the managed care healthcare companies have been fully trained in person-centered planning by a gentleman, Essential Lifestyle Planning by Michael Small and his team, and they do it with fidelity. And guess what? They're beginning to have some really exciting outcomes in that state because leadership said, and pardon me, a conservative state with her governor, we're going to profit by doing this. And she convinced them in the legislature to do it. Okay, can be done. Here's self-advocate from New Hampshire. Opportunity, purpose in life, no surprise here. And what do we know from the employers? You'll have this in your slides. This is an HR firm that did a study of 200 employers across the country, knowing nothing about disability. No offense to our university friends. They came in with a blank slate and they were going to see what they got. Okay, look at this. Underutilized population of potential employees proven to be a positive influence on coworkers, customers, and the company's bottom line. This came from the employers, 200 across the country, small, medium, and large, in open interviews, and they could have said it's crap and whatever, and it would have been fine. They didn't get that. They got mostly positive stuff. Okay, better business benefits, improves the culture. So we need to get clear, talking about DEI earlier, that what we really want ultimately is belonging, and that's an outcome. Those people in those companies were seen as real members of the team. They weren't just physically there to say we included them, or they were there. They were part of them. They had their identity as John or Mary or Susie or whoever. And here's their findings, okay? Drives business results, ready pool, and I like the last one. Fewer challenges and more support. Employers report minimal difficulty with preconceived challenges, so they admit it. They had their bigotry, their bias in their head. They got rid of it. Support resources readily available. This is critical. The employment provider agencies have to maintain linkage to the employer, just checking in and follow up, or if there's a problem, or sometimes there's a change of a supervisor, call that job coach or support person, come on out and reorient it. Sam left and now Mary's here, and she needs to know a little bit more about how we work with this young man or this young lady. And the provider better be ready, willing, and able to get there quick, because if not, what's going to happen? They're going to lose the job, and they don't have to. So we've got to be customer service, okay? This document, I hope I sent, and if not, I will. This came out not even, well, a year and a half ago now, from 4 federal agencies. This is almost unheard of. Framework for Community Engagement, Pathway to Employment, Special Ed, Department of Labor, ODEP, Administration Community Living, and SAMHSA Mental Health. This is rare, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, employment leads to economic opportunity. This you ought to bring to every IEP meeting for those of you who are going to, and I'll make sure you have the full document. It is exquisite, and all 4 agencies have signed off on it, saying this is what has to happen in education as a pathway to competitive integrated employment. Okay, maximize skills and talents, contribute to the economy. I mean, the language in this thing is beautiful. Okay. Personal interest, build, relate, whoops. Okay, individualized, interactive. Okay, I'm not going to read it to you, but I want you to see this came from 4 federal government agencies at the same time. Rarely do we even get 2 to sign on a document. No, this is critical for us. Everybody is on the same page at the federal level. The laws, the executive branch, the rules, what they'll agree to fund if the states would just say, we want to do it. Okay, now we'll go to living real quick. Administration for Community Living was established a number of years ago, 2010, getting old now. And look at the premise of this, because this does disability and aging. I just want to watch the clock here, okay? People with disabilities and older adults should be able to live where they choose, with the people they choose, and fully participate. Core belief, everyone can contribute throughout their lives. I would be willing to bet, off the record, if we took an anonymous survey of members of the Alabama state government agencies, you would not get unanimity on those statements or beliefs. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think you would. Okay? In the trenches, yeah. Yeah, and we need to get this to be the core, because, and then here's all the states, excuse me, yourself, okay, who don't have institutions, but we have plenty that do. Supported living, you sort of do it here, but I wanted you to see, because again, this definition came from the National Association of State DD Directors. Gary Smith, who's no longer with us, okay? Typical of those, same arrangements, having to move, no, okay? Choice where and with whom he or she lives, control over their living arrangements, okay? Furnishing services and supports, take command of their life, furnish to an individual, tailor to his or her needs and preferences, okay? More effective when furnished where a person lives, and people with DD should not be excluded from supported living based on the nature and severity of their disabilities. This was 1990, again, from the National Association of State DD Directors, okay? And it resulted in something called the Community Supported Living Arrangements Law of 1990, for the first time legally in Medicaid, separating housing from your supports, because prior to that, it was either the institution or a group home that you could get Medicaid for residential, okay? This said they won't pay for the housing, but will provide supports to you in your own home. 8 states did a demonstration project because people are a little squeamish about it. Evaluation was done of all 8 states. In 1995, this became a legitimate menu for states to add to their home and community-based waiver as just a specific item, supported living, not small living, not supported, because it has a definition, okay? And again, Gary added this. It's not an apartment program. It's not a small residence. It's not a residential alternative. And the best example I give to you for those of us who are getting mature and plan to age in place, my wife and I downsized a few years ago, no stairs in the house. We have no intention for assisted living or skilled nursing, we hope. We're going to age in place. At some point, might we need home health care? Might we need a visiting nurse? I mean, I don't know. They'll come to our house, and based on Medicare or whatever, we'll pay for it, but we're not moving to a different kind of house because our support needs change. That's the paradigm we need to use here for supported living. People, you know, somebody could be 40 years old, but they broke a hip. They're going to need a lot more supports for 6 months post that surgery and rehab till they go back to less support. Okay, you shouldn't have to move to a specialized group home or a specialized whatever. No, they'll come to the house and they'll do what they need to do. So it's really important what this means. These are from the University of Minnesota, okay, what we know from research and where people live. And this was about 2017 or 18. And I'll show you the actual numbers, but you can see a bunch of states, over half the people live in a setting of 3 or fewer. By the way, that is research-based. The best outcomes come in a setting of 3 or fewer, and better when the 3 people choose who to live with than even a 3-person provider-controlled group home. This is their stuff. This is council quality leadership. It's all consistent. What a novel idea. I want to choose where I live and with whom I live, my friends, okay? And you will see how it varies across states, all right? And you're not bad. You're above, a lot of other states, and it gets worse. And the worst are those states that still have large institutions have the least number of people, including my wonderful state of Illinois, because we spend so much on the DART institutions. Okay, money follows the person. Your state has done some of this. This was federal law from 2005, helping states with extra money to reduce people from both DD institutions and nursing homes. I helped write, I think, the first Money Follows the Person for this state a number of years ago, okay? And a lot of states have used it, including Alabama, okay? And here's how they defined where you had to move. And again, this is people coming straight out of institution. The first priority, a home owned or leased by the individual or family. Next, an apartment with a lease. Least desirable, a group home for 4 or less. Okay, this is 2005 for people coming out of institutions. Why are states still today saying, we're going to open up some new 4- and 6-bed group homes? No, we don't need any more. We need to get rid of the ones we've got and get that out of the system, okay? Housing community, it's fundamental. There is now a joint effort, and we've never had this before, between the Administration on Community Living and HUD. And again, all the things that housing does, it's a right, control where, and this is coming from the Administration on Community Living. These are some statistics coming from the University of Minnesota, where people live. Most are still living with family. Here's the new partnership, and it is really starting to move. And you can see who's involved. A lot of folks from the federal government on HHS's side. And there's the website. Go to it. You'll find all kinds of stuff about new housing opportunities and what other states are doing. I would particularly tell you to look at Maryland inclusive housing and Oregon supported living as being way ahead of many states. Okay. And then we get to this one. Center for Medicare and Medicaid issued a final set of rules. This was their best attempt to comply with Olmstead and the ADA. They can't tell you that's what they're doing, but they're trying to tie Medicaid to say, you got to be in compliance with integration. So in 2014, after 3 years of a lot of bickering, they began to put stuff forward, and case managers have to be independent from providers, as they are in this state, and defined what's a home and community-based setting. Needs of the individual, not the group. In their person-centered service plan, the setting is integrated, full access, and this is straight out of the rule, that's law, okay, to the greater community, and high priority opportunities to seek employment and work in competitive integrated setting, engage in community life, same degree of access as anybody who doesn't have Medicaid. That means to park, to recreation, to movie, to restaurant, to social clubs, leisure, all that stuff that many of us take for granted. And I realize different communities have more or less, but people with disabilities should have the same access that anybody else does, whether they're in an urban, suburban, or rural community, and how that all works. Okay, informed choice. We talked about that before. The HCBS setting rule requires, just like Voc Rehab, you get informed choice. You get to go look and try it and smell it and taste it. Put your toe in the water. Oh, I don't know. Can I go look at something else? I don't think I like this neighborhood. Yes, you can, and you should. No different than anybody else, all right? Sufficient supports to make the choices, just like in the voc rehab. Okay, negotiate your work schedule. Very often we find with people who are in still traditional group homes, provider says, okay, dinner's at 6 and we close the doors at 8. You can't work after 8 o'clock at night. How demeaning is that? Say somebody gets a job, maybe working in a hospital on a 3 to 11 shift. They're told, sorry, you can't take the job because you can't come back here. We locked the doors. Flagrant civil rights violations. And under this, they can't do that anymore. They may still try. See ya. Drive safe. Okay, so again, just understand this is law. And I put this in here with the help of the folks at State DD Directors Association. We've got to start thinking about what happens in the community that we don't tend to think about for people with disabilities. Okay, all the recreation stuff, book clubs, art classes, self-help, okay, soup kitchen volunteering, meals on week. There are a lot of things that people can do with disabilities, just like people without, instead of saying, well, you'll go to the day program or whatever it is. Find it out. Health and wellness, not the special gym, the why. Whatever the gym is in your town, and they can even pay for that with Medicaid. They will allow that. Okay, places of worship, yoga, pet care, walking the dog, volunteering at the animal shelter. Think about all the things that are in most any community. Why aren't they on the menu of things for people with disabilities? They should be. Okay, and then Agencies Without Walls. This was a webinar a couple of years ago. David works at the UCED in Massachusetts, but the Fed sponsored it. And this is to really help comply with the non-residential setting rule. And here's all the reasons why, based on research: reduces costs, better for the individual, integration, inclusion. These are his words, not mine. Goal-oriented, oh my gosh, with a deliberate purpose. Supports customized to each individual. Okay, other community members that are fully inclusive. I mean, this is such common sense, but we don't use a lot of that. And then here is the rule for the person-centered plan on slides from CMS, but with permission that I can highlight stuff. Driven by the person, just like the IEP. Chosen by, did you know that the person at the plan can ask for a friend or an advocate to come with them? They can, they have that right. Okay, my stepdaughter Mindy, one of her housemates knew we were doing the plan, and she said, can I come? I know some things about Mindy that nobody else knows. And she would know that. The staff would know we're not there. She had 3 nuggets to share at the meeting that were worth platinum. And they couldn't say, no, first somebody said, why is she here? Because we wanted her to be here because she knows Mindy and is going to help advocate. Oh, okay. But again, they wanted to get through it in 45 minutes and move on. Sorry, it took 2 hours. Tough. It's Mindy's plan. So again, know that the law is clear. The individual, if they're capable directly to say, I want my friend, I want my neighbor, I want my boss, whoever it might be, an ally to be here with me, they have that right. Okay. Time and location also doesn't have to be between 8 to 5. Choices, what's important. And look at this, in now regulation, like everything else, strengths and preferences are in the person-centered plan for Medicaid. They are in every one of our disability laws and regulations now. Nobody is using the old fix-it deficit model. You're broken. We're not denying the disability, but we're looking that the cup is half full, not half empty, okay? Individually identified goals, preferences, relationship, participation, employment, income, etc. This is the law, all right? I hope you've seen the Partners in Policymaking core values, but this is what they are: people first, real friendships, ability to communicate. We talked about that earlier. Full mobility, accessibility, continuity in your life, respect and dignity, negotiation to have wants and needs met, informed choice, okay, homes of their choice, and true productivity. These are the foundations of partners in policymaking coming out of Minnesota a chunk of time ago. And I just highlighted some of the words because they are now the words of law. See where we are on time. Oh, okay, we may make it. Okay, so these are things that I hope when you finish PIPA become part of your DNA. You can get the details from the slides and other handouts. So here's where we are. The current models are not sustainable. That's the dependability, lifelong poverty, et cetera. The waiting lists are growing. We got to change the business model, okay? It's not about filing paper compliance audits and outputs. We need to talk about outcomes, independence, productivity, integration, interdependence, inclusion, and belonging. We have tools to how to measure those today, several of them. The best ones are the personal outcome measures for the Council on Quality and Leadership. You can look them up. They have 21. They're research-based. Okay, we got to look at efficiency, effectiveness, equity, and we got to use all the tools in the toolbox that we now have as opposed to years ago. And look at the median household income in your state. So it's 60,000. How many people might have a waiver in the state in DD that costs more than 60,000, do you think? Quite a few? How do you think that would play on the front page of the newspaper? X thousands of people with developmental disabilities are costing you, the taxpayer, $65,000 a year, which is more than your family household income. That isn't going to play well. And I'm not saying there aren't some people who need that or more, but a lot of the people getting it don't need it. If we would invest 80,000 for a couple of years and maybe drop it down to 25, okay? That's the headset we need to start to bring. It's a business model of make the investment in the infrastructure, the training, and then you're going to get the return on investment. And I think we can sell that on both sides of the aisle, okay? Outcomes are what we need to talk about. Get your departments to start reporting them. And it's got to be across everybody, agencies, providers, and you got to spend money to build capacity. We're talking about customized employment before. There's going to have to be real money spent to teach providers how to do it. Because if they do it wrong, they're going to say, see, we told you, you need to go back to sub-minimum wage. And that's where I want to give you my last example about my stepdaughter, Mindy. So Mindy's life was going well. She got into an integrated day program. Finally, she was doing Meals on Wheels delivery. She was going to the local swimming pool, not swimming, but getting in the pool, having some stuff. And this agency had been through some training, one of their staff, with Fidelity, how to do customized employment with an agency, which I believe is the best, Mark Gold and Associates. So Nicole was doing her work, and I said to my wife, who's been on this journey with me, okay, I think it's time for Nicole to start to work with Mindy. Jan, my wife, and we love each other dearly, looked at me and said, I think you've gone too far. You're Looney Tunes. And I said, okay, I've watched Nicole work. She does it with fidelity. What have you got to lose? The worst that can happen is it won't be successful. And Mindy had been denied sub-minimum wage because of her neuromuscular stuff, and she doesn't communicate verbally. So she was written off as a loser, even at the sheltered workshop level, till she got to the community day. All right, so Nicole starts working with her. We have some meetings. Took her about 7.5 to 8 months. And remember, I told you Mindy has 25-second auditory processing delay. In customized employment, that goes down as a condition. Sometimes it's transportation, it could be food, medicine, whatever. Think about places of employment where it's got to be quiet. Because if she's working and getting some prompts or cues, all right, and somebody right over here is talking to somebody else, it's all going to get garbled. And that's not a behavior, that's her neurology. No different than she can't use her hands to do fine motor like somebody with CP or whatever. So Nicole starts doing the plan, eliminates 95% of most workplaces. And again, you often use networking. Mindy ended up getting a job in a funeral home. Now, how many job developers would go to a funeral home as the top 10 on the list? Right? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But here's the part. Remember, if you look at the definition, strengths and interests of her and the business interests of the employer. We're not asking for favors. We're not asking for charity. She's got something to offer. So part of what a good job development person does, and I say good being well-trained, she said, you know, here's who I am, here's what I do. Can I just look around your place of business to see how you do things? Very wise. What she learned, and this was before pandemic, when they were doing 2-3 funerals a day, was not uncommon. Before every funeral, the white collar workers, salespeople, grief counselors, the usual staff, stop. We've got to print and fold the programs. We've got to put labels on memorial candles, whatever the paraphernalia is for their funeral. And Nicole watched that, and she then said to the boss, so you've got these people who are being paid probably 50, 60,000 a year, whatever it was, doing this work as opposed to what you really pay them to do. I've got this young lady, and he hadn't even met Mindy yet. And again, she wasn't going to sell her cheap. Minimum wage was still a 7.25, who can do some of these, and I can teach her with help to do the others for $10 an hour. He stood there, as she tells me, dumbfounded, because as a businessman, forget Mindy, he hadn't thought about hiring a part-timer or a para to do this so his real professional staff could do that stuff. Mindy started the week later. We didn't go look for about 3 months. I was blown away because one of the things you'll often hear, and I probably took the slide out, is about work adjustment training. You have to learn to be on time, that was never going to happen for Mindy and doesn't happen really for anybody unless you're motivated. She got out of the van. We watched from the parking lot, pushed the press plate. I don't know if she ever learned anyplace else to hit the press plate. Door open. She walks down the hallway, turns right. There's a coat room there. She had a support person with her. They had to help her a little bit. And we're sort of shadowing. And then she goes through this maze of hallways to her office and her workspace, plops down, and she's ready to go to work. The following year, she got the Employer of the Year award. Okay? She was a loser. She was told she could never do anything useful for anybody. Does she have complex disability? Yes. Did she have a competent professional who knew how to do customized employment with fidelity? For Mindy, and again, when you do job development and customize, every job you go work on is only for that person. If you're working with 2 people, you don't go to one employer for 2 people. You're staying, because otherwise the people with the most complex never get on. Okay? So I share that story with you. There's no reason, and I don't mean to demean Mindy. If Nicole could make it work for Mindy, it can work for anybody if the state is willing to invest in the training, technical assistance, and holding providers accountable with good rates for outcomes. I did a study in Colorado 2 years ago. Everybody's on board. Hang on. Job coach, you ready? Starts at $48,000 a year, $38,000, I'm sorry, plus benefits. Job developer, $49,000 plus benefits. Guess what? Watch Colorado's numbers keep going up. Providers bought in because they could afford to pay for well-trained staff and hold them accountable for performance. Medicaid was on board, rehab, DD, providers, advocates. Took us 1.5 years to get there with data. But you got to pay if you want outcomes, then you can hold providers accountable. And if they don't deliver, they don't get paid. They were willing to say, okay, now we can do that. So can be done, but it's transformational. So the only thing in our life that is constant is change, so said philosopher Heraclitus, and that's true. Everything I've shared with you as best practice today, there will probably be customized employment 0.3 in a couple of years. There'll be supported living, whatever. There'll be 150 new assistive technology items and applications and software, and that's all great. We just need to be sure we're making sure they're adaptable or inclusive for people with disabilities. And President Kennedy summarized it very nicely. The great enemy of the truth not the lie, deliberate, contrived, and dishonest, but the myth, persistent, persuasive, and unrealistic. That's what I heard from some of you today. You are dealing with people who are in mythology. They're dealing with old culture, old values, because nobody has brought them up to speed. They're not nasty, they're not evil, they're stuck. And we've got to help them see that we're in a whole different place today based on all kinds of tools, expectations, civil rights law, and research. And that's what I love. It's all together. So change thinking can lead to change public policy. We don't have to take care of people. They don't have to look like that in the institution. And they can be self-sufficient. We got to have high expectation. Life is not a program. I've got a colleague in a very, quote, progressive state, we thought, in New England, whose son just hit transition years. They're going to send him to the Transition Academy. He's already had a couple of part-time jobs thanks to mom in the summer. So she went over to tour the academy, which is a program, segregated. And she was talking, oh, we don't do work here. That'll happen when he graduates from high school. Okay. He's already got work experience in the summer. They don't do any work training. They're going to do the soft skill stuff. Okay. And she's filing a complaint with the protection and advocacy system because it will be regressive for her son and probably hundreds of other kids because they've created a program for transition and they're all in it. And on that one, I'll tell you about my daughter, Dina. This goes back a while ago. Dina was in her sophomore year in high school in Colorado. I was a single dad at the time, and she was pretty much fully included. We had picked the high school when we moved there, the neighborhood, bought a house there, all that stuff. And we get to her IEP meeting with the director, a PhD, and I knew we were coming up. So I said to Dina at dinner a couple of times, start thinking about what kind of work you want to start to do while you're still in high school. So she ended up making a list, 3 categories: work with animals, work with little kids, or work in an office. And she had a whole bunch of things. She didn't say I was going to be a veterinarian, you know, but they were all quite realistic. She's very nurturing and very social. So we go to the meeting, we do the usual stuff, and then I'm watching the clock and I said, okay, Dina and I have been talking and she wants to go over with you some of the things she'd like to consider for next year for work experience. She starts reading her list, and these words are in my brain, and I share them with you as true confession that we all can get caught up in jargon. And the director says, well, that's all very nice, Dina, but we don't do it that way here. We have a program. We have a contract with a food service company, and you'll start over there in September, a couple of half days a week. And Dina immediately says, I don't want to do food service. And she's petite, got small hands. I'm afraid of working with big knives because she knew in a restaurant you got to use, she knew the environment. I don't want to do that. Anne says again, well, we don't always get our way, Dina. And then she does the work adjustment stuff. You have to learn to take supervision. You have to learn to be on time. You have to learn to get along with coworkers. And Dad had, not that many years ago, gotten out of grad school in rehab, learning about work adjustment training. So I looked at her and I said, well, she makes a point. You got the summer to think about it and you can give it a try. Summer's off, she's doing volunteer stuff, whatever. School starts, day 5. Hi, Allan, it's Ann. We're having problems with Dina. Oh, what's the problem? She's cussing, she's throwing food, whatever, Daryl's smiling. So I baited her like I did the person I told you who did the job at Target. What are you planning to do? We're going to bring in the behavior management team to teach her how to be compliant. At which point my brain switched and I said, no, you're not, because I'll sue you. She told you and me she did not want to be there in a very appropriate way in the spring. We did not respect her choice and forced her to go. Behavior is communication, and she is telling us now in a different way, I don't want to be here. Get her out of there, and let's figure out how to get her what she needs. Well, but I said, there's no well, but I was the ARC Colorado exec, and I said, I'll be at Protection and Advocacy tomorrow morning if you try to bring a behavior management team in. The word got out, the director of special ed knew, whatever. And I said, figure it out. So here was going to be the solution. This is a junior in high school, okay, who's in the neighborhood, has friends with and without disabilities, walks to school. We're going to bus her across town to the other high school because they do it your way. I said, I wouldn't bus any kid with or without disability. That's like going to a foreign country. She doesn't know anybody there. They don't know her. And you're going to place her there because there's a service there? Well, that's where he is. I said, good, figure out how he can get in his car and come over here. Okay, guess what? 2 weeks later, he showed up. He spent a week getting to know Dina. And the following week, she started volunteering at a child daycare center. They hired her that summer, and they hired her after she graduated. There was never a behavior problem. She was never late, and she took the bus even in the snow because she was motivated to do what she wanted. And I was mentioning to Daryl, you all know the name Warren Buffett? He was interviewed recently. He has this one bit of advice for all parents to tell their children. Do what you love. Hear that? Do what you love. And he was admitting he wasn't doing what he loved initially as he started his career, and he kept doing it. 3 months later, Steve Jobs comes out reinforcing the same thing. It takes a while to find out to do what you love. That's what we all need to do. Dina was doing what she loved. She hated working in the food service and whatever. So again, no program, one at a time, and we got to deal with dignity of risk. You can't help people permanently by doing for them what they could and should do for themselves. All of us learn by making mistakes. All of us. Okay? And here's J.K. Rowling, if you want hers at Harvard. Okay? You might as well have not lived at all if you didn't try something and fail. I love it. Okay? Take your pick. The words are hollow promises. We've got to start talking outcomes and incentives. And they got to be quantifiable, following the law, and watch your language. This guy, Frank Luntz, you may know the name from politics. He does a lot of conservative writing. But again, I learned, don't put him in a box. He's got a PhD in communication. That's why he knows how to write so well. And who he writes for is irrelevant because he wrote a book. I don't get commission, but I've probably helped sell hundreds of his books in the last couple of years. Words that work. It's not what you say, it's what people hear. You can have the best message, but it's going to be heard by the prism of your audience, okay? Sit yourself in their shoes. How are they hearing what you say? Because if they hear it differently, you're in trouble. You say autism, you don't know what it means. You say cerebral palsy, you don't know what it means. You say mental health, you don't know what it means to them, okay? So words create images. Values are in life early. We'll get into this again after we have dinner, okay? Stereotypes, stigma, and prejudice are learned behaviors. I grew up, never saw a kid with a disability in my school. I learned there was a school on the other side of town called the Dummy School. Guess what? My friends and I didn't have any knowledge, but in our minds, well, they can't be like us because if they were like us, they'd be in our school, right? So they were different from, less than, whatever. That was the Dummy School. I didn't create the term. You picked it up culturally. I love the term implicit bias today. I wasn't taught to be a bigot. I just learned it in the culture, okay? Okay, we don't want the pity charity. Don't use the word handicapped. I told you that. Wheelchair, people still talk about that. The image to somebody who doesn't know it thinks, oh my God, they must be strapped in that wheelchair all the time. No, I use a wheelchair for mobility, and I do get out of it to go to the bathroom. I get out of it maybe to eat, and I get out of it to sleep, okay? Most vulnerable, OMG, don't use that word. It's used a lot. Special needs, I told you that's horrible. Had a meltdown. Okay, so you get mad and you're angry. Somebody else gets mad, but they have a meltdown. because they have a behavior problem. Our language sets up high functioning, low functioning, OMG. My wife had a friend who's no longer with us, who had a grandchild born, maybe it's 20 years ago, on the autism spectrum. Every time we would get together with Aileen, let me tell you about Tommy. He is so high functioning. And at one point I just said to her, shut up, because what you're doing is demeaning Jan's daughter, Mindy, who by your term is low functioning because she has more intense support needs. But that's a game parents play. My kid isn't so bad off compared to those lower functioning. Don't do that. You never know. It's not functioning, because Mindy functions quite well with the appropriate technology and support and competent professional. Mental age, OMG. I don't know what that means. That's an old antiquated test that has no validity. But you tell somebody, oh, here's a 28-year-old person, but they have a mental age of a 4-year-old. Yeah, doesn't work. They've still got 28 years of life experience. That's somebody's Stanford Binet IQ test that probably wasn't well done because they couldn't pass the test. So don't get caught up in, this is old jargon that sets up the low, and we don't want compassion. We want empathy. Compassion leads you to pity and charity, okay? Here's some examples of the we like things, they fixate on objects. This came from the Center on Human Policy at Syracuse. We try to make friends, they display attention. Just think of how we use words for the same kind of behavior in a positive versus a negative kind of way, okay? We have hobbies, they self-stim, okay? It just goes on and on. We persevere, they perseverate, okay? We go for a walk, they run away. So you can just read these and think about things that are in your script that you're probably going to have to rewrite a little bit because of how they will be heard by the other people. These are the kind of images we'd like to see. And yes, people are even getting married today. Oh my God. The person down in the bottom is Liz Weintraub. She's in Maryland. She currently works for the Association for University Centers on Disability. She was the first person with a disability to do an internship with Senator Harkin's office. I know Liz, she's a friend of my daughter's, that's her husband. They have chosen not to have children, not that she couldn't have, but they chose not to. I think they just celebrated their 17th or 18th wedding anniversary, okay? And they're very happy, okay? And they're both working at very different jobs, and they're cool people, okay? This one here is really the end of the line because this is now the law. And if you didn't get this, we'll make sure you get it. There are 3 federal laws that say the same thing: DD Act, Rehab Act, and IDEA. Disability is a natural, this is Dole brought forward in 1992. No way diminishes the right to live independently, enjoy self-determination, make choices, contribute to society, and you can read the rest. This is exquisite. This is what we ought to be using with legislators, with state government people. It's really Dole's language updated. You can join the club anytime. It is a natural part of life. If you live long enough, the odds are very high you're going to join the disability community one way or another. Okay? So, strength of our democracy depends on getting involved. I mentioned to you that several times earlier with your civics lesson. Legislators don't know what's on your mind or what's your interest without you telling them. They don't have a crystal ball. Okay, here's Nelson Mandela and his stuff. Education, most powerful weapon, okay, to change the world. You will learn from me shortly. The job of legislative advocacy is to inform, educate, and persuade. Inform, educate, and persuade. And you'll see it in a handout after we get started. Okay? Justice Ginsburg, fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. We're not talking about getting in a meeting with a legislator. Well, you stupid, good for nothing, blankety blank. Why don't you know better? You won't be going back in that office, will you? Okay, you'd like to. There are times you can't do that. You're building, okay? And this is my ending. Bill George was a multi-millionaire corporation executive in Minnesota and did a lot of medical devices and whatever. He now teaches at Harvard Business School, and Authenticity is his book. And look what he writes in the book, and he's teaching MBAs now. People of the highest integrity, committed to building enduring organization, deep sense of purpose, true to their core values, courage to build their companies, meet the needs of everybody. When he was at his company, and the name will come to me in a minute. Thank you, Medtronic. Yep, because I was there. I got a grant from him when I was at Brain Injury Association. He was extremely philanthropic. The corporation was. He insisted that all his staff do 4 hours a week of volunteer work on company time that they got paid for, and they still made bundles of money. And what I loved the most is he went to Wall Street once because they said, you know, you're not meeting our forecast. And I won't use all the words he used, but he was very straight with them and saying, shut up. None of you have ever run a multi-billion-dollar company. You sit here with your computers and play number games. My stockholders and my board is who I'm accountable to, not to you. Get out of my face. And they didn't know what to do. Nobody had ever done that because they sit there and say, well, you only made 2% and you should have made 3.5% or whatever. At the end of the day, he made a fortune. His stockholders made a fortune. His employees did well. And the other thing he did, he went out to their plants online where they were doing heart transplants for some of the work they did. And he would talk to the people on the line at $20 an hour then, praising them for the valuable work. How many billionaire CEOs do you know who do that? He's now teaching MBA folks at Harvard, okay? And that's what we got to do, is build on your character. And I mean, I just love his stuff. We're all growing and we all make mistakes, and it's okay to do it and meet them. And when we're all done, folks, maybe we'll do what President Bush said when he signed the ADA that wonderful summer afternoon in 1990 on the White House lawn. And hopefully let the shameful walls of exclusion finally come tumbling down. The gentleman with the cowboy type hat, that's Justin Dart, who I was mentioning to you, was really the leader of the ADA. The other woman is the chair of the National Council on Disability. I forgot the role of the minister, and the other was another Fed who used a wheelchair, and that's Bush in the middle. And then maybe, folks, when you graduate and do your work, we will actually have equal justice under the law. And I think, oh my, we're right on the clock, I think. Am I right? Wrong. 5:30? Yes. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, take a deep breath. And I know, again, it's a lot. We will make sure that you have the slides, where you've got them on Canvas, so you have them. No, I'm still good, Daryl. Thank you. But again, take away the big message. High expectations, the total turning upside down of the continuum of care, the deficit, fix it, medical, broken, pity, charity. Get rid of those. Individualization, strengths, preferences, interests, gifts, informed choice, talent, all those words are there. And outcomes, independence, productivity, integration, inclusion, and belonging. That needs to be the focus, whether we're starting at preschool or we're into adult life. It doesn't matter. Raise the bar and get people to see everybody has a life worth living if we change the perspective of how we see them and the role and responsibility of the services and supports funded by government. Okay.
So I have to tell you that I knew that it was Medtronic because Medtronic still comes at least quarterly, if not more often, and volunteers at the Ronald McDonald House in Minneapolis, where we frequently stay with my children. So that's how I knew that.
But her point is well taken. This corporation is phenomenally successful by anybody's standards. The quality of their product and impact on people's lives is huge. But in addition, they are philanthropic and giving back to the community, both monetarily and with staff time. And nobody has worried about their stock being devalued or anybody being underpaid. And what I'm thrilled about is he is now teaching MBA students at Harvard, even if he only gets to give them one course on authentic leadership, maybe some of it will sink into their heads and we'll have other corporations replicating. So thanks.
Okay, Alex, are you able to get my slides up? Okay. Very fancy with slides, y'all. So I did want to be sure that we highlight the competencies of partners that we are covering this session. So learning how to meet a public official and discuss the issues, understanding how a bill becomes a law at the state level, draft and deliver testimony for legislative hearings or public meetings. We'll learn how to do that. And demonstrate successful techniques for advocating for services to meet the needs of the underserved and underserved individuals. Identify strategies for beginning and sustaining grassroots organizing around specific issues. And then we will also understand the role of and how to use the media, including social media, to effectively promote our issues. So I'm here to talk about the different pieces of legislation that then, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you guys will vote on. We have 3 representatives coming to meet with us in person tomorrow. Very excited about that, y'all. Now I will try as hard as I can to be succinct in this because the Zachary Thomas Newborn Screening Act is legislation that I helped author, and Zachary Thomas is actually my son. It was, for just general overview, it was first introduced in the House by Representative Philip Rigsby. And then it passed through the House Health Committee on February the 21st. It passed through the Senate Health Committee this Tuesday. And that is how I knew that they only required 24 hours notice because I made a mad dash to Montgomery. I'm sorry, Wednesday, not Tuesday. I made a mad dash to Montgomery Tuesday evening. And then now we're waiting to be read on the Senate floor and voted. We're hoping the first week in April. Let me go back. Okay. I also want you to look at this photo. I'll tell you the story of this photo in a little bit, but there are familiar faces in there other than just me. Look very closely. Renee Sprague. And Linda is also in this photo. So when we're talking about newborn screening, a lot of times it's still referred to as the heel stick or a PKU test. It started in the 1960s. It is arguably the most successful public health program in our country. Currently requires our bill would require the Alabama Department of Public Health, that's who administers the newborn screening program, to add diseases from the federal recommended panel, which we refer to as the RUSP, within 3 years. So the way this happens, the federal level through the Department of Health and Human Services, disease groups, clinicians submit a disease for approval on the national screening. So there has to be a widely available treatment. There has to be an easy to administer test, and they have to prove that not only is it morally right to screen babies for these diseases, but that the economic cost of catching the diseases early outweigh the cost of screening every baby for the diseases. So all of the diseases, well, most of the diseases are rare, and there's usually not a family history. But all of the diseases, the treatment needs to begin as soon as possible after birth. So our bill, and that's the main tenet of our bill, is that it would require them to add the disease within 3 years after it's added to the federal panel. Currently, their average is 8 years. Our bill would also allow the department to add diseases that are not listed on the RUSP, but are recommended by local authorities or experts. It does mandate that ADPH report the diseases that they have not been able to add within 3 years to the state health officer, and requires written notice on the department's website. And that is very important because it took us, even with the connections that we have, it took us years to find out the full information on what they were screening for, why they were not screening for this. And then it does give the department the caveat that the program is dependent on available funding. So currently we are missing 4 RUSP approved diseases. Pompe, which was added to the RUSP in 2013, MPS 1, which is the disease that my children have, which is added in 2016. And then MPS 2 was added in 2022 and GAMT was added in 2022. Now I will say that there have been 2 other diseases that were added in 2018 and again in 2016 that the department has added those diseases. Most RUSP approved diseases are rare with no known family history, my family included. My husband and I are both carriers of the MPS one of the MPS 1 genes, and we had no idea. MPS 1, which I can speak on more, is 1 in 100,000 diagnosis. So we had not known anyone. We had no idea, had never even heard of it before. Due to the advancement of gene therapy that's coming down, they are expecting RUSP approved conditions to increase over the next 10 years. I mean, I want to say triple fold. Renee, do you have an estimate? Renee can probably. A lot. So, and we say that to say, if you choose to speak about the Zachary Thomas Newborn Screening Act, this is simply not a place where Alabama can continue to fall behind, right? We're already behind. It's already taking us upwards of 5 years, 8 years to add diseases. We can't continue this pattern. And very important to me, and a reason why we work so hard on this bill, is that more than 20 counties in Alabama have no pediatrician. And there are no permanent on-site geneticists south of Alabama. There's none in Pensacola. There's none in Mobile. There's none in coastal Mississippi either. So those are your 2 frontline specialists. Yes. Oh. Yay. Yeah. What you got?
Just a quick question on the RUSP. If you choose to go across state lines to have your child, is the child screened based on the state they live in?
Yes, yes. And we call that, we call it death by zip code, because so Mississippi, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida all have RUSP alignment legislation. Alabama is a lone island, right? And we call it death by zip code because, and that was actually coined from a parent in New York that her child's disease ALD was not screened for in their state. They gave birth in a different state and they caught the disease, but we call it death by zip code. So how did we get here? We started back, sorry, I went too fast. This picture. So we had a rare disease state house rally back in 2019, and it very much organically came up in the conversation. Renee was in attendance. She's a pediatric practitioner that deals with, oh, I'm going way too far. Deals with complex patients often. Linda's a mother of an adult with spinal muscular atrophy, which at that time was not being screened for in Alabama. And then, of course, me and my children. So it organically came up in those conversations with legislators. And then we started, really by the end of the day, we really realized, hey, this is something that we can all get behind. This is great. And then COVID happened. And the department put everything on hold. And I will say we tried. We really were respectful of the department. We knew what they were undertaking and how short-staffed they were. People were working over hours. So we really held back on our advocacy and let them do their other jobs, right? even though newborn screening is one of the two biggest programs that ADPH administers, newborn screening and HIV testing. So in the meantime, we educated ourselves. We researched what other state programs were doing. We read other state legislation. We met with national partners. We met with rare disease organizations that we work with. We met with equipment manufacturers that actually make the newborn screening testing equipment. Lots of other state labs to see what they were doing. And then other stakeholders. We had, some conversations with insurance providers, things like that. We hosted legislative breakfast in 2023, and that was really a breakthrough for us. And we were able to do that post-COVID. We would have done it sooner because you feed people and they are more likely to listen to what you have to say, right? And even if the legislators don't come, their staff will come and they'll get food and they'll take the bill and they'll take your one pager or your info sheet and they'll set it down and maybe a legislator will see your info sheet. So in 2023, we did work during this time. We contracted a lobbyist in the area, and actually a known friend's family member in our DD network, not DD network, I'm sorry, in the disabilities realm in Alabama. And because we wanted the department to know that we were serious at that point, and hiring a lobbyist gave us more legitimacy. We crafted a bill. At that time in 2023, you could work with legislative services. So legislative services is an agency that under the legislature, they will write your bills for you. So it has to be written in code. It has to be formatted. They do that. In 2023, our lobbyists could contact legislative services on their own. They passed a bill during that session that ended that. Now you have to have a member of the legislature contact legislative services. So we had our bill and ADPH didn't like it. That's okay. No, not even a little bit. And they sat on it, basically used a pocket veto. And I'll say in the middle of this, my partner with Alabama Rare, her state representative is the chair of Ways and Means. So we were very lucky. We had built a good relationship with him and he was advising us through this. He didn't sponsor our legislation, but he was advising us, telling us, what to do. And he said, you can't get your bill without the department's support, right? You're not going to go anywhere unless the department supports it. So they sat on our first one. And then we worked from June until the very end of December this last year, creating a bill with them again. It's a lot of what they wanted and not as much as what we wanted, but that's okay. That's okay. We finally came to an agreement. We were advised to go with a member of the House Health Committee, which makes sense. Someone instead of, my representative who's not on the House Health Committee. There he is. That's Representative Philip Rigsby. And we actually met him at our legislative breakfast. So we invited both health committees, Senate and House, to our legislative breakfast in 2023. And we got to know him. He really connected with my son, and he's just a really great guy, and he felt passion for it. And I had someone ask me earlier, what makes a legislator want to take up your bill? Well, usually they either have a personal connection to it, they like you, or maybe it affects them in their life. So Representative Rigsby owns a compounding pharmacy. So he already understands so much of what we go through and what we deal with. Plus, he's just a good guy. Let's see, where am I at? Okay, so we had our bill rewritten by legislative services, and then it was submitted and pre-filed actually, and then it was read in the House, and then they had to go through review in the House Health Committee. It passed with flying colors, and then it went to the House for a floor vote. There were 4 members that were not on the floor that day, but otherwise it was a unanimous vote through the House. We had a lot of support in the House. We've made a lot of great relationships in the House. And then the IVF fiasco happened. And so we kept being pushed back because the chair of the Senate Health Committee is who was trying to figure everything out, right? So we were finally heard in the Senate Health Committee on Wednesday, and then it was read in the Senate, and now we are waiting, hoping for a floor vote the first week in April because they're on spring break this week. Anyone have any questions about newborn screening? One of my other taglines is, like I said, there's more than 20 counties in our state that do not have a pediatrician. This is one of the easiest and tried and true ways that we can promote health equity in this state, because it's not people who have access to Birmingham or Mobile, really, that are going to go with a misdiagnosis. It's the people in the rural counties. That's how we can provide.
I don't think it's eloquent, but I will say, telling our representatives that I would have my child delivered in Mississippi because that baby would be. Oh, yeah, you take it up. Multiple people were like, what the heck? Like, that is not, like, they were very in tune with that.
Oh, yeah. So Renee said, for people that are listening at home, Renee said that, and especially as someone that is in the medical field, when she was able to tell our legislators, you know, that she would recommend someone give birth in another state, in Mississippi instead of Alabama. And none of our legislators like to be behind in anything, right? Right. Mississippi especially.
Well, but particularly, they don't want to be behind a neighboring state that they think they're better of. If you had said California, they might have said, well, there's,
Exactly.
you know.
I will say, so the very first time that we, during that State House event in 2019, the chief of staff for the House, Speaker of the House, he said, we had a meeting with him and he said, don't bring me any legislation from California or New York. I don't want to see that. And so but that was great advice for us. So we looked at states like North Carolina that had similar, that were just more similar to Alabama.
That's going to be true in any state you might live. Legislators are going to be willing to listen about neighboring or adjacent or what they think are comparable or even necessarily worse states than them. And if you say, well, they got it and they got it, well, how come we don't have it? Because then there is that almost sibling rivalry, and that's a good thing. But again, what you're hearing here is all the homework that needs to be done when you are leading as opposed to when you're just supporting or advocating. And it's hard work and it is time consuming.
It is. And when I speak, I try to make sure that I add the caveat, like my partner at Alabama Rare and we're very privileged that we're able to drop everything and head to Montgomery the next day for a health committee, or that, you know, that our lives and our work hours are flexible enough to devote time for this. And that we worked very hard to make the connections. Like I mentioned, the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, we were able to make connections with different pharmaceutical companies that help pay for our lobbyists. But it took a lot of time and energy to get to that point. Ashley, you have a question?
Do you think this will benefiting, and let's say it passes and everything, will that help with also getting first intervention services included into that?
No, this is strictly the Department of Public Health running blood spots through machines in a timely manner. Yeah. Now, what this does do, catching babies earlier, it allows families to sign up for early intervention. It prevents damage from being done. So with my children's disease, especially, the standard of care is a stem cell transplant, and that has to be done before they're 2 years old. Otherwise, the mortality rate for the transplant increases to the point that it's not worth the risk for the doctors to do it. And sadly, there is a family in the state that because she wasn't diagnosed through newborn screening, she missed the opportunity for her treatment and therefore cuts her life in half. Yes. And it didn't take them as long.
Sometimes the first 30 days.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's been, I can't tell you the number of I've lost because it's not on the.
So Renee was saying that some of the diseases, SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, it can be fatal within a month if it's not caught. Crawford?
Fair number of these families, particularly if they're rural, may be on Medicaid. So Medicaid is going to have to be paying attention also.
Correct.
to the-
But it stays Medicaid on the.
Yes, and yeah. And that is one of the things. So at the Department of Health and Human Services on the federal level, I mean, they have to prove that there is economic benefit to states Medicaid, educate their education savings, right? Because if you even look at my children, my youngest son, who was, because we had a family history, he was diagnosed immediately after birth and then started treatment within the first 6 weeks of his life. You know, he would need very little support in school versus my oldest son, who would need a significant amount, of help at school. Crawford, did you have a question? I would love for you to write your senator, just so that they know. So it's already passed through the House, so there's no point. You could write your representative and tell them thank you for voting to protect babies in the most pro-life state in the country. Thank you for voting to protect these babies. You can, and yes, we would love for you to write your senator. No, there's no opposition. All of our opposition came from the Department of Public Health before, but it shows that there are other people listening. So what is 1 in 6 kids have or 1 in 7 children have an IEP. 1 in 10 Alabamians live with a rare disease. So like my rare disease group is not rare, but how many rare disease people are there in this room right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Rett syndrome, 5. Yeah, Linda, 6, 7, Ashley. So see, rare isn't rare. Anything else before we move on to the next bill? Oh, Mary, sorry. Oh, yeah, we did. We have a template online. It's at Alabama Rare, and I'll link it in your Canvas to make sure that you have one. I don't have a thank you, which that's a great idea. I need to do that. But for your senator, yes, I have a template. Then all you have to do is fill in. And then I say to please, submit something to your senator because we will be back with amendments next year. Senator Katie Britt is on the Federal Health Committee. Yes. We have a couple other ones that are on Health Committee too on the federal level, but now I don't remember.
I haven't seen yours, but don't use a pure form letter and just sign your name and the date. They can see it and they know what it is, and that doesn't count. There's got to be at least a paragraph where you put in your personal perspective, why it's important to pass this bill. Then you can have the other stuff. But they know this very well at state and federal level. When there is a campaign and people say, just sign your name online and send it, I'm telling you, having worked with too many people on the inside, they literally don't even count them. They throw them in the trash can because they know you have no investment. When they hear from a constituent, they want to know you've spent a little time personalizing why this bill or this law or this funding is important to you or not.
You can copy. I also attach pictures.
Yeah.
Of my personal time.
Oh.
And handwrite, scan. I'm not gonna mail that quickly, but I will handwrite, scan with a picture attached and email.
Renee says that she sends in photos. And I will say having Zachary with us when we go to and Renee can attest to it. She was there, Linda can. Yeah, so the first time we went in 2019, he was so young, y'all. He was so cute and they loved being able to speak with him. But it goes back to what we say in disabilities, nothing about us without us. You make more of an impact when you're there and they can see people in person. This is who this bill will affect. Okay, any other questions? And I'll talk about transportation. I can talk about newborn screening all night. So when you need points to talk about tomorrow, we can keep going later, but I don't want us to get too far behind. So we also have a transportation bill, which is SB 91. It was introduced by Senators Linda Coleman Madison, Merica Coleman, and Roger Smitherman in February. And it is still pending action in the Senate Finance and Taxation Committee. What that would do is add an additional registration tax on your motor vehicle. And then that additional tax would go into the Transportation Trust Fund. So Alabama has a public transportation trust fund. It passed in 2018. However, when they passed the legislation, there was no income source for the trust fund. So what this would do, I believe it is $5 extra per vehicle that would go into the transportation trust fund. Did you find something different? What did you find?
Passenger car would be $13. Motorcycles would be $7. If you have a battery EV, it would be $200. A plug-in hybrid would be $100.
Well, so that's what, and I have a link. I can show you the bill. I think that's what we are already paying. And then at the very bottom of the bill, I'll bring it up and show you. Can I click on this link from down here, Alex? No. It's up there now. Oh, can you click on the link? That's way easier. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to point out in this bill. That's it. And sorry, you can't read it because it's kind of small. But if you'll scroll down. Oh, all right. That's why he runs the tech and not me, guys. So you see how the bill looks, and this is a big part of what Legislative Services does. So there's a little summary at the top, and then if you'll go down a little bit. So it's saying that they're amending this code. And then if you'll go down. So, oh, wait, go back up. Sorry. There it is. So so this right here, this line 24 down, that is the Alabama code that they're amending. And I wanted to show you guys this because it happened with us in the newborn screening bill also. So your bill will include pieces of the code. For example, with newborn screening, the Attorney General's office wanted to come in and make some clarifications for newborn screening in regards to home births. So that every person anyone who is present, any provider present at a birth has to ensure that there's newborn screening. So this is part of the code here, the following annual license tax. So then if you'll go down a little bit more and see then there's some more, keep going down. So here's the 200. So they're already charging. If you have an electric battery vehicle, you have to pay $200, right? Because they're not getting your gas tax money because they get money off the sale of each gallon of gas. So I wanted to show you that so it doesn't have anything to do with the Transportation Trust Fund, but it's all in the code. And then go all the way down to the bottom, Alex. And it gets into hybrids and all kinds of stuff. Okay, go up to the, up a little bit. So effective October 1st, 2024, in addition to the annual license tax and registration fees imposed at the top, they are imposing and charging an annual license tax registration fee of $5. So we already pay, I think, that's how I read it.
Quickly this morning. And I read this and I didn't get to the end because I thought I had it. This is really important, and I admit it. You got to read the whole bill because that's existing law, and then these are the amendments at the end. Sometimes they're in the middle. It depends how the statute is written.
If you look at our newborn screening, which I can send it out to you online, I mean, there's strike throughs in it. That's why I wanted you to see this one, because it's actually a lot cleaner than our transportation. Now, this hasn't been through committee yet. So they will, who knows? Who knows what they'll do? Hopefully it'll get to committee. Okay, can you go back to the slide still? I feel like I'm just really asking a lot with these slides, y'all. Okay, talking points. Actually, go back. Oh, no, I go back. You don't do that. No. I'll go ahead and say, because I know it. There was a law passed, I think it was 1958. It was definitely in the 50s, that no funds from the gas tax can be used outside of roads and bridges. The research that I found, so that's where the trust fund would come from, right? Is your gas tax a lot of the times. But we had 1951, so even older than I thought. That amendment prohibits gas tax funds from being used for anything other than bridges and highways. So in my Google searching, that was brought forth by an automobile group. Why would they not want public transportation in the 1950s, y'all? Because they were starting to sell, they wanted everybody to have a car, right? Also, what was going on in Alabama in 1951? Jim Crow. So, oh, now I get to move. There, okay. These are just talking points for, because this bill is starting in the Senate, so it's not been through the House. So our representatives tomorrow will not have heard this, but the American Public Transportation Association estimates that for every dollar spent on public transportation, $4 is added to the local economy. That's significant. Also, currently there is no public transportation operating past 11 p.m. in the state. Often rural routes are booked up for weeks in advance. And here's our kicker. Alabama is one of only 3 states that doesn't invest in public transportation. They're not gonna like being reminded of that.
Disability is, we know that one of the biggest barriers for people with disabilities to employment, assuming they've gotten good support to get a job, is transportation, and Medicaid cannot pay for that. They can pay for medical transportation. Employment is not considered it.
And let me also say, because I've lived in other states, in Alabama, medical transportation is reimbursed. And so when I dealt with it in Arkansas, I mean, I ran a Medicaid transportation program. So you would call us, book your time, we'd come get you, take you to the doctor and bring you home. In Alabama, you have to be reimbursed. So you still have to have that money up front, even for medical transportation. That was just a lot of people agreeing that they probably don't reimburse you in a timely manner. Okay, are there any questions?
Got a comment, I think.
So on that Medicaid, this is something on that transportation. When I was transporting my mom, it would, if you didn't notify them within, I think, 24 hours afterwards, and if you get busy with doctor's appointments and traffic gets crazy and you get headache and sick and you just don't do it, and 2 days later you try to do it, it's gone. So.
Major
Hi,
medical
this is
centers.
Rashonda from Huntsville. So, I know I just moved from Tennessee and I'm from Florida, but sorry. Oh, my name is Rashonda from Huntsville. Oh, okay. I can hear it now. Sorry. So like I said, I moved from Tennessee. I don't know much about the Alabama laws. I'm still learning it since I've been here. But my question is, because I know in Tennessee, our transportation for disability goes across county lines. Do they do that here?
No, so the only public transportation, so some of the major cities have their own public transportation and then some individual counties. I don't know of, obviously the cities won't go out, but I don't know of counties that will go out either. Michelle, or Ashley, did you know something different? Hold on just a sec.
Somebody is going to Shelby County. Godlin Powell. Are you saying if someone lives, for example, in Jefferson County, and then they have treatment in Shelby County, they don't get reimbursed?
Yes, they could get reimbursed for that, but there isn't adequate transportation for them to come pick you up and take you there. Yeah, right.
Okay, Michelle Gavan, Chelsea, Alabama. Okay, so are you saying that transportation in general is not provided across counties? Because I live on 280 in Shelby County and I see Max buses all the time.
So I don't know the ins and outs because those are all individual county operations and it's up to each county how they want to do that. Ashley, I think, has a comment.
Okay, so like Huntsville and Coleman have a contract with each other where they can go back. It's up surrounding counties to communicate with each other to get these contracts to go for the funding because they have to divvy out like where the funding is coming from to get the gas and the license and the maintenance and all that together. We have a lot of issues with that in Etowah County. That's why they got totally rid of all of our transportation because none of the counties in DeKalb, Cherokee, and all the surrounding counties, they didn't want to have it, but we only have one hospital for around that area.
Should this bill pass, based on, again, if this doesn't change in the law, 2/3 of the money goes to the state, 25% to counties, and 8 1/3 to municipalities. So you're going to be needing to do advocacy about how does this become paratransit or accessible or whatever.
And
So this is, again, like many of our bills, should this pass, this is only step one.
Right. We had a participant that was very interested in this last year because the county that they lived in had transportation for people with disabilities, people, in wheelchairs, but it wouldn't come out. They didn't, it was an issue. I'm not doing that story justice. Sorry.
Cook County is Chicago. Lake County is the suburbs. You hit Lake Cook Road and Cook County says, we're done. They can pick you up at this corner if they're willing to for the other county. Good luck.
Test it. Okay. Hey, Renee, sorry, Mobile.
It's not up at all.
So to answer your question, at least for Mobile County, it does not cross county lines into Baldwin County. We do have handicap accessible bus transportation, but you have to be independent to use it. And we do not have for pediatrics any Medicaid transportation, period. You have to wait to get reimbursed.
So our food is here. We're over. I do have some more bills to talk about. If you want me to do it at the end or how do you? Okay. Hi, everyone. We are going to start again. So Mr. Bergman has brought us lots of information on voting and voting rights, voting with a disability. This is great for you to have. It is also loaded into our Canvas, especially for those of you that are not there. And we have the great honor of having Nikki join us. And you all remember Nikki that covers voting for ADAP. And I'm so sorry, Nikki, I cannot remember your official title.
Oh, no, it's
Nikki's
okay.
going
It's
to tell
wrong.
us. So SB1, the bill regarding absentee ballot voting in Alabama that Nikki presented on before, it did pass and it has been signed into law by Governor Ivey, which everyone knew would happen. So Nikki is going to cover what it means for us now that it is actually in legislation.
Hey everyone, I hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to start by saying, and I think I've said this audience before, that obviously
Hey, Nikki,
Oh,
just
sorry?
one second. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to pick up your audio from here.
Sure, let me know if I'm too quiet and I can move my microphone a little
No,
also.
I've got, it's just a little difficult coming through. I'm going to try it a different way. 1 second.
Okay.
All right, let's try the computer up there. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. Hey, Nikki.
Okay, how about now?
Speak a little louder.
Can you all hear me okay?
Slow. Slow.
Okay, I don't think I can turn up my gain anymore.
No, it's on my end.
Okay.
Try and to speak as loud as you can.
Okay, so if y'all are having trouble hearing me, I will also mention that I sent this to Brooke that she can put into Canvas so you can kind of get an idea of what this bill means for us. In terms of what this bill is going to mean, the big answer to that question is we don't exactly know, and that's part of the problem. When the bill was in committee, if y'all remember, I talked briefly about this. One of our lawmakers who was an opponent of the bill asked, so what happens if I take my mom to go get an absentee ballot application? She's elderly and she can't go herself. And then my mom gives me $5 in gas money. And the lawmaker who is a proponent of the bill responded, well, we wouldn't prosecute you for that, which is great, but it still means it's prosecutable, if that makes sense. So the big issue with this bill in terms of what the proponents are afraid of is something called that they term ballot harvesting, which is defined as gathering a bunch of absentee ballots and submitting them. The issue with this is that there is zero evidence that this has ever happened on a scale that matters, right? That generally speaking, if people help someone else submit an absentee ballot, it's because it's a voter that needs assistance. Like someone living in a residential facility or a care facility or a state institution, and they may need help from an assistant or a worker there. A person may get help from their caregiver. If y'all have ever asked for assistance voting, I know I'm a wheelchair user. Sometimes I need help getting to the polling place. If there's any evidence of exchange of money, which can be defined as a whole slew of different things, right? So you could think like maybe someone's having a voter registration event and they hand out stickers. That could theoretically be prosecuted under this law. We don't know. So if you have a paid caregiver and they're on the clock and they help you apply for your absentee ballot, can they be prosecuted? Technically, yeah, right? So, and if you, I'm sorry, did someone say something? Okay, I was just checking. I wanted to make sure there wasn't a question. So if you're in a nursing home, for example, and a person is on the clock and they help you with your absentee ballot application, can they get in trouble for that since they're a paid worker? And again, the answer is we don't know. For what it's worth, too, my role at ADAP is funded by the federal government under the Help America Vote Act, which is specifically to work with people with disabilities on voter registration, absentee ballot applications, submitting an absentee ballot, that kind of thing. Obviously I'm passionate about this work, but I am paid to do this, right? So can I go to jail? I mean, probably not, but I'm just saying that under the specifics of this law, it is theoretically possible. So that's kind of what this means for people with disabilities. And it's unfortunate that I have to mostly say we don't know what it's going to mean. I expect there will be significant potential legal opposition to this bill, but we'll see where that goes. And I'll talk more about that when I know more. There's just not enough I can say or know right now. And it's so early because it just passed this week. So we'll see what happens with the courts. But I just wanted to kind of give folks an overview of what this may mean. It's also worth mentioning in terms of voter suppression and discrimination issues that the Secretary of State's office did a study on the rate of submission of absentee ballots, and it's a significantly higher percentage in the poorest counties in Alabama, which are also the counties in Alabama that have the most Black folks. This is problematic for obvious reasons, right? A lot of people in rural counties will submit an absentee ballot because it's difficult for them to get to their polling place. They may have limited transportation. And so suppressing the vote of those people is especially a problem considering that the Supreme Court already ruled that Alabama had to create another, what they call a minority district, to ensure that people can vote specifically under the Voting Rights Act provisions and ensure that Black folks have the same rights and the same ability to elect a representative that most of Alabama's white counties do. If you were asking me outside of work, I would say that this bill is directly a response to that they may have had to create another district, but they're going to make sure that, you know, certain people are not able to vote in that district. And by certain people, they mean people who don't vote the same way our lawmakers do. So this is complicated politically, but for people with disabilities, it's, like I said, a lot of the answers are just that we don't know what's going to happen. It is very, very likely going to make it more difficult for people with disabilities to cast a ballot. There's really no other way of putting it, in which case we are back at voter suppression, and people with disabilities already have some of the lowest rates of voter turnout, partly because of what was talked about earlier in the session, right? No funding of public transportation. People get reimbursed by Medicaid for doctor appointments, but it can be very difficult to get to the polling place. Absentee voting is where it's at for a lot of folks who are disabled, and taking away that ability makes things extremely difficult for our community and creates a significant barrier to entry for people that are already struggling to turn out and vote in the same way that people who aren't disabled do. I will also point out here, and I think I've said this before, Alabama does not have Braille ballots at all. So people who are blind have to have someone assist them with their ballot, especially if it's an absentee ballot. There's no way around that. There's no option for people to do it themselves. And again, the bill proposes that the issue is potentially money changing hands. But as I talked about too, it's not like there are organizations getting paid hundreds of dollars to submit, 1,000 absentee ballots to try to pad the vote or anything like that. It's that there are people who are paid caregivers, paid workers. There are people in roles like mine in a protection and advocacy agency whose job is to make sure that people can get access to the ballot. And those people are all up for scrutiny under this law. So I will tell everyone you should be very concerned about this law, and you should keep a close eye on seeing what will happen legally speaking in the coming months. And like I said, I don't have answers there, but I imagine I will soon. So when I do, I will make sure to update all of you and Brooke with new resources on that. Does anyone have any questions that I hopefully will be able to answer with something other than I have no idea, we'll see?
Give us just a second, Nikki.
Sure.
Yes, thank you for participating tonight. My name is Michelle Gavan, and I live in Chelsea, Alabama. My question is, what is ADAP's response going to be? And are there any efforts to sue the state of Alabama for this law? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for your question. So I am not an attorney. I'm an advocate, which is a little different, but I work with a lot of attorneys. And this is another one of those things that I will be able to enlighten the group more on as soon as I know a little more, probably next week, within the next 2 weeks or so. I would be surprised, very surprised, if that were not the case. But I don't have the legal details yet. But I would be shocked if not just ADAP, but other organizations didn't respond in the courts to this law. They're like the SPLC or ACLU. There are lots of different organizations that were questioning the legality of this bill. So I think that we'll see something in the coming weeks.
I can also speak to that a little bit. I mean, I've spent some time in Montgomery lately and have talked about this, and the Attorney General's office was prepared once this bill was filed. They know that they're going to fight it, and and they want to. I think it's also important, Nikki, to point out that this was Senate Bill 1. First thing, yeah, pre-filed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and this came up last year too with different language, which I think we talked about before in this group. And then they adjusted some of the language to theoretically be more in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. But like the questions I put on the slide here, there are still a lot of potential issues here. And the lawmakers who are for this bill that has now passed and is law will say that they're not going to go after these folks that I'm listing here as examples for prosecution, but there's no guarantee of that, right? If it's the law, it's the law, right? I mean, and we see laws that aren't enforced all the time. Like I would hazard a guess that there are a bunch of folks here who have jaywalked before or gone 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, et cetera, right? Like you don't go to jail for everything like that. But the fact that it is law at all may be, and we will see what the courts decide, may be unconstitutional. So we'll see where it goes.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. We're running behind, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap that up.
Totally fine. Yeah, I'll be quiet now. Just if y'all have any questions, feel free to email me. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you.
Do I mute this?
Bills I passed out to you in terms of what is required under federal law. And unless Alabama is going to secede from the United States, it cannot exempt itself from the Americans with Disabilities Act or the Help American Vote Act. You've got a great cheat sheet there from the National Council on Disability laying out, you've got a thing how to train people at the polls, because even with some of the exceptions here, if the staff, it's like teachers, if they don't know the law, they don't know what accommodations need to be or look like, their gut is going to be, sorry, you can't go with him. You can't read to him because you're going to cheat. You're going to tell him what to do and all of that. And I mean, I've seen this. And so the work is really tough because it just is what it is. Now, there is an exception paragraph in that law for people with disabilities. And if Alex can pull it up, I did cut and paste that, so to speak, last night or this morning, just so you can read the exemption for people with disabilities. I hope. Yes. Yeah, it's just one paragraph that I copied. I hope. There you go. Okay. Any voter who requires assistance to vote by reason of blindness, disability, or inability to read or write, whoops, may be given assistance by an individual of the voter's choice other than the voter's employer or agent of the employer, officer, or agent of the voters' union. Okay, so at least there's this piece is in there, but how do you operationalize that so that all the voting clerks know that this would be in person, or if you're going to do by mail or whatever. So at least somebody decided to put it in, or they were smart enough to put it in, but that's good. That's a hook now that the disability community has for advocacy now at the regulatory level and the implementation level, because there's enough in there for us to hook onto. So that's, like we said, passing a law or killing a law. Next step is always the rules, the regulation, and implementation. It's not golden, but it's not bad.
Testing. He doesn't have it on. I asked him to do too many things at one time. He needs more arms. Testing. Where, so the one with the photos, that one. Okay, can you hear me through the mic? No, I just want to make sure they can hear me on Zoom. So Nancy and I talked this morning and we wanted to, or this afternoon when we got here, we wanted to add this. So there was a huge press conference at the state capitol, and there are 7 bills included in what they're calling this workforce package. I put these photos on here because I think it's very important to note. So obviously this is Governor Ivey standing there in the red. And then the first gentleman with the red tie is Anthony Daniels, who is the House Minority Leader. And then you have the Speaker of the House that his head is getting cut off the photo. I think it's very important. And then the photo by himself is the Senate Minority Leader. And that's very important to point out, that all of these people are working together on these bills means they're more likely to pass, right? They're working together. There's several, there's 7. Give me just a second. Oh. It's the Working for Alabama Workforce Package is what they're calling it. Yes, yeah. I'm going to go into a little more detail. So I didn't bring up all 7 of the bills, but I have a little detail. So Anthony Daniels is working with, he's a Democrat, and he's working with the Republican in the House for a child care tax credit bill, which would help build child care. It would give tax incentives to build new child care centers, which is big. Another part of it, I'm trying to remember. So Representative Allan, who will be here with us tomorrow, she has a bill that she's working with another member of the, oh, there we go. Okay, so 7 different bipartisan bills that address Alabama's workforce challenges. HB 358 is the child care tax credit with Anthony Daniels and then Representative Gudger. And then the HB 346 where they're housing tax credits, and that is giving companies tax incentives to build affordable multifamily units in the state of Alabama. And since Representative Allan will be here tomorrow, so if we're talking to her, I think we make sure that there are people that there's people with disabilities are included in that housing, right?
Because I pulled it up, this is going to be housing for workforce members who are able-bodied. It's in her direct quote. I don't know what she meant or thought.
And
So
she'll
if
be here
nothing
tomorrow,
else,
so we can ask
tomorrow,
her.
we're going to talk about a friendly clarification, please. There are people with disabilities who would like to be in the workforce.
I will say, so this is on another slide. Give me just a second, guys. Representative Allan is a friend to the people with in the disability community. She was the sponsor that, remember when Kim Spangler spoke to us about the Colby Act, she was the sponsor for that bill. Right. And then another one is the Alabama Career Pathway Act. And that would provide alternative routes for younger Alabamians to receive a high school diploma with a focus on developing skills and experience in high demand industries. I don't know. I could not. So for that Career Pathway Act, I just looked it up this afternoon. I could not find an actual bill number for this yet. So these are some quotes from the big event that they had at the State House. This is, we hear the fact that 43% of working age people are not working. Some people say they need to get off their couch and go to work, but it's just not that simple. And that was from the Speaker of the House. And then the Lieutenant Governor said the goal of education should be to get students ready for a job. We're going to have a new diploma working through K-12, a workforce pathway diploma. The idea is simple. They're going to spend less time in the classroom and more time learning a trade. So when they graduate high school, they can go right into the great jobs we're going to have in Alabama.
you and any of us. These are great initiatives. Please be sure that you explicitly put in these, that this is to be inclusive of all students with disabilities. IDEA can cover some of it. DRS can cover some of it. There will need to be accommodations under ADA or whatever, because they'll forget it. And whether it doesn't matter why. Our job here now is to say, these are great, but we want to be sure they are inclusive of all of the potential people in the workforce. And here's why. That's really the ask tomorrow on these bills. It's not that we're opposed. We like the bills, but don't leave us out again like you've done on some other
Exactly.
things.
So we're gonna hold questions just because we've got to get
Yeah.
moving. We're so far behind. So, but we're calling this the employment bill package, and they will all know what we're talking about because they're sponsors on several of these. That was mine. Okay, so very quickly, tomorrow's guest, we will have Representative Cynthia Allan. She sponsored the Colby Act in last year, and then which we heard lots about. And then we'll have Representative Lee Hulsey. So these HB 356 in 2023 and then HB 126 this year require law enforcement and people in fire protection services, I think is how it's worded, to have annual or biannual training on people with how to deal with people with sensory issues and invisible disabilities. I will say I developed a relationship with Representative Hulsey about this bill because I did try to get her to add developmental disabilities to this language. It didn't happen, but that's okay. I've still developed a relationship with her, and she's coming tomorrow because we talked about it, right? So even if what you want doesn't always happen, you can still develop that. Good can still come. And then we will have Representative Susan DuBose, and I did not write down what HB 278. Oh, HB 278 is a bill that she has that will allow children in Alabama who homeschool to have access to career and tech services at the public school. And because I do homeschool and I'm in the homeschool community, I can tell you that a very large majority of people who homeschool do so because their children have disabilities, right? So I just wanted to give you an idea. These are one champion and then champions that in the making. That's all. We don't have to do this.
Hey, wow. Pardon me. So I think then for tomorrow, Brooke, stay with me if I am. We'll be talking about the transportation bill, this package of workforce builds, and what's the third one that we're going to talk about tomorrow? Because we're not going to do absentee voting because that's now law. So and newborn screening is basically done. Do you want to have people working on that tomorrow?
Just because of my personal relationship to it, yes, because we're coming back next year with amendments, but it's fine if we don't.
Well, no.
I think the transportation and the employment are very important.
Right.
And we can even dissect that employment a little bit if we want to, but I mean, up to you.
Or maybe do some of that and then do the housing piece separate as we originally were going to do, maybe. Okay, so we're going to have 3 things for you to think about. And again, I'd like you to, your first choice, and again, this is tomorrow, to practice, to learn how to have a meaningful meeting with an elected official. If you haven't done this before, I will give you the outline for the script, evolved, tried and true over lots of years, very successful. And the way this will work tomorrow, when the 3 legislators get here, I will meet with them outside, let them know what we're doing here, and they love this. I'm going to say you've been practicing, and there's 3 groups in the room, whatever. And what's going to happen is you're going to prepare for what I call the 10-minute meeting, not an hour meeting, not a half hour, because you got to get this stuff very pithy and very focused. And that's what my script outline will get you to practice on. And then their job, I'm going to say, is be yourself. You're going to go into a meeting with your constituents or their allies or whatever, and do whatever you normally do. Take notes, ask appropriate questions. Don't let them detour you by saying, well, let me explain how the committee process works. No, thank you. We only have a limited amount of your time, Senator, Representative. We want to stay on our message. You're going to do your thing. I will call time at the end of 10 or 12 minutes. And then what they get to do, and I'm very clear about this with them, to give you constructive feedback. And I'm very clear what that means. What did you do well? What could you improve or do better the next time? Not what did you do wrong? That's not what any of us want to hear. This is a safe environment. Training to me is getting knowledge and skills and practice and coaching and feedback to get better at it. And I find most legislators love this because they're going to make you more effective when you come to see them and not waste their time. So you'll do that. Then we take a break. You sort of regroup. They'll move to another table. You'll get to do it with legislator number 2. Your same thing refined. They're going to give you feedback. One more rotation. You'll get to do 3 with each of them. We have enough time. Same process. Then when we're done, they're going to come up here and they're going to give you some information about how they like to be approached. And what you're going to find is they're all different. Some like a phone call, some like an email, some want a text or whatever, just like all the rest of us. And that's important to know. They'll tell you what they got out of it because I'll ask them some questions. And then you can ask them questions if you want before they go. And then at the end, we'll thank them. And if they can stay for lunch, they can join us. And then you start doing, 2 of them are going to stay. Great. So you do some more relationship building. Okay. Then they'll leave and then we'll have our own debrief and next steps or whatever. But the process tomorrow is to get you practice, to be very clear when you're in a meeting. What are you asking to do? What do you need to tell them? Facts, what kind of personal story? Talked about photos. If you have some to put on the table tomorrow, that's great. When you do the follow-up letter, you can attach a photo, do it all the time. That makes it human. That makes it real, okay? And again, we'll go over some of the value stuff in the morning, but that's what we're preparing for with these 3 agenda items, if you will, is you're going to have to pick one. But I want you to stop and we're going to think about that for a little bit because I do want to do this next exercise called, pardon me, a trip down memory lane. And by the way, the reason I'm saying 3 groups will work, some of your folks aren't here. Somebody, I guess, is not going to be here tomorrow who's here today. Unfortunately, I think has a funeral to go to. Sorry about that. Sorry. And somebody who's been online is going to be here tomorrow. So there's going to be 13 of you by our count. So, pardon me. So we can have 1 group of 5 and 2 groups of 4, which would give us 13 to do the practice exercise. So I hope your choices will go that way, or I might have to push you a little bit, because I think since we've got the audience, why not cover 3 substantive issues rather than the same thing 3 times over? Because that's the other benefit we get. We get to help them understand something they may not know a lot about on 3 different pending issues as opposed to just 1. So that's what we're going to do. What I want to do now is have you break up into small groups based on decade of high school graduation. Okay.
Really?
Okay. And again, Brooke knows this. Again, I don't want to be overly rude, so I have to look around and try to be careful. Is there anybody here who graduated or would have? Because always that person, well, I didn't graduate, I just skipped or whatever. Graduated or would have graduated before 1990.
College graduation or?
High school. 1 person? No, this is for now. This is for fun. Nice try, though. Nice try. Okay. Can you tell us what year? 1985. Wow. That's a babe in the. Okay, welcome back. Whoops. See, bringing the food now. All right. So we're going to shortly be breaking and have you break into groups 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 of you. So we can have 2 groups of 4 and 1 group of 3, and that'll work out very nicely for our practice with the legislators when they get here. Last night, I gave you, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at it over breakfast or before you went to sleep. This is sort of the in advance stuff, some of which you got a little bit of, but in the real world, you'll have a little more time, okay? Remember, as I said yesterday, your job is to inform, educate, and persuade them to support or vote against or amend the bill or issue that you're talking with them about. That's your focus, okay? It isn't to go into a whole long history of disability policy or how backward you may think something is in the school district or whatever. It's just, here's where we are. This is why this bill is important to us or to me. The transportation we're going to work on. We're going to work on the housing and then the rest of that workforce. So we'll have 3 different topics, all right? And you have to have a message, okay? That's why you're going to practice this. You've all heard of the 2-minute or the 3-minute elevator speeches. That's part of what you're doing individually is you're getting very crisp. You only got a couple of minutes and you want them to hear clearly, why is this important? What is it? What will it do? Or what won't it do, depending on the bill? All right. Again, as I said yesterday, don't ever get caught up in partisan stuff or somebody's reputation. Always approach your elected official. And today we heard from Brooke that these are people who are allies already, as honest, intelligent people representing you and wanting to do the right thing. But our job is to help them know what the right thing is in the disability community. Children. Okay. Testing. Can you hear this one okay? Yes? Okay. Again, they're all trying to do the best job that they can, and they need to hear from us what's on our mind. Do not get caught up in partisan politics. It will not serve you well, okay? Keep your identity separate. You can be whatever you are, but leave it alone. Your job is to bring the values to the table that we taught yesterday. And in your communication, you're always going to speak in positive terminology. You're not going to say, oh, it ain't awful that I got a poor kid who's on the autism spectrum and their life is miserable. All you're going to do is potentially reinforce memory lane for them. Well, that's what I thought. That's why they need to be over here. Always positive thinking, but there are challenges. All right. And the best compliment I ever got when I was working in DC, because you have to work both sides of the aisle, is there was a woman working for the late Senator Kennedy. Her name was Connie Garner. And I'd been working with her for a couple of years. And then I went to visit her office one day on a bill. And when we were done, she said, Allan, pardon me, what the heck are you? I said, I beg your pardon. I can't tell. Are you a Democrat or a Republican? And I took a pause and I said to her, I think you have just paid me a superb compliment. My political affiliation is irrelevant to the work I do here. I'm representing United Cerebral Palsy, or I'm representing the Brain Injury Association. My constituents come across the political spectrum. I'm here to talk with you about laws or funding that are good for society. And she just looked at me and said, off the record, most of your colleagues are liberal Democrats and they brag about it. And I thought, wow, how sad. These were people who'd been doing this stuff a long time on Capitol Hill from some of the national disability organizations. But and I'm thinking, how do you go to a Republican office bragging that you're a liberal Democrat? And if you're a Republican, go to a Democrat. I mean, to me, that was totally, so I'm suggesting the same to you. Keep your political affiliation at home. You want to work on somebody's campaign, you want to donate, that's all good. But when you're in these meetings, you're citizen, representative, advocate. Okay. Do your homework, okay? If you know what committee they're on, fine. If they've done something good in the past, and Brooke can give us again a little bit of that information, it never hurts to say, thank you for your vote on, okay, the screening bill, because all three of these House members have done that, and we're not going to talk about that today, but it's a nice way to let them know you appreciate what they have done, because again, they don't get thanked a lot. Give me this, now I need that, now I need that, now I need that. So again, history, we reviewed the values and the goals of the policy. And by the way, I realized in a lot of the back and forth communication the last 10 days around this session, there's a whole series of materials, and I don't know if they ended up on the Canva, but they weren't copied. Disability is a natural part. Okay, so a lot of the materials I was sort of referencing yesterday are up there for you to download, because there's a lot, okay? Typically, you would have a fact sheet. We don't have that today. Only do one bill in a meeting. Our colleagues, when they have what's called the Disability Policy Seminar in Washington, have a whole bunch of stuff, and they tell people, you got a 15-minute meeting on Capitol Hill, try to cover at least 3 of those. No, because you're going to get nowhere. In 10 minutes, maybe, or 15, you can get enough interest in one bill to do some follow-up. So and then you can say, I've got another bill, but can we schedule another meeting? That won't happen today, but when you're doing your stuff ongoing, you need the facts, number of people, what the bill does, what it might cost or whatever. Personal stories we talked about yesterday, photos or whatever. That makes it come alive. We need both. You need the facts, how many people, what's going on, who's getting hurt or getting served, and then a story or two about here's my situation, here's my kids, here's my neighbors, whatever. Here's what this will mean, okay? And then always ask them, anticipate questions. They may ask you something, and that's fair, okay? If you know the answer, you'll say the answer. If you don't, what are you going to say? I'll find out, and I will get back to you. And get back to them, because again, we're building relationships here and credibility and trust. And we went through that a little bit yesterday. Okay. Opposition. If you know that there is some group or entity really opposing this, as we heard yesterday on the screening bill, the public health people were really opposed in the administration, and that had to be dealt with. Sometimes it's inside. Very often there's another group who has a different perspective on the issue. Okay. Just be aware of it and know that you may have to respond, but you don't say, well, they're stupid jerks. What do they know? That's not going to help you either. Don't vilify them, etc. The other thing about this material, if you're an environmentalist, you can use the same script for this. If you're interested in another bill in this state about maybe changing insurance laws or whatever, use this. And I want you to be passionate. We have 2 hot issues here and across the country today, and there are people passionate on both sides because of their personal values, okay? One is the whole abortion, right to life debate. People on both sides have a core set of principles that they firmly believe in, okay? The same with the gun stuff, okay? And I don't need to know where you are. You don't need to know where I am on that, but all I'm saying is I respect those people, whether I agree with them or don't. They come at this from core values in their DNA. Guns are dangerous. No, the Second Amendment, or whatever the amendment is, says I have a right to bear arms. Okay, so that's what we're looking for out of you, is that same core set of values that are going to permeate in your message. Not that you have to yell about it, but they're going to feel it. They're going to sense it in the meeting. So that's your prep stuff. Now, we have one to pass out. That is the outline for your script today. And this is the guideline for a meeting. So if I can get some help passing these out, then we'll go through this, then we'll vote, and then you'll have some time to work in your group. Good morning, Nancy. Okay. This is the actual outline for the meeting. And again, you could use this for any bill of any content. This is not very disability specific. There may be a reference or two, but basically this is generic. Okay. Everybody got one? No. Okay. So let's go through this, and then this is what you're going to be working on when you break into your groups. Okay? Again, one of the most effective ways to influence them is a face-to-face visit. And once you start the face-to-face, then they know who you are. You can follow up with phone calls, emails, Zoom meetings, whatever. All right? As I said several times, and I mean it, this is not a once-a-year thing. You are working to establish a relationship with your senator and your representative that you are a constituent and a voter who cares about state disability policy. If we're doing this at the federal level, you care about federal disability policy. All right? So that's it. When you do this meeting, you need to have a talking point agenda, and that's what you're going to do. And if there are 4 of you in a couple of the groups and 3 in the other, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 11. Okay. You'll have about 2.5 minutes apiece, and it doesn't have to be exact, but everybody in the meeting must have a role. I've seen some meetings where people sit there and it's like you're the token self-advocate. No, everybody has to make a contribution, or they're going to also think not good things. Why are you taking up space in my office? Everybody's got to make a valued contribution, and you can figure out who that is. In the real world, like I say, 10 minutes, and make an appointment if you're doing this with them, whether it's in their office at Montgomery or at home, if they have an office. Just don't walk in, hi, I'd like to see the senator this afternoon. No, sorry, you don't have quite that much clout. All right. And be on time. And as we said for today, dress appropriately. You don't have to have a suit and a tie, but don't go in jeans and torn up shirts and all that kind of stuff. It's a professional meeting. They're professionals. Treat them with dignity and respect. All right. Always introduce yourself and where you live. And don't, again, let your ego get in the way. Well, this is my 3rd meeting, Senator. Why don't you remember my name is Allan Bergman? Okay. This is not an ego contest. Again, out of all of this, this is not about ego. This is about informing, educating, persuading, and building a relationship over time. So how many people in the course of a day might they have meetings with or see in the hallway of the Capitol or whatever? So usually it's like, hi, Senator Allan Bergman. Oh, sure, Allan, how are you? If he remembers or she remembers, and they usually will when that trigger comes in. How's the family, or how's your interest in whatever it might be? But don't play stump the expert and sit there. I'm not going to say anything till they remember who I am. No, that isn't going to build a relationship. All that's going to do is cause embarrassment and anxiety. So again, your ego is not part of this. Get down to business after you do the introductions, and each person at the table should introduce themselves. Hi, I'm so-and-so and I live here. That's it. Then whoever is going to open the real meeting, down to business. What are you here to talk about? Okay. We are here to talk about SB 91, the transportation bill by so-and-so, whoever the senator or sponsor is, and you can look that up if you don't have it. All right. And pardon me, what you're asking them to do about that bill, okay, and why it's important. Always make the ask. Like I said last night, what is it you want them to do? You want them to vote yes, or you want them to add this phrase, or you want them to not vote yes and to vote no. You'll figure that out. On most of these, it's yes, but or something, all right? And stay on message. Don't get off onto other stuff. If you're in transportation, don't start talking about housing, or don't start talking about, well, special education creates a problem because their bus system isn't good. That transportation bill isn't probably going to solve the special ed bus system if that's going on in your community. As I said before, thank them for their previous support. If they have voted on something important to us, whether it's this session or last session, and you know about it from your homework or the guides who are giving it to you, thank you so much for your vote last year. That really makes a difference, blah, blah, blah. Then clear and specific, and as I said last night, no jargon and no acronyms, okay? Don't use IEP. Don't use PCP for person-centered plan, okay? Any of the shorthand that we use in the field, they probably don't know but they're not going to probably be comfortable saying, I don't know what you're talking about, because remember, we have them on this pedestal up there. Some might. So they're going to nod their head and smile, and you've lost them. If they know it and you say special education, we're not doing that today, an individualized education program, oh yeah, that's an IEP, right? And then you can smile and say, okay, that's cool. But don't, that cliche, don't assume it makes an ASS out of you and me. You've probably heard that, okay? The same is true in dealing with legislators, school board members. Don't think that every school board members understands special education and the federal laws. Most of them don't. So same thing, don't throw the jargon around because they're going to be clueless what you're talking about, okay? So be specific and then flip it to the back, personal stories. And it's possible in a group of 4, you could have 2 personal stories if they're relevant to the topic. And they could be yours or somebody you know, but it helps to make it real once we lay out the facts that transportation isn't even available for anybody, and for somebody with a disability, they can't go to work. They can't necessarily maybe even get to their doctor's appointments and whatever it might be, can't get to the grocery store to go shopping, whatever it is. Make it real for them in terms of everyday life. And then as you're finishing up, what can you do for them? Do they want to meet more constituents? Would they like to come see a work program if you're going to be talking about employment and what good supported or customized employment might look like, so they could meet a few people who are working, and it's going to look to them like, how could they be working? But they are. So whatever it might be. All right. And then finally, as you get to the end and you make your ask again, what else do they need? How do they perceive it? Can you count on them? And they may say, I need time. I want to read the bill, whatever. Your next question is going to be, fine, can I get back to you next week or in a week or so to just follow up and keep this moving? So it's not when the meeting's over, thanks and good luck, and I hope you'll do the right thing. No. All right. And if you had a fact sheet, you would leave it never more than 1 piece of paper on one side. They have limited attention span, though. They don't have ADHD. They just have a lot of stuff. And there's no reason on any of these you can't, when you're going through a bigger session, have a fact sheet that's 1 page. Name of the bill, sponsor, number, and then bullet what it does, why it's important, etc. And where can you go for more information, or who can you call? You can get all that easily in 14-point font on one side of paper, so it's easily readable. Don't try to squeeze it into 6-point, so they need a magnifying glass. Again, it's not a dissertation, it's a fact sheet. When you're meeting with staff sometime, they may want more, and you can give them a more detailed synopsis, or maybe even sometimes a short research article that backs it up or whatever, depending what it is. At the end, thank you so much for your time and your continued support. Look forward to working with you, etc. You're going to have 10 to 12 minutes to do that. And then I will call time, as I told you, and then they will give you constructive feedback. What went well from their perspective? What could you do better the next time? Then we'll have like a 2-minute break. You can regroup. I'll have them step back, and then they'll go to another table, and you'll get to do this 3 times. You remember again that old little line we learned growing up, practice makes perfect. I don't expect you to be perfect, but by the time you do this the 3rd time, you're all going to start to get much more comfortable with the process and with the feedback on how to really do this effectively. And that's the goal here, is to get you comfortable, so when you have your first real meeting, and not that this isn't real, with your own elected official, you're going to have some frame of reference of how to do that. Okay? All right. Any questions about the actual meeting agenda script? No. Okay. So we have 3 different topics for you to choose from. Maybe you've already thought about it. One would be Senate Bill 91, the one on transportation and setting up that extra tax, and that would be able to help lots of communities that don't have any public transportation. And then there is, if I get my numbers right here, HB 346, which is the inclusive housing by one of the representatives who's going to be with us today, along with, so that would be one, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Please. Okay. Ah,
So we want to make sure that she includes those
okay.
disability.
Yeah, because
aspects
make
in the
sure,
workforce.
okay. So sorry, that was last year's bill. Does this year's have a number or it's just part of the larger workforce package? Okay, we'll see. But that will be a separate issue from the rest of workforce because again, affordable, accessible housing is critical. And I think it probably works the same in Alabama. If you're working and in a group home, then you don't get to keep much of your paycheck. Is that right? You have to turn it over. You get to keep so much a month. So the issue here is because there is a lack of affordable and accessible housing in most states, people with disabilities who would like to have their own home are punished in two ways. One, there isn't a lot out there. And until they get out of that group home, their money, both their SSI, SSDI, and wages cannot be used for them to pay their own rent and utilities. And they may not know that. So that affordable, accessible housing, I can tell you, in this country is probably the biggest unmet need for adults with all types of disabilities, all types. So that's a hot issue. That's why I said, let's break that out. Yes, ma'am.
Is the workforce housing in this current session. We just want to make sure that it is inclusive of people with disabilities.
Okay, you did that piece of research right. Okay, so House Bill 346 is the one on workforce housing. And in that one, you want to thank, well, you thank her, but the others, this is a great bill, but we need to be sure that people with disabilities who are working, not just able-bodied people, have access to this as well. And you can build that out. And if you have a story or so, that's great. Then the other bill, which is on workforce investment and development, again, the message is going to be, and you got some of the data yesterday, the most unemployed group in the United States today and the largest group of people living in poverty are people with all types of disabilities, not because they can't work, not because they don't want to work, but we need to make the investment in the training and the opportunities, and whether it's voc ed and all that other stuff, some of which you learned yesterday, that's your message there. Please be sure to amend the bill to have some sections that are very specific to including people with disabilities, people with developmental disabilities, and with the language from the ADA, making sure that there are reasonable accommodations for them to be able to engage in those various work. That's the short message, okay? So those are your three groups. Take a second, and then we're going to vote, and hopefully we'll get reasonable distribution. I prefer to do that than my having to say, can you move from here to there? So transportation. How many of you would like to work on transportation? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's not bad for starters. Remember who you are. You only get to vote one time. So look around. Okay, that's great. Okay. How many of you would like to work on the inclusive affordable housing? 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, you are nice. All right, and who wants to work on workforce development and investment? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so wait a minute though. Oh, 4. Okay, 4, 7, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 2 people didn't vote. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, we took the newborn screening off. Yeah, so you can thank them all for doing that and voting for it. And then as part of your thank you, which is great. On workforce? Okay, so that's now 5 on workforce, 8, 11, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 1 person didn't vote. I have 3 people on transportation. Put your hands up again, SB 91. 1, 2, 3, okay. I have 3 people on House Bill 346, housing, 1, 2, whoops, 3. Okay, that's 6. And then workforce, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. Is there, oh, I can't, I'm sorry, 5, 5, 8, 11, 2, 4, 6, 2. Aha. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 12. Am I counting wrong? Oh, I'm counting Linda. That's why. Mess up my count. Okay. All
Mr.
right.
Bergman,
So let me,
Mr.
we
Bergman,
have 2 groups of 3.
we have two joining us via Zoom that they'll be able to at least listen in. So may I ask them which group, or would you like to assign them to a group?
Well, no, I mean, they can listen in, but they're not going to be able to interact. So they, yeah, they can, and that's whichever they want. We can get that in a minute. What I'd like to ask though, so that we have more balance rather than one group of 5 and 2 of 3, is there anybody from workforce who would be comfortable moving either to housing or transportation? One person. Anybody? Okay, which one? Transportation. Okay, so now we have 4 on transportation, 4 on workforce, on 3 on housing. That is terrific. Yes. Okay. Fine. All right. So now you have, okay, we're at 9 o'clock. Let me just check our agenda here. The most recent version, because it keeps changing. All right. And we can even do, okay, do any of you need to check out of the hotel, or have you already done that if you're staying here? Okay, because checkout is at 12 noon, I believe, right? Yes. Okay, so we left a little room in here at break time. It's now 9 o'clock. You can probably even go till 10:20 if you want. And you will have all that time now in your small groups to do this meeting planning. I will be floating around. One group can stay in here. One group can go where we had the initial food, all right? And then another group can just hang out here in the lobby or one of these other meeting rooms, because Linda checked it out. Nobody else is down here today. We've got the whole joint. So you'll have nice space to work. And okay, so I think you remember who you are. And why don't we have let's see, the workforce group stay in this room, and we'll have transportation in that room there and housing out in the lobby. Okay? And go get yourself set up. And then I will be around if you have any needs. But the first thing, hold on. When you sit down, review the basic bill and what you're asking them to do and get clear about that. Then start figuring out who's going to do which part. Okay?
Where people are coming from in this. I know they're an untapped resource. I have a child with disabilities, and a lot of times people do not know that. If they're not raising family members with disabilities or exposed to that, they're not going to know that. And it is your job to convince and display that. So those pieces of data, I think, are really critical. But taking Washington, evaluating it, and going, what are they doing differently to get the results that they are getting with 85%? That's incredible. So that's what I would kind of just at least give you guys.
Thank y'all for doing this. I've learned so much. And I think what I try to let y'all know is, of course, you know, we're just regular folks. I mean, we've got children too, we've got neighbors, we've got families, and we all have somebody that, you know, that's in the disabled community that we can relate to. And so we're all just people. And so I try to give you little tidbits like contacting us on our personal emails, by our cell phone, once you can get that information, establish a relationship. And I think we talked about, you know, these emails that are just form emails. We're just not effective. We quickly delete those. We don't even read them. We recognize the subject and it's the same everywhere. Click, delete, don't get any information for that.
I told them that yesterday and only gave them $10 to see it.
Yeah. But y'all did an excellent job in knowing what my issues were, and that enabled us to engage in further conversations. So I thought you did a great job in researching me and some of the bills that I have been working on, and that was very helpful for me to be able to relate what I'm working on with what you're doing and how we can tie that all in together. And y'all, excellent job. I talked to you about handouts, you know, kind of hand somebody a quick handout with some bullet points because I like to make notes on that. And then what's my train of thought there for a minute? Oh, we talked about the way what I like to see. Lee was talking about, you know, she likes stories. Cynthia likes data. I like evidence-driven information. So if you want more heading towards transportation, what are some examples, specific examples of where this has worked, how it's worked, where it's been successful, how we know based on evidence that redirecting our very, very limited resources is going to be effective. So y'all know Alabama is not a wealthy state, but we are very fiscally conservative in our budget, and we do, I think, very well allocating our funds. So it's very important for us to be careful and intentional in where we send our funding. And it's, you know, I like evidence. When you come to me, I want to know what other states have done, how it's been effective in the numbers in that area. But I thought y'all did great. So, yay.
Let's take a few questions from the participants, and then I'd like to sort of next steps, what kinds of things like to be, need to do next to keep this stuff moving. So if we have a roving mic, yes, and please identify yourself.
I'm Mary Burnett and I'm from Robertsville, Alabama, Baldwin County. I just want to know, you said that it would be good to get to know your representative or your senator. In what ways would you recommend maybe we could, if we've never met them or we don't really know anything about them, what are good ways to get to know someone who you don't have any experience with?
I have an answer for that. And I use the Colby Act as an example. So I did not know Colby Spangler or Kim Spangler, you know, a year and a half ago. But James Tucker, who I knew in a previous lifetime, I used to work at the law school. He was working at ADAP when it was in the law school at the time. That's how I knew James. We were acquaintances. I didn't know him well, but of course, you know, long time. So he called me. So Kim called, worked with him. He picked up the phone and called me, and I know him well enough to, you know, answer the phone. We talked, and he said, I have a woman, Kim Spangler, who has this bill that she tried to get passed last year, and the person who helped us is no longer here. We need some help. Would you talk with her? And I said, of course. And so she and Colby came to Tuscaloosa, and we sat in my conference room. So in that situation, they didn't have time to get to know me. But what they did do, they found somebody who knew me. And if you look around enough, you know, that's, it's just, you know, small world, what's the terminology they use, like 2 steps removed or 3 steps removed. And maybe
7 is when we have this.
there we go. That's what I'm trying to say. So point being, find somebody, if you don't know them personally, find somebody who does, to connect you. And I don't have to know you personally to meet with you, but it does help to have a connection, somebody to introduce you, and that's kind of how we got started on it.
That's a great point, and that doesn't have to be a professional. It could be somebody else in your community who may have an existing relationship with your senator or your representative, somebody who used to work for them, worked on their campaign. I mean, there's lots of options. There's called networking. Who can help open that door or create a more open environment? That's a great suggestion.
I do agree with that. I don't know if that's working. Can y'all just hear me? We're not online, so.
No,
is this better? Is it
Yeah.
good enough? Okay, sorry. I agree with that, and I think sometimes you might have to use a variety of ways to figure out what works for your person. But I will say, like, for me personally, if you're my constituent and you ask me to have coffee or lunch with you, I'm gonna do everything I can in my power to make that happen. May not happen as quickly as you'd like for it to, but I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we do work for you. We should be willing to sit down with you. I think that's a lot easier for House members. I think that would be a little bit more challenging for a senator because they represent about 3 times the number of constituents that we do. So I could see where it would be really hard for them to do that. It's easier for me to do that. And I'm always willing to do that. So don't discount that as a possibility if your House member is willing to do it. And then if not, I mean, heck yeah. I mean, networking, that's what we do in our job is network the heck out of every room so that if we don't know, we can figure out how to get something. So.
And she made a statement, you heard yesterday, but now you heard it from her. They work for you. They are your senators and representatives. And going back to what we said, and today you heard it. Your job is to let them know what the issues are that are of your concern, because you heard there's thousands of bills. There is no member of any legislature I know who can say, I've got 3 bills in my session. So you selectively, either because of the committee you're on, or because constituents have said, this is important to me. Either I like it or I want you to kill it or whatever it is. So you're getting reinforcement here. These people are elected public servants, and your responsibility, as I said yesterday, as citizens, is to communicate effectively with them what's on your mind, or they're not going to know.
And then I would also say, don't be afraid to shamelessly stalk us on social media. Because we put a lot out there. And you can learn about our families, and you can learn about, if we have a disabled family member, and then that's a way to introduce a conversation. So you can learn about us. And so what best ways, when you're getting to know somebody is to find a common denominator. And so anybody study us on social media. We put all kinds of stuff out there. Our lives are an open book. And I know lobbyists are really good at that. Oh, we saw you were at such and such this weekend because they follow us. But anyway, it's effective, it works.
It's a great idea. The social media these days is phenomenally powerful, sometimes constructive, sometimes not so, but can be a very useful tool.
I'll add to that, and that is a great point. Be careful with your stalking, don't cross the legal lines. I have had people connect with me through Facebook because of my friend list. And they'll be like, are y'all really friends or are you just Facebook friends? And so that has actually helped make a connection. But I will also say, some of us, I use it to share information, but I refuse to do my job on Facebook. So if you connect with me on Facebook and post things, I'm not answering you there. Call me. I will not do that because that's not how you do business. You don't do that in any other company. Now some will, but I'm just telling you, not everyone will. And it's not because they're being avoidant. It's just because they don't believe it's the appropriate medium to actually do business. But I do agree.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm, but I am saying there's a lot of ways to reach a legislator if you don't know them. Send it a message. I don't mind getting a message, a private message through a social media. And I'll usually say, hey, contact me. Here's my cell phone. Here's my email. But I'm telling y'all, I can't believe how many ways I get access. I mean, LinkedIn. Besides Instagram and Facebook, I get messages through LinkedIn. And sometimes I'm like, how did they contact me? There's so many ways people, can reach me, and I'm trying to reach back out. But anyway, I would just, I don't mind getting requests. Hey, I'd like to talk to you about this. And I usually say, and a lot of times people just want to complain and they don't really want to talk to you. And so I'll always say, I'd love to talk to you in person. Here's my cell phone. If I don't get a call back, then they just want to whine, and I can't help people that just want to whine. I need to talk to people that want to, like all of us here, we want to reach a constructive solution.
Great. Okay, other questions from the participants?
Definitely say that you should research their social media and find out if they are Alabama or
They'll walk into Lee's office and say, roll out.
I'll come up in my office.
That's what we do.
Nothing else right now? Okay, and let's wrap it up with each of the panelists, starting with Representative Allan. What next? What else can they start to do? We've given them some feedback on how they presented today. They're concerned about these issues. This session is still going on. What do they need to do now?
So, we talk a lot about that, but like for this group right here with the workforce housing, this is my bill. And I tell them exactly what to do, and that is, so I do feel like because this is a federal housing program, there are probably built-in, opportunities for percentage of the housing to be for disabled people. However, let's make sure. So they're gonna send me an email, and I love all your contact information, in which I can then forward to the people who are helping me with this bill to say, respond to this. And if we don't feel like we have appropriate safeguards in there, let's get some in there, and then they will get busy drafting that. And that's how we will handle this particular bill. I do think, and somebody else I told, getting with the bill sponsor, in particular, just like the second room in there, I believe, talking about just the workforce housing bills in general, getting with the bill sponsor to just engage them and say, look, I represent and I'm part of this group, and this is what we're interested in, and we want to make sure that your bill includes, to the extent it can, and so just, most everybody is happy to make those changes. They just haven't thought about it. The way that actually happens is they have to actually amend their bill in committee. So you will help them write an amendment, and they can consider it a friendly amendment, which they will accept, and everything's good, or they can not consider it a friendly amendment, and they will, sort of oppose your amendment if they don't think it will help their bill. So the goal would be to have a friendly amendment that the bill sponsor likes and can be incorporated that way, because all these bills have now been filed. So to get changes to the bills, you will have to amend them.
Okay, I have to pull up an email that actually Brooke sent me. She, great job explaining that. Also understand that at times, what you're trying to accomplish, it might not be the right medium to do that. Okay, I'm going to use your example. I have HB 126 right now, which requires anybody that works in as a firefighter or an EMS to have training on interacting with individuals with invisible disabilities. She had made the suggestion that I add different disabilities, developmental disabilities, such as Down syndrome, genetic diseases, cerebral palsy, those types of things. When you go through the disabilities that fall under the wording that I chose to use, some of those are already included. What would have made it a little more complicated to add the changes that she wanted is that specific training did not exist in a space that I am aware of it. So at the time that I got it, I don't have the time to research that, find if there's anything that can be done. And in my bill, it is a requirement of an hour, but we can't mandate that they spend money on certain things. So I'm having to use free training in the bill, and that's part of that requirement. So I don't add to their expenses in requiring those training pieces. So when I'm limited on what I can accomplish in the bill, based on it has to be free, it has to be online, because you have thousands and thousands and thousands of firefighters that I can't get in the room everywhere and require them to do certain things. Just know that occasionally there will be times that is not possible, but that is also an opportunity to say, could we explore a different piece of legislation that addresses the concerns and issues that you do have? So don't give up just because we tell you this isn't the space for it. Just know that you can attack that another way through a different piece of legislation. And I think that's probably all I would add.
No, that's a great point. And again, if we look at the evolution of all federal disability legislation, much of it has been incremental. Okay, this year we only got a third of the way. We'll be back in the next session and hopefully get another piece, and it might take 5 years to get it all done.
Oh my gosh, so great. I'm glad you brought that up. To your point, I actually have a parent who has a child that is autistic that has been working against me on this bill. And it's been extremely frustrating. I have communicated with him numerous times, but I will say, and I'm a pretty direct person, the level of communication that I received from him and the way that he has fought me has caused me to completely shut him out. I'm not gonna work with him anymore because he's hurting my cause. So make sure that you are operating in this space in a respectful manner, and do not ever go behind a legislator's back to state agencies to try to kill their bill, because that will not go well. His point, this has never existed anywhere in our state. No training for interacting with individuals with disability, invisible disabilities has existed. Do I think that what I have done is enough? Absolutely not. It is just scratching the surface. I do not find it adequate at all. But 2 years ago, it didn't exist. So I broke through a barrier that is very challenging to break through. I'm not done with the work, but I did start the work. And the biggest thing is I do want to add incrementally. And sometimes you won't see this in a bill, and so it's worth asking. There are additional things that are being done that are not in the legislation that are policy pieces or implementation pieces for the agency that they're very well aware of, but you may not be because it's not explicitly listed in the legislation itself. The legislation and the legislative intent are two different things, right? So when we're working with, for example, with my law enforcement, when I'm working with APOST, we really have a strategy of implementation. We're developing additional training modules that y'all don't know about that do build on one another. And they're not just doing the same 1 hour training every year. There will be 3 modules by the time we get to the end of this quadrennium that build on one another. But that is an excellent point. Just remember, just because you may not like the way it looks today, doesn't mean we have to be done with it. Excellent point.
And let me just add, and this is painful, but you need to know, this is a major problem, as I'm sure you're aware, across the country with lack of understanding by more so police than fire in my experience. And I'm going to tell you a real story, and it's real. This is suburban Chicago, a community called Skokie. It is not a poverty community. There is a small, this is before the pandemic. I think it was a group home for 4 young adults on the autism spectrum. Okay. And the police knew it was there, they, whatever. And one day, one of the young men who was there took off, he eloped. So they weren't sure where he was, so they called the police department appropriately. They knew about the house. They found him, I don't know, a mile away. He was walking in a park. And of course, what does the police officer want to do but get him to stop? So he knew his name even. He said, stop. The young man didn't. What did he do? Took out his taser and shot the taser at him. It still didn't stop. He tasered him and killed the young man. Okay? And that made the front page, and that did lead to some major training changes and a whole bunch of legislation. But I can't blame the police officer. He had no knowledge and training. They're taught when they say stop to somebody, he didn't know if he might have had a gun or a knife or whatever. Stop again, he didn't. Zap. At least he didn't shoot him, but at the end result, it was the same. So I'm glad you're on this issue. And again, I'd be happy to send you 50% of all the killings by police officers, this is documented in research, are people with mental illness, people with autism, or people with quote invisible disabilities, where, and the most recent one was last year in Rochester, New York, 2 people. Yeah, so I'm glad you're on it, and it is incremental. But as we do more and more community inclusion and housing and workforce, these folks are going to be out there, and police have to be at least sensitive to what's going on. So,
and to your point as well, one thing to do, we still have a whole lot of educating to do in this state when it comes to what, like specifically, I will say autism spectrum disorder. You have a lot of individuals that will argue that it's called CIT. So it's basically crisis intervention training. The number of times I was told, we already do that through CIT. We already do that through CIT. So, no, you don't. And this is exactly why this training is still needed. And I think the messaging needs to be very concise and quick. And that is that CIT is addressing people who live in crisis or in a moment of crisis. These individuals are not in crisis. They are living with a disability, which is totally different, but that is not clear at all to people in these agencies, and honestly, the general public. They assume that with individuals with disabilities like our children have moments of episodes or responses that are very challenging, they think that there's a mental issue there, and it's not. And that in and of itself is exactly why we still have work to do, because there's not clarity and understanding. So I'll stop talking. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this all day. Okay, so I'm gonna take this back out to a broader discussion here, because we're not gonna limit it to just one bill, but in all issues, research, you know, when you go in and speak to anybody, make sure you got answers to all the questions that you can possibly think of, evidence, other states that have been successful in what they've done. And then also, I mean, I think we're all alluding to the same thing. It takes a long time, sometimes years, to get legislation passed. And sometimes the first bill is not going to be perfect. So don't fight against the first bill because it's simply not perfect. Maybe it's good. It's good. It doesn't do everything, but it's still good. So let's just get this one time done. I can't tell you how many bills are on the floor right now that are good bills that have been advocated for. And the group that advocated for them is now sending out messages for us to vote against the bill because it's not perfect, but it's still good. Maybe it's 80% of the way there, but they don't want it because it's not perfect. Well, you know what? It's probably never, ever going to be perfect, but it's better than what we have.
Great, thank you. And let me just respond. Okay, no, about what did Washington State do to get the employment numbers up? This is important for you to understand how it happened. They had a director at the state DD agency, her name was Jane Boone. She retired a couple of years ago. She knew about workforce. Washington State, who has that 85% of all the adults in the DD system are working in real jobs for real pay. Jane fought with parents, with the advocates, with a lot of people to change their state system. That when an adult starts in developmental disabilities in Washington State, they don't have an option to say, I don't want to work. They must spend 9 months in job exploration, volunteering, internship, what's called customized employment, etc. And guess what? Within 9 months, they're starting to work, they're seeing money, they want to stay working. And what's happened there now as a result of that is parents are pushing on the school system to do what they're supposed to do from 14 to 22 under the law to prepare people for post-secondary education and employment and independent living. And so in Washington State now, it is a mecca starting in junior high school, middle school, whatever. By 16, work is a key component of every kid's special education program. It doesn't matter what the complexity of disability, because when they hit the front door of the adult system, they can't say, I don't want to work, I want to go to a day program. It's not on the menu, and the feds approved it under Medicaid as well. So just to know, that took that kind of leadership and took her 5 years to convince the legislature to pass the bill. But look at the results now. 85% of those folks are working, less dependent on the public system, and they're valued in their communities. Okay.
And now it's our city council.
Well, we want to especially thank you all for coming, sharing with us. We at the DD Council and our network, we have 36 members on our board. The housing bill, the first responders bill, we are more than happy to help push the word out. Part of what we do, educate and inform. So you can,
Council,
Alabama Developmental Disability Council.
developmental disability. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know acronyms. I'm new.
Yep.
Speak in acronyms and we need full words.
Okay, when you hear ACDD, Alabama Council on Developmental Disability. So we have 36 members on our board all over the state. And we are more than welcome to a quick clip video that we can share. Because really we go back to our communities and share this information. And hey, this bill we need to vote for. This bill we need to do this. So we are more than happy to help push and educate. And that's what we do. So I don't know, not now, but Darryl. I am Darryl Powell, the executive director for the Council on Developmental Disability. So hey, I'm gonna help. We educate and inform and put the word out. So we're gonna help get these bills passed.
So for their clarification, you might as well do a little education here. The University Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, which is hosting this, where Linda is, okay, and it is part, as is the Council on Developmental Disabilities and what's called the Protection and Advocacy System, ADAP, where Nancy is, where James Tucker was. Those are all under one federal law called the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act. They all get significant amounts of federal funding. And what's lovely and why we do partners through that is that was the first federal law that had outcomes in it. Independence, productivity, and integration in 1984. That's their mandate. They can't say, well, for these people, they don't have to work, they don't have to have housing, whatever. That's the law. So that's just helpful for you to know. All three of them work under the same federal law. And that's the agency, ACL, that I was telling some of you about administering, who now has this formal relationship with HUD around affordable and accessible housing, thanks to the leadership there of a woman named Allison Barkoff, who is a sibling and a civil rights attorney.
So if you hear the term DD network, the Government of Disability Network, that's us. That's our field. So, DD network. Yeah. All right.
Thank you again, please.
Network or like a group photo we do around the time before you.
Yeah.
And then lunch.
Then it's lunch, and I have a little for you. If your legislature has to have this meeting about voting stuff. I there's so many things about where along the federal protection, especially for people with disabilities in voting. So it's one of these two things and one of these. There may not
We're gonna grab you out. And then y'all can say yeah. Worst case scenario, I'll just say next week. What are we gonna have next door? Lunch. Oh. I thought we were all taking the group. That's good. You
got it right?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay, because don't you have to take that? And that's all pretty well. Yeah. Thank you. Y'all did a great job.
There are some people that have some forms that we need to finish signing. So she has the list. Please fill those out so we have those.
Am I supposed to?
I don't have the list. She'll flag you down. Call your name. So we do have a few more minutes. Our next Wednesday session is coming up. We have special guests on that, and we'll get some more information on that. But it's called it's Vertical Harvest, and they're from Wyoming. It's a special treat, and we're gonna have a documentary kind of thing for you to watch. And then the producer and a panel of the people that work there will be at your Wednesday session for that. So it was a real special treat last year. Everybody loved it. We're inviting them to come back again. So that will be at our Wednesday session for 1 hour, and the other hour, we're going to talk about your projects and different things. And as you know, the projects fall under the DD Council's 5-year plan. I know you've seen some of that. I think it's in Canvas. So we're going to talk more about that. So keep thinking about that. Getting all, like you said, you can do individual groups or individual projects, or you can do group projects. So be thinking about that. Is there anything you want to say?
Well, I'm probably gonna slip out here just a little bit further. And one of the things, I appreciate you all still sticking in, because this is a lot of information. And I thank Mr. Allan for coming out, and I know it's tons of paperwork, and that's great. You can always refer back to this information. One of the things that I am going to don't get too frustrated if you run into a situation where it's not working, it's not working. And this group is so important. You have created a network within yourself that's a part of a bigger network. And you all are third class since I've been here. So when you finish, guess what? You're gonna be partners alumni, which means that you're gonna be able to tap into some of those other ones who are doing great work. And I know you all probably have seen some that are doing projects that are continuing. Some projects may not get off the ground as quick as they need to be. And I know you all have heard Ms. Kim Spangler, who talked a little bit about what all she had to go through to get that bill passed. And sometimes it's gonna take a lot of hard work, a lot of hours, a lot of people involved, a lot of networks to get things done. And don't get too frustrated, because this is a lot of work. We got a long ways to go. Y'all see, y'all can hear. As we talk, as we listen, we have come a long ways, I think, but we still got a long ways to go. So with your advocacy, making sure that your own family, your individual selves, people that you know, it's gonna affect the whole state of Alabama. So that's what we are here for, to help you make a difference. And I think we can all, there's no one particular person, no one particular agency that's gonna make things change, but at least we can make some, in the words of John Lewis, good trouble. Good trouble. Yes. You know, and that's what it's all about, because, and you know, we just can't give up. Just because one door closed up, hey, we're gonna figure out another door. And these three representatives that we had today, I think was a prime example. They opened up themselves for you all. So if they have given you the invitation to email or call personally, that's a big, big thing, big avenue. Some don't do that. Some say, I'm gonna give you my work email and you email me on my work email only. And that's because that's what they want, you know, so, we appreciate them, you know, we appreciate Ms. Allan. Like I said, I'm gonna get out here a little bit early. Please, if you need me, call me, email me or whatever. I'm always on the go, but I would at least try to find some time at some point to see what your needs are. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Be well.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
We have another one for the.
yes.
Great. And my apologies if you didn't hear, I got so caught up with my lunch table with the discussion, I forgot I had a late checkout, and I had to get out of the room before 1 o'clock, so I made it, thank you, and it's called logistics and confirming that the shuttle would take me to the airport, so peace of mind. All right, so we each had 3 meetings with 3 different legislators. You got your feedback in the meeting, you heard the discussion here, and feedback. So who's got the word tonight with participants? Somebody.
Here.
All right, so from your perspective, and we're gonna just go around.
I gotta come back.
What did you gain from those 3 meetings that you didn't know before we started today? What, I guess, are we still doing the Zoom video?
We are.
Okay, so identify yourself.
Is that not working?
Actually comes. Nope, I have a loud voice and this is not doing that.
I'm not even picking that up. All right, give me 1 second. I've got it muted right now.
We're gonna go back and try and show. Okay. We'll try another way. So that's why I told you.
I played, yeah, I got a hot.
Thank
All right, now let me turn that one on just a second. Go ahead and try it.
All right, listen up.
Ashley Combs. I think what I liked from all of them was hearing how different their ideologies. They might have had the same ideology going across the board, but how they attacked an issue in gathering their information and how they like to conduct their business.
Okay, good point. Anybody else? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
So sorry. My name is Rashonda Whitfield from Huntsville. I think what I got from it was that when they didn't understand what we were saying, they wasn't afraid to ask. And it made me feel like, oh, they really want to know what I'm trying to explain. So that's what I took from it.
Well, and I think that is a really good point, that if you've established that kind of rapport, they're comfortable asking some questions as opposed to pretending and smiling like they know what you're talking about, which doesn't mean you might not get somebody who will do that, and you'll pick it up, you'll get the vibes. And that's why I say never acronyms, never shorthand, and if they know stuff, they'll let you know, and if they don't, sometimes they will just say, can you tell me more about it? And that's a beautiful opening-ended question to fill in the blanks for. So great, good observation. And again, they're all different. No two the same. Even if they're the same party, same area of the state, they grew up with whatever they grew up with. Okay, anybody else? Yeah.
Jean Wilson, Huntsville, Alabama, and my takeaway from today was an increase in confidence. That's what I received. Just an increase in confidence when speaking with our legislators and understanding that even though we know they are people too, but they're still, you know, star quality, and so, but just the increase in confidence from being able to actually speak with them and have a conversation with them to actually receive some really good valuable feedback.
Great. Thank you.
My name is Mandy. I'm from Cooper, Alabama. And I really felt like so many of the points that you hit on to prepare for actually came up. The acronyms, to see somebody that, like, how important it is to do your research and know your audience. What the first person that we spoke to today, you know, it's everybody is different, and we were guided as if they knew that we were was kind of mock, you know, or not. It was they were training us. I don't think that they were preparing us for. I feel more prepared to ever do this without, you know, a classroom right here and doing it with other people. It was just super informative to see the difference between each representative.
Thank you. And again, that's why I say training for me is, and I have a clear definition of you heard, and I made it clear to them. This is an opportunity to learn new information, practice new skills, and get constructive feedback, as opposed to, well, that was stupid. Why did you say that to me? That isn't going to help you. And they all knew that. And I think they were very respectful. They gave you good feedback. They had some questions and suggestions. And that's going to build your confidence to say, okay, I'm ready to take on and do some more of this. And that's the ultimate outcome, is are you comfortable now moving forward with legislative or congressional advocacy? Next.
I'll be a little more specific.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Paula. I'm from Pittsburgh. Lee, I believe, is who was first, and we were talking about the language and the that we were discussing, and we know it was new, and she hadn't read it. We, you know, read it in the full, but she said for future reference, it's helpful to them if we were to have the specific identification, what part of the bill, where, so right now she said they use the standard ADA language. So if there's, that it's supposed to be in there, but they said if we like find its absence, or if it's not listed in full totality, go ahead and have exactly where on the bill it's not how we would prefer it to be. So that when you do meet with that person, you're like, oh, it's here, 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 and here. So they don't, no one's having to search, or we can go ahead and do all that homework at home. And then when you're ready to meet with them, you've got exactly your exact examples of what you're trying to do.
And again, we worked in a tight compressed time frame, but what they gave you is more constructive feedback about some additional research or homework, and several of them you mentioned the next steps is do your research on the person or whatever. So absolutely, this again is to get you in the comfort zone to then what's next. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jalen. What I want is now to, I did my best in my speech and that work that I've learned is out of work 15 hours a week, my 2 jobs and stuff.
Yeah, you also made it clear you'd like to work more. Yeah, no, you did a very nice job, clear, concrete, and again, begin to change the actual, oh, he's working. Oh, we're not having other people out there that work if we created the environment, so that was very helpful. Do you have anything you want to add?
This is Mary Loreno from Vestavia. I really liked being able to hear what they want from us. We do meet with them, like having solutions. I feel like, you know, having your research done and then bringing solutions to them is kind of empowering because they're really, you know, wanting to hear what you picture for the future or the change. So I thought that was really great to hear that they want you to bring that to them.
Great. Okay, next.
I got the opportunity in one of, I think our last session. It was more legislative driven, like she kind of drove the conversation in the direction she wanted to go, which was fine because it went in the direction I wanted it to go as well. So it gave me an opportunity to bring up actually a topic that is adjacent to the topic we were talking about, but one that I am pushing, which was nice.
Fine. Seize the moment, as we say.
Mary Barnett, and I'm from Robertsdale. That was gonna kind of be mine too, is like it led us to conversations, maybe that was not our main focus or main drive in what we do, but it led us to something, to network, to talk about something else. So it was like, hey, we're doing this, but then we also started talking about something that was like our main focus. And then also just knowing that they don't know everything. You know, like when we did the workforce, they were like, we'll be honest with you, this just came out 2 days ago, we haven't read it. So they may not know everything. I think sometimes we're intimidated because we think, well, they know everything and I'm just gonna look like I don't know anything. But we're both on the same field a lot of times, and maybe we're educating them and we're educating each other at the same time.
And that is a critical point. Even if some of these bills have been introduced a month ago, there's no way to stay on, if you're a legislator, to stay on top of 1,000 bills. You pick and choose for a variety of reasons. And sometimes if it's been out there, they're gonna say, yeah, I've heard about it, but I haven't really read it anyhow. So don't be expecting them, even if it's been sitting there for a month and starting to move, that they know anything. Maybe they've heard the title or they've heard about it. So again, you always start with 101, 102. And if they let you know, fine, then you can move to 201, 202. The only concern I have about the related issues, and you did a nice job, is just remember, you still need to make your ask on the key point of the meeting.
Sure.
So that's fine, but then get back to task and stay on it. Okay, good job.
Hi, I'm Paul McWilliams, Sullivan, Orange Beach. I think my biggest takeaway was to be prepared for the different ways people like thrive on communication and knowing that sometimes people want to hear the personal connection story. Some people know the data and how you need to have all of it together. Because that's the hard part. I'm not a data person, so I'm going to have to work on that. But a good thing to kind of be reminded of.
And that's the good reason to work in a group, because each of you bring your own strengths, your own gifts, your own styles. And when you blend it together, somebody can do stories, somebody can do the data, somebody can do big picture. And ideally, I love a group of 3. And if, you know, ideally within that one self-advocate or a parent to come in and bring a kid or bring the photos of the kid again to make it real. But you're absolutely right. No one person has all those skill sets. Sorry, just not the way our world is wired. No. Great.
And the one thing that I took away from this was, I love convincing people to see things my way.
Say that, sorry.
I said, I love to convince people to see things my way, and one of them is exhausting. And I would love to be able to convince at least 2 of them. And that I have to get better at my poker face.
Is your face? This is London. I just want to kind of come back with yours. So what you said that you want to convince them of, but sometimes when we're talking to them, we're just presenting. You have to present the information, especially like when I go talk to legislators, BYB or something, it's like, we can't convince them or you have to educate them. Think of yourself as educating them on it. You can't convince everybody all the time. You're not gonna maybe change their mind and that.
Well, if I educate them, if I can convince them.
But that, and that's why I think one of them said too, it's just like, you just have to educate them. You may not change their mind. It may not be something else. You don't want to get that argument part of it. If you're gonna try and convince them and it may not go your way, that creates something different. So remember, we're trying to educate them, and that's why you bring the data, you bring the resources, you bring all that information to educate.
And they have the right to their opinions.
They are, they do. And that's why if you take that part out about convincing and changing minds, you're just educating them. You don't, we won't, everything will go a lot smoother, hopefully, because we want good conversations. Good citizenship is.
Yeah.
Bergman is
Good
telling us. We always want good conversations. We want to be polite. We must be respectful or they will shut us down, just like the murder say. We don't want to be shut down. We want our voices heard, be respectful.
Yeah, no, and if you know, my instructions were inform, educate, and persuade. The persuade comes last, and that might not happen until the third meeting, and that's okay. Think about when you learn new stuff. Are you convinced to try something new after somebody showed it to you for 15 minutes? Well, let me think about that a little bit. Maybe quietly I'll try it in the kitchen or whatever it might be. That's the normal learning process, because this is new stuff for a lot of them. It hasn't been on their priority list. Fortunately, you got one person there who's a mom, so she's got some lived experience, and that came through in different ways. But they don't have our lived experiences, most of them. And so you're bringing them into a different perspective. And again, get it on their radar screen. That's the inform and the educate. And then over time, you might be able to convince or persuade them to vote for this bill or add this amendment and that kind of thing. So the point is well taken. You're not going to, at the end of 12 minutes, get, yes, I love your bill. I'm going to sign right on tomorrow morning. That could happen, but don't necessarily think that will. Particularly if they haven't seen the bill and it's new and it's complicated. Once in a while you get lucky, but most times, this is, I was saying yesterday, advocacy is ongoing and it takes persistence and perseverance. And it may take 2 sessions, it may take 3 sessions. I love the example she gave about incrementalism. We've seen that with lots of legislation. Okay, we use a football analogy. We got to the 50-yard line this year. Maybe next year we can get to the 30-yard line on the other side, and maybe we'll get to the goal line in a couple of years. That's still progress. You've made a dent into the law, into policy, advancing the agenda. Once in a while you might get lucky, but that's not uncommon that it takes several sessions to get to what I'll call the finish line. And then, as we all said, today's finish line may be outdated in 3 years, particularly with technology, employment, how all of this stuff. And then we're going to have to go back and say, okay, now we need to amend that wonderful law because this has happened, whatever, and hopefully they'll be responsive. So it's an iterative, ongoing process. And at no point are we ever going to be able to say, okay, we're all done. Everybody's life's going to be wonderful. And now we'll take a vacation. I don't think so. Doubtful. All right, any other thoughts on the meetings? Good feedback. No? Okay. Well, since, again, I wrote the notes of what they said because I thought they were quite good. I'll type them up and send them to you. All right. Know your audience. Tell me personal stories. Some people want data. Get to know your rep. Do your homework. Okay. Find out what's going on in other states, particularly in the workforce issue that we can learn from. Okay. We are just people. They said that. I didn't make any of these up. That's important. Okay. Use your network. It may be helpful to have somebody make the introduction for us. Okay. If you have any evidence from research or other states, get that and bring that as part of your presentation too. And use social media in a constructive way. All right. So those were some of the key things that they said that I was listening to, and I'll write those up. Those are wonderful recommendations from them about how to get good at this. And you can't ask, I mean, they're on the receiving end. They're sort of telling you, here's what would help me, not necessarily even in the first meeting, but to be able to do this and have this information. You got, personal emails, send us stuff. That's as good as this is gonna get. You've already started to establish the relationship. And I said it yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. For those of you who made commitments to send them something, be sure it's on your to-do list next week. And you send them whatever you said. And if you need more time, say, you know, I'm still looking for some more things, but here's one and I'll get you some more next week. And just keep that going, because that's how you build the relationship. Even if it's not your member, you're now a credible source of disability information. And they'll take that because they know they need it. Whether they have constituents who are in their face or not, every one of them knows they have constituents with disabilities in their district. They're not immune, you know, suburban, urban, rural, doesn't matter. They're smart enough to know that. And so until somebody in their community becomes part of this group, and we hope they will, you can still be a reliable, consistent source of good information and be credible. And like I said, I can't guarantee it, but 3 months from now or next session, if you start this, they may still reach out to you and say, well, you told me about this. Now there's this new disability bill. Do you know anything about it? Can you help me with that? Well, I haven't checked it either, but I will, and I'll get back to you, because that is what you want. That is the credibility of a relationship, that you're reliable as a source. Doesn't mean they're going to accept everything you tell them. Doesn't mean they're going to like everything, but they're willing to say, please help educate me, inform me, so that they can make the wiser decision. So that's the take home from some of that stuff as well. And you, for me, you couldn't have asked for much better from all three of them. They were really open, responsive, receptive, and want to continue. None of them left there and said, well, thanks, see you around sometime maybe, right? I mean, they gave their cards and whatever. So great group, however you got them here booked. I don't know what bribed them, but no, your relationships and whatever. But you didn't even know they were housemates or roommates, I guess, huh?
I did not.
All three of them were like,
Yeah.
So, Nancy and ADAC's relationship is, and for working with Representative Allan on the Colby Act is how she came. And then, the story that Representative Hulsey told, where I reached out to her about changing part of her bill, it didn't happen, and that was fine. That's how I created the relationship with her. And then, Representative DeBose and she's on the health committee. So I had met with her several times about newborn screening. Told her I liked her beautiful office. Made friends with me.
There you are. Great. All right. So I have something I'll pass out, but I want to read it to you because I love it when somebody says they like the personal stories. Somebody else says, I want the data. Okay. I found this years ago. I was just sitting in somebody's office and literally this book fell off a bookshelf and opened up to this page called The Weave of Your Story. It's from something called Soul Prints in 2001. Listen carefully. Truth set out about the town, naked as the day he was born. Being naked, no one would invite him in for talk and tea. All the people who saw him turned on their heels and ran. He was quite lonely and felt terribly unappreciated. One day, he came across Story, surrounded by an eager and admiring crowd. Story was dressed splendidly with fine cloth and colors, telling an elaborate tale. Truth walked up and the people ran, leaving Story and Truth alone in the middle of the square. Truth started to wail. How is it everyone gathers around you to listen to your tales? What I have to say is at least as important as what you say, but people treat me like the plague. Story replied, quote, for someone so smart, you sure are stupid. Look at you, naked as the day you were born. Of course no one wants to see you. You need to spruce yourself up. Here, take some of my clothes. Once people see you dressed up with Story, you will be the talk of the town. Truth took the advice
and put on the story's splendid clothes. From that time on, truth and story went hand in hand. And so to this day, to find your truth, you must tell your story. How's that? They need the data and the story, and there's copies of this for each of you to take. But when I found that, it was like, okay, this is it. But that says we need both, because you're not sure where they are. And even if they hear the story, when they're in a committee, they've got to be able to say this is more than about 2 people. They've got to say that this percentage of the population of people with disabilities aren't working. They're not even looking for jobs compared to whatever, or whatever, statistics you're going to use on affordable housing or transportation. So you need the data and the stories both in order to get the message across. And so this gives you the little paradigm to get that done. Okay, looking at the agenda. So let's talk about letter writing. Okay, I have another handout. I know you're shocked. It's part 3 of the series of meeting stuff. Your personal letters count. Thanks. Okay. Now, this is written for both writing a letter in general, and we'll talk about today, because a cardinal principle, whenever you have a meeting, you want to write a thank you, email a thank you. And when you do it, you might as well as restate the topic in the ask. Well, okay? And this is really important. It's not just, thank you for a great meeting, hope to see you again. You had a topic that you met with them about, and they're going to get letters from each of you. So they're going to get they're going to get several letters on each of the 3 issues. That guess what they will do, because I know how they organize. They will be setting up files by bill number. That's what they do. And they do that in Congress as well. And so it's really important that if there's a bill number, you put the bill number on it. Okay, all that. So always do a thank you letter, because they gave you time, whether it's in person, whether it's for a cup of coffee, it's in their office, it's a phone call, staff person, same thing. Dignity and respect, same way you'd want to be treated if you were on the other side. Okay? They depend on you to educate them. Okay? They don't have a crystal ball. You've heard this before. Here's the other thing. You heard it from them. You heard it from me yesterday. No form letters. A template for a letter with a paragraph introducing who you are and why this is important to you, and then the bullets, that's okay. But to just take a form letter that ABC sends out, just sign here and send it. They told you, they throw them in the trash can. The same is true with federal congressional offices. They know when there is a campaign, and they don't care because they know you're not really invested. You're just punching a button on a tool, and they want to know that you at least took a little time to put that personal description in. I live here. I'm concerned about this. Son, a daughter. I'm a person with a disability. I work in whatever it is, to make it personal on the front end of why you're writing about this piece of legislation. Okay. Again, write your own, and always respectful. Dear Representative, dear Senator. Even if you're on a first name basis with them over time, the formal communication should always be formal. If they say it's okay in a meeting to call me Susie or whatever, that's fine. But when you're meeting them or introducing them to somebody else, I'd like you to meet my friend, Representative Allan. Okay, and if she then says you can call me, that's fine. But don't take away the dignity of the elected position because they earned it. Okay, just again, common sense. Always restate your ask. Thank you for meeting with us on Saturday, whatever. It was really great to get to know you. I was in the group, or however you want to say this, talking to you about transportation or housing or whichever one it was, okay? And again, the personal stuff, what it's about and whatever, the bill number and the sponsor, remind them what that is. Sometimes I like to put it right at the top, Ray H. Bill 736 or whatever, but be sure in the letter, they're clear what bill you're talking about so they can put it in the right file folder. you don't want to have to spend a lot of time looking for it, okay? If you have a photo and you didn't have it here today, attach it to your email. It's easy to do a JPEG photo attached, and you can make reference to it. This is a picture of our family. This is a picture of my son. This is a picture of my daughter, whatever it might be. And if it's not you, my next door neighbor and their family, or however it is, to put the face to it as well. And then restate the ask. We're looking forward to working with you to create amendments or wherever you left the conversation with them, okay? If you have the statistics, put them in there. Always be respectful. You've heard that just again from Linda, from me. And ask them if they would be willing to put something in a written reply, all right? Be sure, and this is critical, whether you do old fashioned and put it at the top or down at the bottom, your full name, your address, your zip code. If you're asking them to call you, put your phone number there and your email. But critical in this, and here it's different, but when you're dealing with your own elected official, they want to know you're a constituent. They're going to look at that address and that zip code. Yeah, you're mine, okay? Not that they won't pay attention to somebody else. But again, if I'm doing priority setting in my office and I have 6 letters from constituents and 3 from non-constituents, which ones am I reading first? Constituents, right? You're my voter. I am your public servant. Again, they said it. That was beautiful. We work for you. Remember that. They're not up here on a pedestal. They have been elected to serve the citizens of their district. Whether it's a senatorial district or a House district, a federal Senate district, state, or a House congressional district, they are public servants and they are there to serve us, but we still have to treat them with respect. But we have to let them know, as they said, what's on our mind, all right? It is okay, once you're in a campaign, to call and write more than once. Not every day, not twice a day. And we didn't get to that with them, but I have this confirmed in almost every state and with congressional staff. You're not considered a pain in the butt if they hear from you several times, as long as you're polite, okay? They know that means you're passionate about the topic, whichever the topic may be. And again, at the federal level, maybe a little more than here, but it could be here as well. I tell you, in every office, even if it's the person answering the phone who's like an administrative assistant, they want to know your name, they want to know your zip code, and they want to know what's the issue you're calling about. And they literally have a report sheet that they fill out every day and tally up for the week. And then on Monday morning in DC, they sit down with the senator or the representative and tell them, here's what came in last week to the local offices. We had 40 phone calls in favor of this bill. We had 10 opposed to this. And sometimes on your letters, again, I can't guarantee it. If there's such a powerful letter, they may take that as an example and read it in that Monday morning meeting. And you never know. We had this happen in Minnesota several years ago. A mom was really worried there were going to be major cuts in Medicaid, and it was going to affect her family and her kid. She wrote a beautiful follow-up letter. The staff were blown away with how wonderful it was with a photo. The following week, her U.S. Senator read it on the Senate floor. Okay? I can't promise you that'll happen, but they sort the stuff regularly. And if they're on that issue, they want the powerful personal story to tell to their colleagues. And I saw the video. It was, I mean, he read it with affect as if it was almost his letter because it was so moving. So again, you never know. I'm not telling you this will happen, but it could. If you write it well, you put the story there together well, and you have a photo, it could be so powerful to him or her, state or federal. We had one actually here in Alabama, a grandma, a number of years ago when I did this here. I should pull it up because I used to archive it. Had a grandchild with disabilities, and she happened to be a speech language pathologist. She wrote one of the most compelling 3-paragraph letters about why early intervention needs to be for all kids and why speech language pathology must be a part of physical therapy or whatever. And she signed her name and her credentials. She gave the name of her grandchild and his age. It was so powerful, it got read on the floor of the Alabama Legislature, and the bill passed unanimously with an appropriation the following year. Again, she didn't plan on that, but she wrote a compelling story as a grandma and a professional, newly diagnosed, so to speak. And it was so articulate and brief, just a couple of short paragraphs, boom, but boom, but boom. And what the impact will be if he gets it versus what it will be if he doesn't get it. They were blown away. They were blown away. So that one actually happened here. It might have been 6, 7 years ago. I'll see if I can pull it up. But again, I leave, I don't know. Somebody has to tell me these things happen. And they can. They may not, but it's that old story about, you know, playing the lottery. You can't win if you don't buy a ticket. So you got to start buying your ticket in legislative advocacy and get this done. So please write your thank you letters. Be sure you send copies to Brooks if she has them, because that's part of your homework. Okay. And each of you has 3 of them to write, because you've had 3 meetings on different topics, and your copy put with 3 different legislators. So they're each going to get a chunk of letters from you, okay, on each of these 3 topics. That's not a bad start for somebody to file on a bill. Okay, I got 12 or I got 11, okay? And again, now that you have this, and we were talking to them out there earlier about how does this all work, you have friends, you have networks, you have colleagues, share the information. People you know who are similarly situated professionally or personally or relative or whatever. And to me, the epitome of when we get to full inclusion is when you can get your next door neighbor who just knows you but isn't directly affected to hear about this. Yeah, I want to be sure your kid works. I'll write a letter to them and say they've got to build the workforce. Or you know what I'm saying? And we're beginning to see that. And when we get to that point, I am going to say we have really reached a milestone. It's not just seen as a special interest group of the disability community, as big as we are, but it's good for the community as a whole. Who wouldn't want everybody to work and be productive as opposed to, pardon me, living in poverty and dependency, right? I don't care who you are. So again, just think about your networks as we get into this, beyond this. Who else could you bring in to do legislative advocacy in your city, your district, the next district? Doesn't matter, they all count, right? You got friends across the state. Now with internet, it's easy to do this stuff. So just think beyond yourself as you go forward. How do you build your network outside of Pickle? Okay? All right, very, very good. In terms of the media, and it's on Canva, don't ignore the press. If you don't think they read the newspapers, or if they have staff, that their staff read the newspapers, you are very mistaken. And whether they read the print version or they read the internet version, they pay attention to the local news. I don't know enough about Alabama. If in some of your communities you have a weekly that's at the county level or municipality or whatever. We have a lot of those in suburban Chicago. OMG. They have one reporter for what was called the Northbrook Gazette, where I used to live. Her job was totally to find the human interest stories, good, bad, and ugly. And if it had to do with a piece of legislation, that was fine. She would come interview the people, take a photo maybe, help write the story, or you could write a letter to the editor or whatever. Some of us have that skill set and some of us don't. Not everybody has to write the letter to the editor. But if you have that skill set, develop again a template that other people could use in the state about this bill and why it's important, why people with disabilities want to be and need to be included in the workforce, why working force people with disabilities also need access to affordable, accessible housing. You know, the issues you're working on, because again, most people, as you heard them say, don't think about it. It's not that they don't want to include them. But we know if we're not specifically included, it's gonna be a big uphill battle to get it implemented. So again, think about if you don't write well for that kind of thing, because again, you gotta, writing is different than talking, okay? Who does? Who in this group, who in your table can write well? Do a template for a letter to the editor, an op-ed piece. Most newspapers are always looking for that kind of information from the voters about a political bill, an issue, a pending budget, or whatever it might be. They know what they'll hear from the bureaucrats. They know what they might hear from the elected officials on both sides. But to hear from constituents saying, this is important to me and my friends and colleagues, and there are what percentage of us in the state, and you can use the numbers, you can get them. That's going to get their attention. And I guarantee you, most legislators or those who have staff will see it, will copy it, will cut it out and put it in a folder, because that increases awareness and pressure. And you may never know, after your letter, the following week, a couple of people you don't even know write a follow-up letter to the editor. I just wanted to follow up Allan's letter because this is how this affects me or the people I work with or whatever. And potentially you've got a groundswell. You might even get an opponent's side. That's okay too. But you're getting the issue visibility. And let's face it, how many bills in a legislative session make the newspaper? Only the big money bill and maybe the right to life, the controversial kind of stuff. Get our stuff in the space. They're looking for it. Most newspapers will gladly take it. But figure out who among you is good at that kind of writing, Not all of us are. And fine, you develop sort of the template for the letter to the editor, and the same thing. Here's the first and the third paragraph. The second paragraph is yours to personalize or something like that. Does that help? Because they're looking for it, I promise you. And sometimes what will happen from the newspaper stuff is somebody from those old-fashioned radio stations or a TV station might catch it. And if your name is in there, they can find you and they may call you to do a radio interview or a TV interview on the news show. OMG, it can happen. It may not. But again, if you don't put your foot in the water, they're not coming looking for you. That I can tell you. It's not on their radar screen, but the more you put it on their screen, the more likely they may start to pay more attention to the disability environment in your state, in your county, in your city, and in the halls of Montgomery. You don't know. Because again, guess what? There are people who work for the newspapers who are impacted by disability too. Whether they're parents or relatives or remember, it affects everybody. And so you just never know who might click and say, oh, gee, that could affect my kid or my nephew or my grandkid or my wife's brother's, my niece, right? Because everybody's got a connection. In fact, if we look at the best data, 50% of the population of the United States have some direct family connection to somebody with a disability. That's a lot of people, even in Alabama. Okay, so again, we need to recognize we are not a quote minority. We're 18 to 20%, 15% of the kids in school, but in terms of family relation connections, about half. That's a huge statistic, and as you heard yesterday, and you all know it. Rich, poor, white, black, brown, yellow, pink, orange, it doesn't matter. Okay, urban, rural, irrelevant. It affects everybody, as the Dole statement says, open enrollment, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And you do have on the Canva, the slide that I showed, disability is a natural part of the human experience and in no way diminishes your right to. That's one you might want to print and just begin to get comfortable. And that could even be a handout in general when you're starting to help them see that we now have 3 federal laws that says disability is part of a natural condition of life, just like aging, just like dying, okay? But your rights aren't denied because you have a disability, whether you're born with it or it's Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or MS or heart attack or a stroke or any of the other kinds of things that happen to people along the journey of life. I was telling a couple of you at a table yesterday, when I was in the Brain Injury Association of America, I learned a lot about traumatic brain injury. And I didn't know till I got there that one of the biggest age groups to be affected by traumatic brain injury is adolescent, people 18 to 23. Because they're immortal. They can drink and drive. That's what they think. And then they get in a car crash and they break their spine or they break their brain. The other one they do is they drink and they're at a hotel and they go dive in a swimming pool that only has a foot of water. And they crack their skull and get a brain injury or a spinal cord injury. It's a huge number in that population. I didn't know anything about it. So they join the club very often at 18 to 22, not at birth, not at 2 or 3. And usually those are pretty significant lifelong disabilities and they're life altering because they had a life. And then all of a sudden, whoops, change. It's not the same, okay? So it can happen at any time to anybody. And I love that disability is a natural part of the human experience. Print it out, look at it. You may want to use it as a handout, just in general for education, to help legislators, anybody realize this is natural. It's not rare, it's not weird, it's not horrible, it is challenging, but as we as a society do better in accommodations and raising expectations, these folks can contribute to the workforce, they can be valued members of the community, they can do volunteering, they can join the Knights of Columbus and Kiwanis and all of that, and they can have risk. And I want to share with you a story from Connecticut, because I love to share stories about risk. But this was a gentleman, mild intellectual disability, a little bit of other stuff. He was working pretty well, had his own apartment, but still was getting support. And he began hanging out with his colleagues from work. And they used to like to go on Fridays to the bar, right? That's what a lot of people do, particularly guys. And he was in a trucking industry, whatever, in a warehouse. That's where they go. They go to the bar after work on Friday. The case manager knew enough about this particular bar, service coordinator, that she met with him and said, you know, you're allowed to drink, you're your own person, you're over 18, blah, blah, blah. Be careful, don't get drunk. But she knew that going on in this bar, there was a lot of smoking of pot going on, okay? And it was illegal. So they'd go in the back, they whatever they were doing. So she sat with him. She had somebody from the protection and advocacy system sit with him to give him information about what could happen if he gets caught, and could be a crime and all that kind of stuff. They repeated it, he understood. And guess what happened 6 weeks later? He got arrested. That's called dignity of risk. He didn't have to go to jail, he had to pay a fine. He then made a promise he wouldn't do it again. And he began not to hang out with those guys as much. But guess what? That's part of life. He had been informed, he made a choice, maybe he didn't quite recognize what the complications would be. Fortunately, it wasn't a big dose, and he got his hand slapped, and I think it was $100 fine. He was able to pay it, but he also was told again by the paralegal, the next time it's going to cost you $500 if you get whatever the fine goes up. To my knowledge, he's never done it again. Could that happen to any one of us? Of course it could. That's dignity of risk. That was informed choice, and it happened. He didn't get thrown out of the agency. He didn't lose his job. The DD system didn't throw him out for being a criminal. I mean, all these things that people say could happen. That's life. So I share that one with, not that I'm encouraging it, but it can happen. And that's part of growing up for all of us. So do your homework and write your letters. Think about letters to the editor and the media and all of that kind of stuff. And social media, you heard about that. You all are much better at that than I am. But again, not in a negative way. So for example, if you want to put some stuff out about all these folks who were here today, just acknowledging them for giving up a Saturday, for helping to teach you how to be advocates in the legislative process. Thank all three of them for the screening bill vote that they did. How, you know, that doesn't hurt a bit for people who follow their Facebook page who may not know about it. Oh, wow, they did that too. I know about them because they did this bill that I was concerned about. So again, you're raising awareness. And for most of you who do this, you can do it in your sleep. For me, it's a challenge. I have my granddaughter show me how to do it. And in fact, what we're doing, Linda, that my granddaughter who's into this taught us, we're developing some short 2-minute videos from partners grads that they're going to help us put out on Facebook and Instagram as a recruiting technique. So people aren't going to read your 8-page brochure. They're not going to go online and whatever. So we will be adapting that for our next class. I'll be happy to share it with you. But she's a pro at this. She's 28 years old. She lives in that world. I said, all right, show us how. So we've got somebody helping put together the story. She's coaching, and we hope to have those available this summer to put out in social media. It can't hurt. She said, that's if you want younger parents, they're going to look at that. They're not going to look at the websites for the DD Council and all that other stuff and whatever, or even the ARC or what have you. So I share that with you as, you know, I'm in a different generation, but I'm willing to learn. If that's a vehicle for us to communicate and recruit, yeah, let's figure out how to do it. I don't have to do it. I can be sure the content is clean, but you put together the 2-minute stories. They're going to be partners, graduates who are going to share their experience and why it was important to them. That's beautiful advertising, right? Okay, so again, use all the devices that are out there, but always constructively. Even if a legislator votes against the bill, as you heard, don't go in there and say, well, that rotten representative, she voted against the bill for my kid. One, you'll never get another meeting with that person, and you may not get it with anybody because they do talk to one another. And if you get a reputation of being a credible source, the doors are open. If you get a reputation of being bad trouble and super critical and insensitive and not respectful, all the doors will shut to you. And then guess what? We're not going to get anything done. Dignity, respect, disagree agreeably, and continue to work on the education and the information. And over time, most people will begin to get it. Will there be some who won't for whatever? Fine, we don't need 100%. You typically only need 51%. You need 2/3 to, you know, get a super majority. So we don't need everybody. We'd love to have everybody. Keep your eye on the target, whatever it takes to get it done at the state level or the federal if you're working on congressional stuff. So that's that. Your website in this state, if you haven't been to it, is legislature.state.al.us. Legislature.state.al.us. I say it's pretty good. Some people said no yesterday. Well, let me tell you, I've seen some others and some of the old ones, but it's got a pretty good index. You can put in a bill number and it'll pull up the bill number, the sponsor for you. That's what I was doing the other day to track these bills, where it is in the process, what committee it's been assigned to, if there are co-sponsors. So you can do that at any time at home, okay? And just know it's there. What I didn't look for, and what you can tell us, can you do the equivalent of a witness slip on your website if there's a bill going to a hearing? No.
Not that I.
We can do that now in Illinois, and that is a phenomenally effective tool. They have to do 72 hours notice before a hearing, so the alerts go out, and sometimes literally we have 1,800 people do something on the bill listserv tied to the hearing in favor of or opposed, and just your name and affiliation. So that may be something you want to talk to the legislature about. Several states are doing that now as a witness slip, because not everybody can get to Montgomery. And it makes it user friendly and it gives them a pulse. And again, if we put it out and people don't respond, they're gonna say, well, fine, we got 5 people out of the state. That tells us it's not a priority. We got 1,800 in 2 days. That's a lot of people, because again, they know better, and I have it up here as well in the letter writing. For every person who takes the time to write or make a phone call, they do a mathematical ratio, and probably in your state, at the state representative level, they probably say at least 1 to 10. So if they get 100, they're going to translate that into 1,000 voters in their district. At the Senate level, they might even do 1 to 25 because it's a much bigger territory. At the federal level, it will vary depending on who you talk to, from 1 to 25 to 1 to 100, because they know most people don't, but they also know how to do the math. For every person who writes me, there's 50, 75, or 100 people similarly situated who didn't. So your number magnifies a great deal when you do the letter writing or the phone calling. And I didn't ask them about that, but I'm sure they all would have, so that's how they think as well. So sometimes 100 in a small geographic district is a landslide. 500 is a tornado, okay, in a good way. So just remember, numbers do count when people have substance. The form letter, no, but there's other ways to do this. So don't ignore your friends, your neighbors, your relatives, your colleagues, your employer, if they're involved, whoever it might be, that this is good for the state. Yeah, it might be good for me or my family, but it's going to be good for lots of other people. And ultimately, and I am very comfortable saying this, and I am not conservative, what a good way to invest money and get a return. Okay, people are going to work, they're going to have earnings, they're going to pay taxes. They're going to be seen as valued in the community as opposed to in poverty and dependent on what people call the social dole or whatever you want to call it. That's worth a lot to both sides of the aisle. Yeah, you're going to have to make an investment here of X. And let me show you what will happen 5 years from now when you make that investment of how some of these costs are going to go way down because these people are now engaged and have value. And I find that's not partisan. We need to be talking that way because even the wealthiest states and our federal government are running out of money. Okay, because we keep spending and spending and spending. And that's why we have waiting lists in the DD system, okay? Even in the states that close institutions, other than Oregon and California that I know of, those are the only 2 states where the DD waiver has no waiting list. Every other state, it can vary from 1,000 to, in my state, you ready what it is in Illinois? 16,000. Yeah. Because we're still spending $380,000 a year for 1,600 people in state institutions. That's a whole nother day's discussion. But even if we closed all of those, we'd still have a massive waiting list because the state underfunds the DD system. Okay, and there's all kinds of national data sets. If you need them, the best one on this now is called State of the States. It used to be at the University of Illinois. Now it's at the University of Kansas. They do comparisons for every one of the states on every DD agency, how many people are in this kind of setting, how many are working, how many are in day program. There's also the University of Minnesota. So we have 2 national data sets that are grappling with this every year. And you could pull them down if you need to and compare it to Mississippi and Georgia and Tennessee. And where are you in relation to them? They like that. Not California, not New York or Washington, State of the States. And it's now at University of Kansas. It used to be at Illinois, but when Dave Braddock passed away, it's been taken over by the folks at Kansas. And again, if you're not aware, University of Kansas is where the Turnbulls used to be. Leaders in this field, the Beach Center is there, they created that. It is probably the mecca of inclusion education for special educators, clinicians in this country, along with Vanderbilt, Oregon, New Hampshire, a couple other places. But these, again, inclusion is in their DNA, and they're teaching all their graduate students, regular ed and special ed, inclusion. You come out of there, you get it. So that's another resource for you. Yes, Linda.
Repeat where that, so you said state of the state?
State of the states in developmental disabilities, probably.
The state of the state, not JV.edu.
Oh, you already got it? Okay, there it
Guys,
is.
group me,
Okay.
please.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, there's a ton of data there, and the most recent data set is state data from 2023. It's pretty powerful. We used some of it this last weekend in Illinois, and it blew people away where the yes from state government, they wanted to crawl under the table. Well, I had somebody who did her project on community living, and she just added this to her data set, and they were totally embarrassed at how Illinois fared in relation to the rest of the country on almost every index in there. They knew we weren't good. They didn't know how bad. And that was put right in their face, including one of the deputy lieutenant governors who used to be one of us. So you never know what's going to happen. But this again is rich data, reliable source, paid for by the federal government. These data sets are paid for by the Administration on Community Living to make sure we have good data. The data I gave you from the University of Mass Boston yesterday on employment in day and DD, that's also paid for by the Administration on Community Living. And I alluded to it, but again, we need to know who our allies are right now. Alison Barkoff, who is the commissioner or whatever her title is of the Administration on Community Living. Have you had the pleasure to meet her, Linda?
Yeah.
Yeah. What an amazing advocate. She is an attorney by training. She is a sibling. Her mom fortunately got good advice when her brother was born with high expectations, and he is now working and living in a home of his own with support. She was a civil rights attorney. She was involved in the class action case in Oregon. Again, I alluded to it yesterday, maybe 8 self-advocates in a sheltered workshop who wanted real jobs. And the state said, sorry, the waiver is full, you'll have to wait. That's called the Lane case. And they filed a lawsuit with the equivalent of ADAP that didn't go far enough. The U.S. Department of Justice got involved in the case, and they filed a further brief on it. And they have co-counsel, and co-counsel is called Center for Public Representation. Alison Barkoff was working there. She became lead co-counsel with people from the Department of Justice, and I was subpoenaed as an expert witness in the case. So I got to meet her in a hearing and in testimony. And I have to tell you, one of the most fun days I ever had, a whole day being deposed by both the Department of Justice and Allison and the Attorney General for Oregon, who was one of the stupidest people I'd ever met. He gave me questions that were like feeding me baby food, and then he wanted to stop me. But in a deposition, you can't rule out of order. So in my deposition, I criticized segregated day programs and the continuum and all that stuff. But I got to meet Allison there, and here's something she did as a lawyer, because this was an ADA case. This is important. She said to the school districts, even in the judge, even though ADA doesn't go to school, that's 504, schools, if you're not preparing the students for a work life, an integrated life, you are predisposing them to a life of segregation, which will be in violation of the ADA. Got the judge to agree, and therefore in Oregon, not only have they been closing down their sub-minimum wage and day stuff, the pressure has been on the school districts to follow the law. And again, some of you may want to research this. I didn't bring it to you. 2 years ago, the Oregon Department of Education developed a manual on transition in collaboration with the Oregon DD agency to create the pathway for employment starting in school, because Allison was creative enough to say, you're putting all these children at risk of being in segregated settings when they leave school, and you have got to follow the special ed law. So that was my introduction to Allison. We've been friends ever since. And when she got the political appointment, she's the person who created this relationship with HUD because she knew how important housing is. She has been engaged with all the federal agencies, and she is all on stopping the waiting list, getting the DSPs raised wages. She's with us on everything. And she's in a leadership role, and the secretary respects her. And again, I didn't know this about the secretary. Talk about doing your homework. He's also an attorney. He was a mental health advocate attorney in Massachusetts, then went to California, then got promoted up, but he's got a disability advocacy background. So you've got two people at the Department of Health and Human Services who are in our gang. One directly as a relative and a professional, the other as a professional whose career has dealt to making sure that people's mental health needs got appropriate services and supports. Okay? And take all the politics. Thank you, President Biden, for those kinds of appointments, all right? And we've got comparable ones in other departments. So again, just know that we have got leaders right now. You know, I showed you yesterday the paper on the pathway to competitive integrated employment. Allison led on that, got the Department of Labor, got Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, all to sign on, and the Department of Ed. 4 federal agencies, the goal is integrated employment. That's not shabby. That's again a useful tool for you in local education and whatever. So we have a lot of allies right now, and we're going to exploit them for all it's worth while they're there in the best way they want to be. They want to contribute. They're willing to do. You might want to talk to them about doing a virtual graduation speech. We had Jill Jacobs last year, her assistant, do our partner's graduate. She was amazing. Did it from her home. And
did you see her new appointment, her
Yeah.
new job?
Yeah, yeah. But again, Jill comes from the independent living community. She's a mom. Her kid died recently. Okay, she's been the battleground of special ed and inclusion. So she's got her own lived experiences personally and as a family member. And she's right there now too. So we have got some phenomenal advocate allies in leadership position at the federal government who are doing all they can, not only to get the laws done, but to make sure the laws are getting implemented. Okay, so all of this. Other resources. If you want to look at national websites, there are many, and I'm biased because I get them all. I believe today the most value-driven of all the national disability organizations is the Autism Society of America. I think it's asa.org. Their director of public policy is a woman named Kim Mushino. She used to be with AUCD. She's been around a while. She gets it and works very hard, and she puts out her weekly, whatever it's called. Anybody can sign up. Certainly get the one from the ARC-US. They've just gone through some more changes, so I'm not sure who's there now. The good news about the ARC of the United States, I don't know if you know this, Katie Neese, who used to be at Education, is the new ARC of the United States exec. Katie is an ally. She started her career working for Senator Harkin on Capitol Hill, then went to Easter Seals, then went to a couple of other places. And she made a comment a year ago about education. She said, I reviewed it when I came here as an appointee. There are a few tweaks. There's nothing wrong with IDEA. There's nothing wrong with the Rehab Act. Our problem is implementation on the ground. And I thought that's pretty provocative, but now she's the ARC-US exec, and I just read yesterday, they have filed a major education, right to education class action suit in the District of Columbia. So I think you're going to see the ARC of the United States back like it used to be in the old days, much more proactive advocacy stuff. Now that she is there and she made this decision, that's where she wants to spend the rest of her career, sort of being outside government and, pardon me, helping kick butt to get the laws implemented. So I think watch the ARC of the US. If you want to follow Medicaid and healthcare, The best by far is what's called nhealth.org, the National Health Education Law Program. And then the other one on the mental health side is Bazelon Mental Health Center. There are lots of others. I get more than that, but those are the three I will open on Fridays or Mondays first, because I know it's going to be current and it's going to be very specific. And many of them have the links if you want to do a letter or follow it or what have you. And if you have others, fine. Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat that last one? The one with B?
Bazelon, Bazelon, Mental Health Center. They do mental health advocacy. They've done class action lawsuits. The current person heading up domestic civil rights justice for disability was their legal director for 10 years. And I think Allison Barkoff may have worked there for a few years before she worked for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid and then went over to ACL. So again, they're solid on citizenship rights, knowing the ADA, knowing people's entitlements, all that kind of stuff. And they go to court. They're willing to go to court. So, and there are lots of others, but those are the ones that I find are usually the most thorough and have lots of links and information. So you don't have to go chasing. Click here, well, here's the latest version of the bill. Here's the vote from last week or whatever it is. So it's very helpful. Okay, so those are sources that you all can use as well. Organization listserv, tracking bills, whatever. Oh, we're not doing my own time, all things considered. I don't have much more, but I guess I'll wrap and then I will turn it over to Linda and Brooke. I will end with my favorite for partners. And you'll get a copy of this when I finish it. This one is called Whose Job Is It? And listen up. This is a story about 4 people. Name, everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. There was an important job to be done, and everybody was sure somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. Here's my message to you. You didn't come to Partners in Policy Alabama as a nobody, or probably much of an anybody. When you get done here, you are going to be a somebody to deal with in a good way in this state as an advocate. Your job is to build your community as a group and outside with other classes, friends, neighbors, as we talked about. So we get everybody to do the job that every citizen is supposed to do, which is communicate with elected officials about why this bill is important, why you need to pass it, why you need to amend it, or why you need to kill it. Okay, so we'll pass this out because too many people, as you know, oh, it's not my job, somebody else will do it, the lobbyist will do it, my neighbor is active, she'll do it, he'll do it. No, it's everybody's job, and you all are somebody very important as a result of your investment in this and the councils and the TV networks investing in you. Thank you all for your attention and your commitment. You got still 15 minutes left. If you got other stuff